ecological crisis will start shortly, and please take your seats. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for taking the time with us today. I'm Eunju Lee from the Critical Global Studies Institute, Sogang University, South Korea. I am your moderator for the morning sessions today. For simultaneous interpretation, you have two channels, and channel number 1 is for Korean, and channel 2 is for English. So before we begin the conference, we will hear 2 remarks from Professor Jie-Hyun Lim and Director General Chang-nam. Before that, let me briefly introduce them to you. Professor Lim is a director of the Critical Global Studies Institute at Sogang University, South Korea. He has published widely on nationalism and Marxism in comparison, policy history, transnational history, and global memory studies. He is currently a Sogang SIPSI Chair Professor in Global East. As you know, SIPSI is International Council for Philosophy and Humanistic Studies. Mr. Chang-nam is the Director General of the International Center for Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage Sites under the auspices of UNESCO. Before WHIPIC, he was a director of Natural Heritage Division and Strategy and Finance Division of Cultural Heritage Administration, which is now referred to as Korea Heritage Service. Over 30 years at Cultural Heritage Administration, he made a significant contributions to developing heritage policy through the conservation of Korean natural heritage and securing finance of the administration. Now we will hear the welcome remark from Professor Lim. Please join me welcoming Professor Lim to the stage.
Okay, first of all, I want to extend my warm thanks to all participants and staffs for their contribution and time and energy to make today's gathering happen. You know, as a historian and also a global historian and memory activist, I have been increasingly concerned about the world heritage. Means that sometimes to some extent, especially in this region, I could have felt that this World Heritage Site sometimes has become a sort of a site for nationalist competition, for the global recognition of our national heritage, right? To our regrets, actually it is contrary to the goodwill and intention of the UNESCO, which initiated World Heritage, right? But I think topic-wise, this topic so actually from the viewpoint of memory study, is this related with the slow memory, sustainable memory, environmental memory. Means that these memories cannot be really caught by any nationalist framework. So topic-wise, I think that the topic in the conferences actually may have contributed to deterritorializing our nationalist appropriation of world heritage, not only this region, but to some extent also in other regions. So I think it can be a very good kick-off for the first stepping stone to make world heritage really world, not the national one. So I hope our discussions and you know, these presentations and roundtable discussions in next 2 days may awaken us to what the really world heritage is and should be, and what kind of direction we can cooperate together. So please enjoy the conference, and I expect very much from your contribution. Thank you very much. I'll stop here.
For the wonderful remark, Professor Lim. Now we are going to have another remark from Director General Hong, and please join me to welcome him on the stage.
Uh, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chang-nam, Director General of UNESCO WHIPIC. Welcome to the International Conference, History, Memory, and Heritage. In the age of ecological crisis, I am delighted to have you from various of the globe to engage in critical dialogue. I would like to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to keynote speakers and Professor Jie-Hyun, Director of CGSI of Sogang University, for sharing the opportunity with our center. I am honored to have esteemed scholars who will share their insights and research into the main themes of this conference: environmental humanity and heritage interpretation. This conference explores our histories, memories, and heritage from the perspective of ecological crisis. Over the 2 days, we will discuss how these elements intersect and influence our responses to environmental challenges. I would like to encourage you to engage actively in the discussions and share your thoughts and questions to create a new path forward together. I am looking forward to a productive and enlightening conference. Thank you very much.
Director General Hong. Now, finally, it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker of the day, Professor Dolly Jørgensen. Professor Jørgensen will present a talk titled Exposing Extraction and Extinction as Difficult Cultural Heritage. She is from University of Stavanger, Norway, and specializes in histories of environment and technology. Please join me in welcoming Professor Jørgensen to the stage.
For having me here today. I really appreciate it, this opportunity to come and talk to you about some work I've been doing on extinction in museums, and now starting to apply that, you'll see, into an extraction context. The mounting environmental crisis of our times are well known. Climate change, resource extraction, pollution, and land use change are leading to radical ecological changes on both local and global scales. There's widespread acknowledgement of the rapid pace and far-reaching extent of animal extinction, in particular in the modern age. So much so that many propose that we are in the midst of a 6th mass extinction event, the previous one being the end of the dinosaurs. Much of this environmental destruction is due to the rise of fossil fuel and mineral extraction practices. Local ecosystems are destroyed through open pit mining, pollution from tailings and contaminated wastewater, emissions from processing facilities, and infrastructure installation. Global ecosystems are altered through increased carbon and sulfur emissions, and colonization and worldwide waste trade. And so here you can see some of the speed and scale of extinction that I'm talking about here, so that we see a dramatic rise that's at the same time that we have the rise of industrialization across the world. So many of these practices, as I said, are actually driven by extraction and contemporary petrocultures. through which modern societies have become dependent on and imagined through fossil fuels in all aspects of society. So I will argue that extraction and extinction are inextricably linked. So while many cultural heritage institutions have started responding to the environmental challenges of our day with plans of their own to decrease energy and resource consumption, and they've begun to discuss divestment from funding by fossil fuel companies, fewer have taken on the mission to reinterpret their collections within the environmental frameworks of our time. As the division of natural history and cultural history have dissolved with planetary climate change, as argued by historian Dipesh Chakrabarty, natural history museums need to be understood as cultural heritage, and cultural history museums need to be situated within their natural history context. So my question is, what would it mean to expose extraction and extinction as part of our cultural legacy? So museums have started using their capacity to engage with the concept of the Anthropocene and to grapple with the complex predicament of climate change. Rather than portraying climate change as a problem to solve, they can help people to understand how to cope with uncertainty. Indeed, there's an opportunity to develop ideas about how to make choices that create a harsh but livable Anthropocene rather than an unmitigated disaster. Historical and ongoing environmental destruction is in fact difficult cultural heritage to come to grips with. In general, people don't like to be blamed for bad things happening. They want to blame others for it. By facilitating a particular society facing up to its own failings may be one of the most important things that cultural heritage institutions can do. Difficult cultural heritage, particularly histories of violence and atrocity, is a challenge for the museum field. So investigations like sociologist Amy Sodero's, which looks at exhibiting histories of genocide, terrorism, and human rights abuses, is important for thinking about the embracing of the main functions of displaying such difficult cultural heritage. And Sodero identifies three things: truth-telling about history, offering a space of remembrance to help heal, and instilling in visitors a never-again ethic. So in this presentation, I want to argue that these three functions can in fact be met by exhibitions on environmental loss. So I'll start with the first function, truth-telling. And I'm using here an example of the dodo. The dodo is an icon of extinction, appearing more than any other extinct animal in natural history museums across the world. At the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris, the dodo serves as the Extinct and Endangered Species Gallery logo. And at the Harvard Museum of Natural History, the dodo is the logo of the museum, although there's no dodo on display anymore. There was in the past. Dodos appear everywhere. The dodo itself, as a bird, was first encountered by sailors stopping on the island of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean in the late 1500s and was extinct by the mid-1600s. So museums commonly use the dodo to introduce the topic of extinction. So the Survival Gallery, which is the photo of the model at the top there, at the National Museum of Scotland, uses this model as a case in the exhibition entrance. And the label says on it, the very common phrase, "as dead as a dodo." The dodo is an icon of extinction. Fat, stupid, and slow, it was inevitable that became extinct, or was it? Dodos were giant pigeons that evolved in the Indian Ocean island of Mauritius. Without predators, they adapted to ocean life, losing the power of flight as they became larger. Dodos appeared stupid because they did not recognize human hunters or introduced animal predators as threats. Dodos were last seen in 1662 and probably became extinct soon after. So what you see there is this history of the dodo having to do with colonization, with the people beginning to come to Mauritius, but that the dodo was ill-adapted for this situation. Now, by the turn of the 20th century, the dodo had become a well-known paragon of extinction, but it hadn't always been. Although there were some historical accounts of the dodo based in early colonization of Mauritius, and it had been featured in some very famous paintings, the bird was largely forgotten in the next 2 centuries until a life-size reconstruction of the dodo appeared in the Great Exhibition of London in 1851. And then the University Museum at Oxford put their dodo remains on display. So the latter truly cemented the dodo in the public mind because it was these dodo artifacts at Oxford that inspired Charles Dodgson, writing under the pen name Lewis Carroll, to craft a dodo character in Alice in Wonderland. So he was directly inspired by, in fact, cultural heritage in a museum. Lewis Carroll's dodo, who was masterfully illustrated by Sir John Tenniel, became the standard image of the awkward bird. So Franco-English writer Hilaire Belloc published a poem, which is here in his widely popular The Bad Child's Book of Beasts in 1896. And you'll note at the end of that poem, it says, "The voice which used to squawk and squeak is now forever dumb, yet may you see his bones and beak all in the museum." So Belloc's important observation was that although dodos don't walk around, they're instead in the museum. And in fact, in museums across the globe, you can see dodos displayed as bones, composite skeletons, wooden models, faux taxidermy, and other kinds of models. I will note to you that if you see a dodo and it looks like a bird, it's not actually a bird. There aren't any taxidermy dodos left in the world. They're all models. And the feathers on those birds are all turkey feathers or other bird feathers and not dodos. But, and they're displayed, the dodos in these contexts are always a natural history context. Very rarely are they really a cultural creature. But this changes if you go to Mauritius. Because passing under the doorway with the dodo gallery written above, the visitor to the Mauritius Natural History Museum is greeted by skeletons under glass, the most important of these being the world's only complete modern non-fossilized dodo skeleton. And going clockwise around the room, 3 information boards begin with standard natural history information about the dodo, like its height and weight and diet, its status as being extinct, early sketches of the dodo, as well as archaeological investigations of it. But then you come to the history of colonization of Mauritius from 1598, when the Dutch ships began stopping at the island in search for food. The dodo was doomed, they write, because extinction was inevitable because of this hunting. So extracts of eyewitness accounts published in 1601 are used to annotate a reproduction of the drawing of the island's forest and its use by sailors. And in the case here, what you see are cultural artifacts, so chinaware and traded goods. So in the Mauritius Natural History Museum, the death of the dodo, its extinction, the fact that it no more exists on Earth, is directly linked to Western colonization and capitalist practices of global shipping that led to use of the island. So moving across Mauritius, this narrative is replicated in other history museums and other cultural heritage contexts, such as here, the Frederick Hendrick Museum about the first military fort on the island, as well as in the Natural History Museum the National History Museum in Marburg. So in this museum, the dodo story is also within this history of these museums. The story is also within the history of Dutch colonization. So the case of dodo bones in the National History Museum is under a reproduction of the famous painting of the dodo by Ronald Savory, So you see the painting there, and the bones are in the case underneath it. So the label in the case notes that the dodo, along with other birds like the red rail and the blue pigeon, became extinct, quote, due to the introduction of foreign animals, pigs, rats, goats, deer, monkey, cattle, 2, the destruction of their natural habitats, and 3, hunting. So on this label, there's no hedging about who's to blame for the extinction of the dodo. The history of the settlement of Mauritius, which was an unpeopled island prior to colonization by sailors, travelers from Europe, is a history of extinction. So celebrating one, the settlement of Mauritius, means acknowledging the other, the extinction of the dodo. So these extinction stories admit that the dodo's extinction is a central part of the cultural heritage of Mauritius. So the dodo's extinction is in fact difficult cultural heritage. And whereas the dodo is a symbol of extinction writ large in museums across the globe, on Mauritius, it's a living part of cultural history. And if you arrive, you'll get your deembarkation card with dodos on it. It inhabits the halls of Mauritius museums, as well as all over the shops, to haunt the colonization narrative and cast a shadow over it. The settlement of Mauritius starts with loss, and this cannot be brushed over. Truth-telling about colonialism and the resulting extinctions that it brings about can be a key element in displaying cultural heritage. So now I'll turn to the second function, on spaces of remembrance. So the second function of museums dealing with difficult heritage is to create spaces of remembrance. Museums can offer not just education and entertainment, but also spaces for active reflection. Because as spaces of slow media, museums can facilitate contemplation to translate global predicaments into personal experience. Museums have always offered material representations of elusive, conceptual constructs, such as culture, civilization, identity, nation, historical progress. And now we're at a time in which we need to curate what Rob Nixon has termed slow violence. Gradual, large-scale phenomenon, such as changing climate and environment, in which perpetrator and victim do not meet in time or space, are difficult to understand, they're difficult to convey, and they're difficult to address. They're what Timothy Morton has labeled as a hyper-object. They're mostly too slow to be covered by the news. So we need new didactic approaches to thinking about protracted environmental disasters. And extinction is one of these. It often doesn't end in a bang, it ends in a whimper. So museums offer not just education and entertainment, but these active reflections. And rather than telling extinction stories with big numbers and scientific reports, which is what you can get in the Natural History Museum, museums can in fact tune in to other more personal scales. Because slow media delivery is ideal for translating global predicaments into personal experience through contemplation. Museum narratives are woven to time. As Paul Hübner, who's a scholar of time, has observed, every narrative tries, in some sense, to socialize us into a particular form of cultural time, to draw us into a set of assumptions about how we should understand or experience time. So museum narratives can be vehicles for thinking about multiple time scales to gain critical temporal literacy, as Hübner terms it. Museum galleries are natural places to grieve for what we've lost and to rethink how these losses might be employed as starting points for rethinking better futures. So acknowledging grief is the first part of managing it or living with loss. And so here I use the Extinction Voices exhibition at the Bristol Museum and Art Gallery in the UK in 2019. Extinction Voices created a space of remembrance by obstructing the view of extinct and endangered specimens with a shroud. Instead of moving their specimens, which are currently on display in the Natural History Gallery, into some kind of special exhibition, instead, a black transparent material was placed over every animal on display, classified as extinct or threatened with extinction by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. So the oversized labels with the IUCN status, vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered, or extinct, were hung alongside these specimens, which you could still see, and yet were obscured. Because covering the animals intended to interrupt the cultural expectation of seeing them on display, to provide a clear and elevated message about the extinction threat, and to use their popularity to create a tangible and emotional connection to the biodiversity crisis. The transparency of the covers left the animals semi-visible, allowing people to spend some time with them, to look into the face of extinction before it was too late. So they weren't easy to see. They required slowing down. Their black color referenced British Victorian mourning dress or shrouds, representing a loss from sight, the silencing of nature. So this then offered a space of grief and reflection on loss and potential loss. The standard natural history gallery was thus transformed into a contemplative space of remembering and questioning the potential future of those still remaining. Function 3, a never again ethic. The thylacine pup here looked to me so small and helpless when I saw it. The large tag on its hind leg gives the specimen number, 87.5.18.9, and its species name, the location of the collection in Tasmania, the name of the collector, Tasmanian naturalist Pettard. And towering above the little stitched and mended body is a picture of the last adult thylacine living in a zoo in Hobart, Tasmania. Underneath, a text explained that the thylacine were intentionally eradicated because British settler farmers thought that they threatened their sheep. Museum scientist Anjali Goswami offered her thoughts on the display. Quote, "To me, this baby Tasmanian tiger represents the fragility of the natural world. When we eradicated this species, we lost a very unique part of nature forever." This display that I encountered was part of London's Natural History Museum's Our Broken Planet temporary exhibition. So the exhibit covered a myriad of environmental pressures on the planet, including human-induced climate change, pollution, waste disposal, habitat loss, and extinction. It was easy to sense the broken planet in this little guy's broken body. But extinction as a process doesn't happen to just one individual. It happens to whole populations. It breaks down herds and flocks. It means lonesome individuals cannot locate their mates. It means unborn future generations, beings that will never come to be. Extinction severs relations in time and space. So the non-Western indigenous understanding of kinship is useful when thinking about these broken relations, because kinship encompasses complex interactions between all kin, both humans and others, outside of the biodiversity paradigm. Human-animal relations are sites of engagement and reciprocity, which either can help others to thrive or cause them to die. Human-induced extinction, then, might be considered the ultimate failure of reciprocity. Humans did not live up to our side of the bargain. The Our Broken Planet exhibition at the Natural History Museum in London puts specimens like an extinct thylacine pup and a Chinese paddlefish into the context of overconsumption, increasing atmospheric CO2, and massive ecosystem destruction. The subtitle of the exhibition, How We Got Here and Ways to Fix It, overtly brought in an activist message of needed change and asked visitors to adopt new ethics and new praxis. Of course, this is not to say that visitors will necessarily adopt those new ethics and practice just because they came to an environmentally themed exhibition. But the same can be said of any exhibition, including exhibitions on atrocities, like dropping a nuclear bomb or committing genocide. It doesn't necessarily mean that the visitors have changed their minds. But they have been exposed to the dangers of not having those ethics and praxis. So embracing the difficult heritage of extraction follows from these thinkings that I've been having about extinction. Because in these examples, extinction seems like a pretty straightforward case of difficult cultural heritage, since something, in this case a non-human species, was directly killed and eradicated, just like a genocide. But extraction is also difficult cultural heritage that needs to be grappled with. Extraction, like extinction, takes place over scales that are often imperceptible to many people because they happen over lifetimes. Mines are dug deeper and deeper. Fossil fuels are changing the chemical makeup of the atmosphere. This slow violence to persons and planet is a cultural legacy. The way we narrate that heritage and make it visible or invisible matters. So I'm currently working with the Lusto Forest Museum in Finland and the Deutsches Technikmuseum in Germany on the PITCH project. So petrocultures in the cultural heritage sector under green transitions, which is funded by the EU, to think about ways of making the use of petroleum and petroleum-based products, which are so harmful for the environment, visible in their collections. And one of the areas that I've been thinking through this is with the narrative of technological progress. Now, by progress, I mean the belief that society has moved or is moving and will continue to move in some desirable direction, as historian Tyson Retz has written. So this narrative of progress reifies historical directionality, i.e. that things should always get better, and a confidence in rationality. Progress is predicated on European Enlightenment ideas of the stages of development, evidenced in scientific and technological advance. Now, the problem with this narrative of progress is that it covers up the environmental cost of modern dependence on petroleum. And we can see this in the way that the Industrial Revolution is narrated and the resulting invisibility of extraction. So I visited the National Science Museum in Daejeon a few months ago and saw their Revolution of Science and Technology gallery. So in this gallery, the Industrial Revolution is told as a progress narrative. The visitor encounters a narrative of increasing efficiency and expansion with labels such as, quote, power that formerly depended on humans, animals, and water power was replaced by the steam engine developed by James Watt, and efficiency was improved. Or another one, mankind could expand its spheres of activities while overcoming the limits of space and such new transportation means. So steam power is behind the first industrial revolution, followed by electricity for the second, information and automation for the third, and data for the fourth. But interestingly, although there is an image of smokestacks billowing out hydrocarbons in the room on the first revolution, nothing is said about the power behind this power. Steam may make the engine go, but it's coal or charcoal that heats the water that turns it into steam. Electricity may work the telegraphs and telephones, but it's primarily coal-fired or gas-fired plants that make electricity. Automation may speed up production and consumption, which in fact leads to vast production of petroleum-guzzling equipment like automobiles in the image in the section. Data is not divorced from materiality. Rare earth minerals, as well as common components like lead and zinc, are mined in huge quantities to create the hardware and data centers and energy consumption, often powered with carbon-based fuels. All of these revolutions are in fact interwoven with petroleum use, and yet petroculture is unremarked. If we're going to be honest about the cultural heritage of the Industrial Revolution, we need to bring environment to the forefront. Our heroic narratives of progress need to be tempered by grappling with and narrating environmental destruction. Another example closer to home for me is the Norwegian Petroleum Museum in Stavanger, which here, when you come into the museum, you're greeted by the oil from the first discovery of Ekofisk, and the label on it, "When will the last drops flow?" ? With kind of an implication that you hope never, if you're from Norway. And yet, they do have, in fact, an environmental exhibition in one of the rooms. And in 2019, that exhibition changed from a dilemma, climate or oil, to an exhibition called Change for Climate. And in this exhibition that's currently there, Change for Climate, you have climate change as an outside force that requires change. It's part of the legacy of fuel use, but it's a challenge to be solved. And so it's portrayed as a needed shift within the industry to move towards renewable energy, but not really fundamentally questioning the heritage of the petroleum sector. Now, this is quite different from the exhibition that they also have on the Alexander Kielland disaster. So this was a platform that on March 27th, 1980, capsized in a storm. It was an accommodation rig, and 123 people died, the biggest disaster in Norwegian oil history. This space actually does those three things that Sodaro had talked about. It tells the truth-telling about the disaster. It tries to explain the narratives of how it happened and all the investigations that came afterwards about what had gone wrong. It's a space of remembrance. It lists all of the names of the people who had died. It offers a space for contemplation where you can sit down and think, and it has information about this never again ethic. What do we need to do to change the industry, or what was needed to be done to change the industry after 1980 so that such a tragedy would never happen again? So it's interesting that museums are willing to put this kind of cultural heritage on display for labor issues, to question them as difficult cultural heritage, but not environment. So I started out by asking, what would it mean to expose extraction and extinction as part of our cultural legacy? Well, I think it would mean helping museum visitors face change with confidence through truth-telling about history, by offering a space of remembrance to help heal, and to instill in visitors a never-again ethic, which requires that we make changes. The cultural heritage sector has the opportunity to expose extraction, extinction, and ecological destruction as difficult topics, but ones that cannot be made invisible any longer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, Professor Jørgensen. Now we are having Professor Elizabeth Kryder-Reid, who is a professor at Indiana University, Indianapolis, USA. Professor Kryder-Reid will talk about absence, amnesia, and activism, tracing contours of environmental harms, memory, and heritage. Oh. I'm sorry, this is my confusion. We are going to have a 10-minute Q&A session. Yes?
That's what I thought, but when you announced somebody else, I was like, okay.
So please raise your hand if you have any question for her presentation.
Hi, thank you so much. So much rich material. I understand that you're approaching this sort of from the end point, the exhibit, and the visitors' engagement with that. But I was wondering if you have any thoughts about the training of the professionals who produce these exhibits in either a natural history context or a history museum context that are part of this shaping of narratives that don't seem to, at this point, be speaking to each other in the same way.
Very good question. I think that one thing, I mean, what I see from young people who are in the universities now is that they're very interested in environmental issues. So there's a growing demand for environmental humanities courses. And so that kind of education, so thinking about how do we narrate our environmental problems. There are a growing number of, at that level, at the university level, of educational opportunities. I think these are just now starting to bleed into the museum professionals world. So, for example, there was a project reimagining museums for climate change that Rodney Harrison had at UCL. And so I think there's starting to get to be some training materials, some kind of information about how what you would need as a practitioner in this. The pitch project that I'm leading will be having some workshops that we'll be doing at kind of ICOM type events, specifically aimed at people working in the industry, which will come out of our project, so in about 3 years from now. So I think that there's some movements this direction that will be, arriving shortly. I think the biggest thing is to think about the ways in which environmental issues need to enter the storylines that we make. And that can be both at a collecting standpoint. In other words, do we collect the items that would tell this storyline, as well as the interpretation of those? So it's both. And in pitch, as I was saying, the museum's work that I'm doing, my work package, is about trying to tell different stories with the same things that they already have. So they have their collections, but how do you retell this story, making visible this? But you could also think about collecting practices. So.
Can I go ahead? Thank you for this wonderful, very thought-provoking presentation. My question is, how can museums convey the urgency of reflecting on and telling stories of extinction of species that are not usually considered cute or desirable, like insects or spiders, you know, like how to tell their story?
Yeah, this is it's a big challenge actually, because you have the two different time scales at the same time, right? The absolute urgency of doing things different, at the same time as that extinction is a very slow process in general, or you don't see it immediately, but every individual you've killed, you know, adds up. So how to convey that? I think that the exhibitions that I've seen, I mean, when I've been to so many museums across the world to look at the way in which they display extinction, one of the things you realize is that school kids are really who see natural history museums. I mean, I go to natural history museums as an adult, but most people who go, if you actually look at the statistics, are children, and they're school kids. Sometimes kids come with their parents on the weekend, but a lot of times they're coming with school groups. And what I think is that actually a lot of the pedagogical programming that they're coming in contact with does bring up these kind of issues. If you look at what they're talking about. So they aren't just saying, oh, look at this cute little, you know, animal. It's actually saying, oh, this animal is like, people are killing it and it's, you know, dying. And that kids are actually really motivated to do environmental work. The problem is, I think, as they get older, that it gets kind of sucked out of them because they get focused on economy and, you know, career, and that, you know, has tended to go away. We shall see, though. I think that the generation that's right now at the beginning of university level are the generation that is growing up with kind of the Greta Thunberg idea, and I see that they're sticking with it longer. So it'll be interesting to actually find out. But it's, while urgent, I think it's not one of those things that we can just instantly fix. So I think educational programs at the lowest levels are actually where to make the biggest difference.
My question is about the agents of animals. And have you ever found any agents of animals in the narration of just the exhibiting about the extinctions? Because in a sense, from your explanation, I got a feeling there's still very much anthropocentric view about the extinction, and then I couldn't find any agents of animals in the narratives in these different museums. Did you find any good example which actually emphasizes agents of animal?
That's a really interesting question. That's a great question. I'm trying to think quickly through exhibitions, and do you really see that? I think most of the time the agents are human agents. Sometimes the narration goes into how the animal lived and why it was in the places where it was, which is, of course, its agency, right? So if you say, oh, passenger pigeons, they migrate across the continent and nest in particular ways, that's actually their agency. But the fact that you go from 5 billion to 0 in about 50 years, that was not anything that they could do anything about. That was humans. Yeah, so I think that the stories basically, I would say that the stories of extinction are stories of power rather than of agency. So all the people are agents, and all the non-humans are agents too, but who has power in that situation? And so the story, if you tell a good story, I think, you point out the power dynamics. And so extinction should be told about how humans have exercised their power over these non-humans. I think the worst labels are the ones that are don't tell a story. They're very factual. Here's the species name, extinct. Like, well, what does that tell me? That doesn't tell me anything. Oh, actually, it may be extinct because it only lived in this one lake, and that lake was, emptied for a mine. Or, oh, there were millions of these, and humans came and hunted them. Or, whatever that story is. That, I think, is the kind of information that you need, that people know. Because the thing I will say in talking to people is people do not know when they encounter a species behind glass. They don't know instantly that it's extinct, and they certainly don't know why it would be. So it's about power.
Dolly, thanks very much for a really interesting presentation, and I'm totally with you on the idea of museums addressing difficult and challenging issues. A thought, though, that occurs to me is that I think globally we're moving towards, or a lot of museums are moving towards more participatory approaches. And isn't there a risk here of imposing a new cultural narrative from the museum curators, rather than thinking about this in terms of, well, actually, what is it that, how can people contribute to this process, and what are the questions they would like to ask? And as a parallel to that, I'm just wondering what feedback you've got from any of these exhibitions about the way people have reacted to what's on display.
Yeah, I think that one of the things here is asking for participation and for this kind of rethinking as part of the exhibition. So I worked with Isla Gladstone, who's the curator of the Bristol exhibition, and they had a space set up for people to do reflection and to think about what this meant in their lives. How do they connect with species, with whatever species those are? What kind of changes or things need to happen, both individually and at big societal levels, to address the issue. So you can bring it to people in that kind of participatory fashion. And I'm thinking here also there's a digital exhibition that was put together by Maya Lin, who had done the Vietnam Memorial in the US, so very famous. And it's called What is Missing? And so it's a digital exhibition of extinction, but then it has a section for people to put their own stories of what's missing. So if you go there and you read the things people added, oh, well, when I was a kid, the park next door, I used to go see the fireflies, and there aren't any fireflies anymore. That kind of participation is, in fact, a way to make this big thing of extinction, personal. So I do think that there are those kind of opportunities.
Is this on? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
it is on. I thought I had to switch a button. Sorry, Professor Jørgensen, thank you for a very thoughtful presentation. And I think my question might be slightly unfair because I think you've covered the ground, but I'm going to just nevertheless get it across. I'm just wondering, how would you understand the shift from the consumer experience of coming to a museum to becoming an agent of change? In kind of nurturing or nudging or pushing that shift, what kinds of slippages do you see can happen?
Yeah, great question. So in an EU project that I was in that just finished, which had the short name Enviro Citizen, it was about birding and citizen science. We used the concept of environmental citizenship. So not citizenship in terms of a nation or a nation state, but in terms of the planet. So how do you think about your roles and responsibilities to the planet? And so that is about becoming an agent of change. And that happens at different levels. One is by understanding your potential, right? Your potential as an individual, but your potential within the system, so that people feel more confident to even be able to approach the issues that need to be approached, particularly at systematic levels, right? Because there's all these systems and institutions that exist outside of us individuals. And if you don't feel empowered to make a change, you won't even think you have the right to approach those issues. I think a lot of what we see right now, for example, with the protest movements on university campuses in the US is actually about empowerment. For once, the students, or we can look back in history at certain times, students feel empowered to actually do something about big systematic issues. So I think that environmental citizenship, or thinking about environmental citizenship, is one of the ways forward in this. Is how do we empower people to know even where they're supposed to go, to think about the choices of what they can do. And we're at our time, I see. So sorry for the other questions. I'm happy to talk with you in the breaks.
Yeah, during the break and during the lunch time, you can have another conversation with her. And thank you so much for her wonderful presentation and your also passionate response. And I do apologize for my previous confusion. Anyway, the next speaker is Professor Elizabeth Kryder-Reid, who is a professor at Indiana University, Minneapolis in the United States. Professor Kryder-Reid will talk about absence, amnesia, and activism, tracing contours of environmental harms, memory, and heritage. She's specialized in the intersections of landscape, power, and memory, and investigate how materiality is deployed in this intersection. Please give her another applause for her wonderful presentation.
Well, thank you so much. It's my delight to be part of this gathering and this conversation. So thank you to the organizers and the funders for making it possible. And thank you for whoever designed the lineup, because I can't think of a better springboard to launch into my talk today. So I'm going to be exploring intersections of environmental harm, memory, and heritage through the lenses of absence, amnesia, and activism. And I'll begin by introducing those concepts along with my theoretical and methodological approaches. And I'll then briefly orient you to my 4 case studies. With that context established, I'll return to absence and amnesia, examining how those concepts are manifested in the case study sites. My goal is to offer insight into the broader entanglements of memory practices and environmental harm. My goal is also to interrogate how heritage is being currently used in this era of environmental crisis, as well as its future potential as activist strategies for environmental justice. So very much speaking to that last question. So let's jump in. Heritage is fundamentally connected with presence, the preservation of sites and objects, physical things with material presence. It's also about making decisions in the present about what is worth saving, whose stories are told, and which voices are heard. In short, it is the present exercise of power about how the past is curated for the present and future. In this examination of intersections of heritage with environmental harms, such as pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss, I'm particularly curious about what we can learn from absence. What can we learn from the empty, the invisible, and the marginalized sites of environmental harm? What can we learn from the absence of stories about pollution and contamination in heritage organizations where they're an inherent part of that history? Related to absence is the idea of amnesia. If heritage is about curating memory, what can we learn from both heritage organizations' silences and individuals' environmental amnesia or unnoticing? How is amnesia part of the normalization of damaged ecosystems and toxic exposures? And how does effacement of environmental harms map the contours of power in which heritage organizations operate? If these stories are not in museums and institutions of official heritage, who remembers environmental harms, and what memory practices preserve those stories? Where are the hidden archives in which stories of affected people and communities are preserved and circulated? Lastly, as counter-narrative to absence and amnesia, I'm also curious about the role of activism. What are scholars, communities, advocates, and heritage professionals doing to surface the hidden harms of environmental degradation? I share with many of you the same imperative question. What can heritage organizations do in this moment Anna Singh has described as, quote, living despite economic and ecological ruination? I want to be explicit about my approach to this study as an anthropologically trained US-based heritage scholar. My theoretical framework is drawn from semiotics, with a focus on both discourse and visual analysis. I'm interested in the meaning of signs in discursive contexts and cultural productions. I also approach this topic from a critical heritage perspective, with an interest in how the past is deployed in contemporary exercises of power. I used mixed methods, including archival research, participant observation, oral history, and discourse analysis of objects, texts, and images. My evidence is drawn from studies of places of environmental harm and of cultural heritage organizations, such as museums, historic sites, markers, and monuments, associated with the histories of industry, war, and other sources of environmental contamination. And as examples, I show here the former miners who now serve as guides at Beamish Open Air Museum in the UK, and trench art, created from artillery shells displayed at the Somme 1960 Museum in France. To ground this investigation of absence, amnesia, and activism, I focus on 4 case studies. I'll start with a brief geographic and historical orientation to each one. For the first case study, we go to the southern New England coast of the United States. The site is known as Mashapaug Pond, the largest urban pond in Providence, Rhode Island. It's in a dense, diverse, multicultural neighborhood, and the pond is also a sacred site for the indigenous Narragansett tribe. The environmental history of Mashapaug Pond includes the broad range of pollutants typically found in urban ponds, But its most serious problem is the heavy metal and chemical contamination produced by the Gorham Silver Factory, which operated for almost 100 years. When the factory closed in 1986, it was acquired by the City of Providence and the buildings demolished in 1997. The soil around the factory and in the adjacent Mashpog Pond was found to have high levels of PCBs, solvents, heavy metals such as lead and mercury, as well as dioxin. The second case study is Love Canal, an aborted canal project branching off the Niagara River about 4 miles from the famous Niagara Falls in western New York. From 1942 to 1953, the Hooker Chemical Company used the unfinished canal excavation as a waste dump, ultimately depositing more than 20,000 tons of toxic chemicals in the shallow depression. Love Canal is also the name of a working-class neighborhood of around 800 single-family homes and a public housing project built next to the canal. Love Canal's significance for toxic heritage begins in 1976, when reports of noxious sludge in people's basements and yards hit the papers. Subsequent studies documented what residents already knew: high rates of cancers, asthma, seizures, birth defects, and miscarriages. The Love Canal Homeowners Association, led by Lois Gibbs and residents of the Griffin Manor Public Housing Project, brought national attention to the case. It is seen as a pivotal moment in grassroots environmental activism in the US. It also marked the first time an official federal disaster emergency order was declared for a man-made versus natural disaster. It was also a catalyst for the Superfund Act, the US federal legislation which funds cleanup of environmental hazards when the polluters cannot be held responsible. The third case study has been long known as Place à Gaz by the locals in Spancourt in northeast France. The site is near the now forested World War I battlefield of Verdun, indicated by the yellow circle in the picture at right. Place à Gaz was created in the decade after World War I ended, when France was faced with disposing of millions of surplus and recovered unexploded ordnance, much of it loaded with chemicals to produce mustard gas and other poisonous gases upon detonation. Thanks to the archival and scientific research of Daniel Hubé, we know how more than 100 sites across northern France dismantled and recycled artillery shells, often burning or depositing underwater the weapons too unstable to be taken apart. Place à Gaz was one such site, where an estimated 200,000 German shells were incinerated, creating a highly toxic deposits of up to 18% arsenic, and where 100 years later, little grows. The fourth site is a bit more quotidian, a dry cleaning contamination site in Indianapolis, Indiana, in America's heartland. It also happens to be where I live. Today, the site is in a strip mall along a busy road adjacent to a municipal well field, residential areas, and Fall Creek. The Keystone groundwater contamination site, also called Tuckman's, follows a familiar pattern for dry cleaning contamination. It was operated by Sid Tuckman from 1953 until 2008, when it was closed. The parent company declared bankruptcy, thereby shielding it from the costs of cleanup from leaking storage tanks, seen in the center picture. The Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, declared it a Superfund site in 2011, and after 13 years, it's still trying to mitigate the spreading underground plume of PCE, TCE, and other chemicals. With that introduction to my themes and case studies, let's explore this idea of absence and the questions it raises. Absence of what? And how is absence manifested? Perhaps the most obvious aspect of absence for our exploration of heritage and ecological crisis is the inherent invisibility of much of environmental damage. The heavy chemicals in deposits from silver manufacture, dry cleaning, and chemical warfare are visible only at the molecular level. Furthermore, the contaminated deposits are submerged in pond bottoms and groundwater plumes, or buried in subsurface deposits. In contrast to the tangible materiality of most heritage, this ethereal material is both invisible and buried. A second aspect of absence are the people who have been affected by contamination, the workers exposed to tanks of dry cleaning fluid, the German prisoners of war and foreign guest workers in 1920s France who disassembled chemical weapons by hand, the working class communities living with the debilitating effects of chemical waste and industrial byproducts. A third aspect of absence is that much of the discourse about environmental degradation is removed from its historical context, as we heard in the previous presentation. Environmental harms are typically framed in presentist discourses of science, policy, and economics. They are disconnected from the long-standing historical and cultural systems and structures that created and perpetuate them. Finally, absence includes the lack of recognition of the slow violence, also that we've heard about. The slow violence of spreading contamination, multi-generational impacts, and epigenetic harms. The counterpart to absence evident on sites of environmental harm is the absence of toxic heritage in institutions dedicated to telling shared stories. What can we learn from looking at these memory keepers about toxic heritage? What does it reveal about the intersections of environmental harm and public memory practices? Now let me ground these questions in a couple of the case studies. In 2019, the Rhode Island School of Design Museum, also known as RISD, put on the exhibit Gorham Silver, Designing Brilliance, 1850 to 1970. The press release for the exhibit stated that, quote, "The objects on view here testify to the undiminished brilliance of Gorham's workers as they collaboratively translated ideas into gleaming new realities, the restless innovation of the company's leaders, and the dazzling array of aesthetic styles," end quote. The RISD Museum lies about 3 miles from Ashpog Pond, the site polluted by the Gorham factory, but the exhibit contained no references to it or its ongoing burdens on Providence ecosystems and residents. Love Canal presents a slightly more complicated case for thinking about absence. While the environmental disaster has been the subject of multiple books and documentaries, it registers only lightly in formal heritage practices. The landscape itself is largely vacant, with no identifying or interpretive signage. The local heritage institutions, including the local County Historical Society and the Buffalo History Museum, make no mention of the environmental disaster, the activism, the landmark legislation, or the enduring toxic legacy. The one place where Love Canal appears in a formal heritage organization is on the Canadian side of the border at the Niagara Falls Underground Railroad Heritage Center. At the conclusion of the exhibit about the history of the networks that helped bring enslaved people to freedom, there is a display honoring activists of all kinds. It is titled with the quote, "Freedom is never given, it is won." On the bottom row is a picture of Lois Gibbs, circled here in yellow, who led the Love Canal homeowners' protests and is credited with being a key figure in launching American grassroots environmental activism. Lois Gibbs' leadership is highlighted, but decontextualized from the broader story of Love Canal's environmental disaster. Context is also telling in the one formal commemoration at the Love Canal site, although it stands about a quarter mile from the fenced-off toxic waste area. This memorial was erected in 2003 after the closing of the Love Canal Area Revitalization Agency, essentially marking the end of the EPA's involvement. The stone markers engraved with a timeline that traces key moments in Love Canal's history, beginning with the emergency declaration, the creation of the agency, and it concludes with the dedication of the newly named Black Creek Village, and the ending of the EPA property acquisition grant. The actors credited on the marker are governmental agencies and leaders. The narrative is the governmental response to the chemical disaster. Absent are the cause of the disaster, the nature of the contamination, the people whose health was damaged, and the citizen-led activism. Despite ongoing issues of contamination to this day, the timeline ends with the words, finalized and closed out, December 31, 2002. As historian Richard Newman has pointed out, the monument, quote, offers a tidy portrait of a toxic history that was once problematic, but is now squarely locked away. The disconnect is not lost on a reviewer who recently posted their comments on Google Map, which incidentally labels it Love Canal Disaster Memorial. This memorial, and the reviewer quotes, this memorial should have the names of Love Canal residents who suffered from this horrible, avoidable tragedy. Excuse me, I think I'm one off here. Oops, no, I'm not. Can I go backwards? Okay, pardon. I think it's good. I may have missed a slide, but anyway, we'll go with it. Yeah. So this is the reviewer's quote. This memorial should have the names of Love Canal residents who suffered from this horrible, avoidable tragedy. Instead, it is a mere rundown of the politicians who did what, when, in the sense that it completely ignores the actual humans whose lives were affected by others' greed and indifference. It is, ironically, the perfect memorial for Love Canal. In another layer of irony, the landscaping is maintained from volunteers by the Niagara Beautification Commission. At Plaza Gaz, the intersecting stories of environmental contamination and war memory are both simple and complex. The simple point is that Plaza Gaz and the associated environmental damage of buried ordnance from across northern France are largely ignored, even at the Verdun Memorial only a few miles away. The more complicated question is why? What is it about war memory practices and heritage sites that resist grappling with the issue of war's slow violence and the ongoing public health impacts? One explanation is that war heritage narratives leave little space for toxic heritage. At their most elemental, they are structured around the protagonists of soldier and nation state. Chronologically, war narratives focus, not unsurprisingly, on the era of armed conflict. And even when they address issues of environmental damage, which was a central part of World War I's devastating impacts, it typically follows a narrative arc of life, death, and rebirth, as illustrated in these stills from a 1921 silent film created to raise funds for France's post-war reconstruction. In 1914, a land of plenty, but now the earth itself is dead, and their swords shall be broken into plowshares. Like the bounded chronologies of World War I narratives, the spatial boundaries are also fixed. They focus on troop movements, battlefields, and the agonizingly slow shifting front line. Little attention is paid to the extensive and persistent legacy of war's ecological devastation, which recognizes no military territory. Seen at right is a post-war survey, and at lower left is a map of La Zone Rouge, as those areas damaged beyond repair were called. One consequence of war's narratives fixed chronological and spatial boundaries is that it resists the slow violence described by Rob Nixon. In France, for example, buried artillery shells have been corroding and leaching perchlorates, a component of fuses and propellant, into the soil and now groundwater. The accumulated effects of millions of shells over more than 100 years appears to correlate with patterns of increased incidence of digestive diseases such as Crohn's. This summary of the structures of war narratives on the left in red contrasts with narratives that more readily accommodate the story of our toxic heritage. Soldier versus diverse actors, nationalist militarism versus transformative justice, war years versus slow violence, human and male-centered versus ecocentric and feminist. There isn't time today to parse out the intricacies of this comparison, but it makes clear that it is not simply the choice of content, but the broader structural and ideological premises of traditional war heritage interpretation that deflect accounts of environmental harms. I would argue also that mining and industrial heritage sites have similar barriers, and I think this point intersects well with both Professor Jørgensen's and Dr. Kim's work. Environmental, in those cases, extractivism and the ongoing role of the protagonist of the hero worker or miner and the valor of technological innovators similarly resist the stories of environmental harm. Along with this sense of physical and narrative absence, it is useful to think about environmental amnesia as a psychological and a political concept. The basic idea of environmental amnesia, which is likely familiar, is that in both research projects and in daily life, people's experiences become the norm or baseline for their perceptions of the environment. Within the unfathomable scale and often undetectable pace of environmental degradation, the world people are born into becomes their sense of normal. In Indianapolis, for example, the combined sewer overflow system has pumped raw sewage into the urban waterways for over 100 years. Despite improvements in the health of the White River, signs warn against swimming or eating fish from its waters. And yet, last month, I took this picture of a family happily swimming in the river just downstream from one of the sewer outflows. An element of environmental amnesia is also the psychological strategy of survivance in the face of insurmountable risks. Loretta Lu's study of workers living in proximity to petrochemical plants in China revealed what she called the art of unnoticing, which she describes as, quote, a contrived form of ignorance that enables people to live with the reality of pollution and reclaim their agency in the face of the unavoidable. It's important to note that along with the psychology of environmental amnesia is the politics of memory. While some in frontline communities survive by practicing the art of unnoticing, others have been long-standing advocates and activists working to create healthy and safe places to live. But these voices are often stifled by the power dynamics of corporate extractivism and short-term governmental decision-making. For example, in Indianapolis, activist and artist Kayla Austin, Seen It Right, has been collecting oral histories of elderly residents of Norwood, the historically black neighborhood which has been in the shadow of the Coke plant, Seen It Left, for more than 100 years. Another dynamic of the politics of environmental amnesia are the forces suppressing the memory of environmental damage, whether inadvertently or for personal gain. Scott Frickel and James Elliott's study of 3 American cities demonstrated some of the factors. They argue that churning, their term for the rapid turnover of both industries and residences, disrupts the transmission of site histories so that new occupants aren't aware of past activities and environmental legacies in their neighborhoods. This churning is compounded by the incentives for local elected officials to make short-term decisions for political benefit, rather than address long-term problems or plan for sustainable futures. The absence and narratives observed in these case studies are obviously part of a broader discourse about toxicity. Klaus Kirchel's historiography of human toxic interactions is useful here. He suggests that there have been 4 periods of human toxic interaction. The first he characterizes as a period when industrialists, planners, and medical professionals crafted a medical legal discourse that normalized toxic exposures. For example, some of the early case law for environmental impact involved suits by Cornish farmers about the effects on their livestock of the local arsenic works, whose ruins are seen at right. Second phase, in the face of growing citizen complaints in the 19th century, especially about air pollution, authorities invested in technologies such as taller chimneys and cleaner boilers to solve toxic hazards. In the third phase, beginning in the late 19th century, people tried to establish safe boundaries for toxic practices. Food, medicines, and occupational exposures were measured to establish acceptable and unacceptable levels of toxicity. There was also a growing awareness of and anxiety about the toxic interconnectedness of humans with their environment and the level of toxic contamination at local, regional, and global scales. Especially after World War II, people became concerned about chemically contaminated food and bodies, as well as radioactive fallout. Controversies such as the effects of DDT and thalidomide continued to undermine public trust in official safety claims. Fourth, despite the mainstreaming of environmental values, the most recent period is characterized by fragmentation and divisions about what and how to regulate. The second half of the 20th century also saw an increased attention to the injustices of disadvantaged communities living disproportionately with toxic burdens. We're also coming to understand the pervasiveness and permanence of toxic exposures, such as from so-called forever chemicals and the growing awareness of endocrine disruptors. So in the face of that dire chronology of toxicity, let me turn now to activism. Environmental activism has been an important movement globally for decades, but where and what is the role of activism in this intersection of environmental harm and heritage? How can heritage intervene in the face of absence, amnesia, and the current fragmentation, churning, and political presentism? I suggest that heritage can operate strategically in this era of ecological crisis to address these very issues. Heritage can make visible absent toxicity. It can amplify voices of affected communities. It can historicize the present, providing context that connects long-standing structural and systemic issues. Participatory heritage practices, already referenced this morning, can bring communities and audiences into conversation with the issues and with each other in ways that incentivize action and change. Do you recall the Designing Brilliance exhibit of those stunning Gorham silver pieces I showed earlier? While it was on display, artists Holly Ewald and Becky Davis mounted a counter exhibit entitled Unpolished Legacies in a downtown Providence gallery, less than a mile from the RISD Museum. The exhibit responded to the broader history of Gorham and its impacts on the environment and on the people who live with its contamination. It included this series of signs created by local high school students entitled Gorham Punished Us. Memory practices are not dualistic. It's not simply a matter of absent versus present, forgetting versus remembering. More important are whose voices are heard and how their stories are being used. These images from a toxic tour of the Ironbound district in Newark, New Jersey, exemplified the nuance and depth that activist heritage can bring to bear. Organizers from the Ironbound Community Corporation bring people to places they wouldn't otherwise see. The tour guide weaves together the stories of waste, commerce, crime, politics, and in Newark, those two are often connected, as well as public policy, to convey the complex history and politics that have shaped the highly contaminated port city. Another facet of activist heritage is that in the face of erasure and deflection in official narratives, toxic heritage often travels in unsanctioned ways and is preserved in hidden archives. Love Canal provides an example of public memory practices that persist and circulate even with the absences in local heritage institutions. In addition to the widely known books and documentaries, are homemade YouTube videos, Facebook groups for Love Canal survivors, an Atlas Obscura site, tags on Google Maps. Ignored by the official heritage museums, Love Canal is richly crowd-curated nonetheless. Hidden archives of toxic heritage can reveal the contours of affected communities in surprising ways. In France, démineurs are officially tasked by the army with responding to and disposing of accidental finds of the millions of buried shells. But many others, such as farmers and forest workers, also risk exposure. An employee of the French National Forest Service shared with me a copy of a handbook at Wright describing the physical effects of different chemical agents. And this handbook has been shared among the workers so that they can recognize their symptoms if exposed. He told me of a coworker who drove himself to the emergency room following an accidental exposure and was able to tell doctors which chemical agent he had been in contact with so they could treat him appropriately. While the environmental legacies of World War I are largely absent in war museums, frontline workers preserve and share relevant archival knowledge. Some activist archives are more prominent. Robin de Bois is a small, non-governmental French organization that draws attention to a range of environmental issues. They mobilize history in a variety of ways, including marking anniversaries, tracking underwater deposits of munitions over time, and in true French fashion, in political cartoons. In the case of Indianapolis's dry cleaning toxic heritage, the story is not told in the city's formal heritage institutions, but there is a rich orally transmitted archive among the close network of dry cleaning workers. There's also a material and visual record in the city's architectural landscape and in photo archival collections, although not necessarily conceived as connected to environmental history. Not surprisingly, few people know about Tuckman's, one of the largest dry cleaning contamination Superfund sites in the country. In the face of absence and amnesia about Indy's dry cleaning heritage, however, my colleagues and I have created a number of projects to raise awareness and to invite people into conversation about the history of the Tuckman site. We created a story map and website. We participated in a chat Bluebird Fest in which presenters were invited to share their research in a 15-tweet thread, which is a challenge for overly verbal academics. We wrote a chapter, which is part of an open access volume, Toxic Heritage, and I show it because it is, we raised the funds, so it's downloadable for free. I encourage you to check it out. A number of people have contacted me saying that they learned about the Tuckman site through our public scholarship. In at least one case, the person has gotten involved in local activism, organizing a group to monitor the construction of a new public housing unit within the contaminated site's borders. In response to the absence and amnesia of World War I post-conflict ecological damage, my colleague Ann Herzog and I organized a day-long gathering at CY Advanced Studies in Paris. We brought together academics, activists, tourism professionals, filmmakers, and museum curators to explore the issues. Part of the day was spent generating ideas for interventions to address the toxic legacies of war as part of French war memory practices. Artistic activism is emerging as one of the most effective strategies at the intersection of memory, heritage, and environmental harms. In the case of Mashpog Pond in Providence, artist Holly Ewald was invited to work with local school children to reimagine the signage for warning people about the pond's pollution. She helped students research the history of the pond and its meanings to different cultures in the neighborhood. The kids then developed the sign at Wright, including multiple languages spoken by the local residents. The project was such a success that Ms. Ewald developed it into a 10-year project, including community collaborative research and art making, culminating each year in an urban pond procession. Another active application of an activist approach is deploying participatory heritage techniques. Drawing again from our Indianapolis work, we have developed a project called Indie Toxic Heritage to support community storytelling and develop a community co-curated exhibit and programs. The story collecting techniques have included oral history interviews, a series of workshops for facilitated storytelling and art making, and a crowdsourced digital archive. The Indie Toxic Heritage Pollution, Place, and Power exhibit is actually opening next Friday, a week from tomorrow. It will travel to city park sites during this summer and fall, and we're offering public programs to engage audiences in the history and the issues it raises. The exhibit venues are significant because these city parks are in neighborhoods highly impacted by pollution. They're also telling of the place of heritage in addressing environmental harms. Early in the project, we approached the Indiana State Museum about collaborating on the exhibit, and they declined. For those of you who've never visited Indianapolis, you might be interested to know that the museum lies in direct sight of our state office buildings and Capitol, the home of our supermajority Republican state legislature. It was someone from this elected body who just a few years ago called the museum and asked them to remove a climate change banner they had hanging on the building. In contrast, when we approached the parks director, the first Black woman to hold the office, she immediately and enthusiastically agreed to partner on the exhibit. The politics of memory are real. These examples of activist participatory heritage point to the power and possibility of heritage in this age of ecological crisis. It is but a small sample of the many artists, scholars, tourism workers, environmentalists, and community members who are harnessing memory practices to tell the stories of toxic heritage and make a difference in the future health of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kryder-Reid, for such a wonderful presentation. And in the audience, if you have any questions, raise your hand.
Thank you very much. Actually, your talk reminds me of some East European toxic sites. In the 1960s, 70s, you can see the Ukrainians were bathing just in front of the sewage of these from the nuclear power plant. Because these waters, after having cooled this atomic reactor, they are very warm, right? And they are just flowing into the river directly. And so people were just bathing in front of the huge, but perhaps people didn't know. They were totally ignorant of the side effect of this polluted water after having cooled this atomic reactor. But also, just after the Chernobyl, there was a transnational the medical doctor research team who did a research on the relationship between the some different cancers and the Chernobyl. But in 1995, according to the Polish newspaper, American government intervened in making these reports not public because it may have the influence. For example, Ismail, right? You had this sort of minor the nuclear accident in the United States. So United States government was afraid of that people can sue government if that the report was published. Means that actually all these toxic sites are really, really interconnected. So I mean that my question is, do you see any possibility of making this local activism based on the local sites, toxic sites, into a sort of transnational global memory activism or global activism based on the interconnectedness between different toxic sites? Was there any such an effort in your experience in making this, encouraging this activism? Yeah.
Yeah. Am I on? So two things. One, I absolutely acknowledge this naming of intentional suppression of memory. There's so many cases where either because of governmental interests or corporate interests, the damage is intentionally suppressed. So thank you for raising that important point. Regarding, and I loved the opening comments about this is an opportunity to deterritorialize and to think in terms of planetary heritage. I think there is actually amazing work going on. Gatherings like this are testimony, people coming from multiple countries who are already working in collaboration. There is, I don't know if you know the Coalition of Depot. I always forget how the acronym goes. It's basically looking at post-industrial societies and making those connections across anywhere where there was industry in terms of, it's not just their toxic environmental harm, but also memory. And I think, frankly, the effort that I did with Sarah May, we very much wanted to reach out so it's global. I think we got 6 out of 7 continents represented. We didn't have anybody working in the Antarctic. And one of the things that was striking in putting this book together was the similarities, whether somebody is working in, Bolivia or Ukraine, in the UK or in Oceania, that whether the heritage people are making the connections or not, the people living with the impacts of these pollutions understand them. So I think it's a tremendously ripe, rich area to make these transnational connections. Whether heritage, in my experience, our local institutions have not had the courage to tackle it. That we've found working with these kind of heritage adjacent organizations. But at the same time, this kind of grassroots tourism, people making their own handheld GoPro tours or counter narratives where they're leading, to me it doesn't, maybe the institutions will catch up, but as long as the conversations are happening, it's still exciting work.
Is it working? Oh yeah, okay. So thank you for this fantastic presentation. I really like how you mapped out the systemic connections between the different things, the community, the heritage, the toxic waste, etc. We recently had a conference organized by NATO where we looked at brownfields in Ukraine, because obviously, however this will gonna end, we will have like hundreds of brownfields, and most of these and many of the sites that you have presented could be labeled as sort of brownfields, I guess. So the idea is, how can we understand better the heritage dimension of brownfields? Because often it is, for me, it seems to be neglected, or it comes into the play very lately, when suddenly they discover somehow that there's also a heritage relevance. So we work together with, you might know him from Toronto University, Christopher de Souza, an urban planner. They did a lot of brownfield regeneration because there are so many in Canada and the US. In Europe, we are just only like discovering this concept of brownfields. But the idea is, in my mind, cultural heritage always is a system. And this system is made of things, of people, of practices, of values. So we try to develop a tool that you can use like as a quick assessment tool for any brownfields to understand the heritage dimension. And I think there is not only this idea, this moment of preservation in it, there's also this moment that when we know the heritage that is relevant at a brownfield, we can also use it for regeneration. It can be a very important starting point for regeneration. And I think we are maybe at the beginning of connecting these different approaches. So when you use this term of environmental amnesia, I was thinking maybe we also have some heritage amnesia at some brownfields. Would you agree to that?
Absolutely, and that start with the idea of contested heritage. Sometimes when I'm talking with general audiences, I talk about heritage as the stories we want to tell about ourselves. So contested, difficult, dark heritage, toxic heritage, that's not what we want to celebrate. That's often, there's culpability, there's harm, there's complicity. If you're part of a consumer capitalist culture, you're part of the problem. But I think there are incredible opportunities, just as there have been in the US, for looking at our dark racialized histories and finding ways to make those spaces of dealing with painful topics, but also spaces to come together and talk about them and work towards reconciliation and healing. I think there's similar opportunities for environmental harms. One of the things that I've been impressed by in getting to know other people working on these issues is especially around, you mentioned Ukraine and thinking about war, post-conflict ecologies, is that it's not just the place where the damage is, that there's these extraordinary through lines of where are the source materials being mined for these weapons? Where are the industrial plants where they're being produced? Where are they being dropped? Then you have the whole the rubble. Where are these things being taken and mined? There's a scholar who's worked on kind of cement as part of all of this in ways. So absolutely affirming your sense that it's systemic, but it's also just not that brownfield. It's all the ways the interconnection is global as well.
Thank you so much, Liz. Great talk here. And so it was really curious hearing about Love Canal and the fact that there is not anything except this one memorial that is officially sanctioned, considering, as you rightly point out, its centrality in the developing of major environmental policy. And so I was wondering what you think the cause of that is. Why did that happen? Because of course all of the community was moved away, but it sounds like there's at least some attempts at digital communities that get made. But so I wondered if it was the relocation of the people, or if it was directly, you think, something about the community, Buffalo not wanting this bad mark, or what would lead that to this outcome. And I'm thinking particularly here actually along the nuclear lines at Fukushima, where they have tours that happen by a kind of an activist group of locals who made these tours. Now, I mean, they work with the power plant company, so you go on the power plant part with the official narrative, and then you're out and you're in the places, the towns that got destroyed, and you get very much the environmental justice aspect. So why that didn't happen at Love Canal, and if you have any ideas.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I interviewed the largely volunteer staff at the little local historical society, and their explanation was it's sort of not my problem, because
you know, it sort of falls between two counties, and but it was clear that it was not a story they wanted to tell, that they felt ownership of in any way. I also talked with the director of the Buffalo History Museum, which is a quite large, you know, formal institution. And there I think it was in some ways much more interesting that, you know, we're a history museum, and that's a science, that's an environment issue, you know, that they had that kind of disciplinary blinders. Where I think probably more telling is, and this is one of the challenges, that whole Niagara County is still very much fueled by chemical industry. It's not like it was some isolated one-off incident. And in fact, one of the challenges for the Love Canal survivors who were trying to get, who had sued for financial compensation, was when they looked at their studies, you know, of the health impacts, it wasn't that much different from the county, the rest of the county, but the rest of the county is filled with the same kind of chemical dumps and exposures. So it's one of those things that to, you know, talk about the one, you know, to pick the scab of that one site would really raise issues that are much bigger. And in France, where I kept, you know, like, where's the EPA? Where's the environmental activists? Like, why is nobody talking about this in broad spit and ecological harm? And one of the explanations that people working very close to the front line said is, if they acknowledge this one, they have to acknowledge the 120 other sites, and it's so massive, nobody wants to be that one whistleblower, that everybody's passing it along. And my understanding is French bureaucracy is very good at deflecting responsibility.
Okay, if you have more questions, but we will have a roundtable session at the end of, after Professor Sang-Hyun Kim's presentation, so you still have some time for questions. Okay, thank you so much for your passionate participation. Now we are having short break for having some coffee and snack. So if you go outside, there's a snack, but it's not allowed to have have snacks here. So enjoy your break and some food outside the hall. And thank you, and we will see you on 11:25. enjoy the coffee and some small finger food, and we are going to resume the next presentation shortly. So I hope that you have a seat very soon. Okay, now we are going to have another wonderful talk by Professor Sonia K. from Bates University. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Peak. She's from Bates University, and Professor Peak is specialized in environmental politics, cultures, and governance in Europe and South America. Please give another round of applause for our wonderful presentation.
All right, well, thank you so much. Hello, and thank you for coming. 안녕하세요. 그리고 와주셔서 감사합니다. I'm Sonia Peak. Thank you. I'm Sonia Peak, a faculty member in the Environmental Studies program at Bates College in Maine in the United States. And I want to begin by thanking the Institute for Critical Global Studies at Sogang University, and especially Professor Sang-Hyun Kim, for the invitation to speak here this day, Ms. Sung-hee Hong and Ms. Soo-yoon Kim for being amazing organizers, so thank you again. All the many other people who helped organize this event and work to make our presence possible here today. So my talk today is based on my recently completed book, and in the broadest possible framing, Mnemonic Ecologies argues that there are indelible connections between memory and the natural world. So the book and my argument assumes that any landscape is a palimpsest, a many-layered thing built from sediments of meaning as well as human and ecological memory. So if these happen to be landscapes that conservationists wish to protect or restore, then questions around which layers are considered more valuable, which are made visible, and which are hidden become not just ecological but also political considerations. And I think the previous two talks already illustrated that very well. In landscapes that are marred by war, violence, and death, this becomes especially poignant and consequential. So my case here is the former border between East and West Germany, but the argument is a global one given the presence of violence in our world, something on all our minds these days, I imagine, and the wounded spaces so many communities inhabit. So in terms of my outline, I will talk a bit about the inter-German borderlands, the past, the traumatic past that created them, and the Greenbelt today. I want to introduce mnemonic ecologies as a concept and a framework. I want to talk a little bit more as, in terms of mnemonic ecologies as offering natural archives. I want to talk about the border landscape and the grief and loss that permeate it. I want to explain a little bit why there is resistance to conservation in this space and what can be done to address it, and how can conservation do the kind of memory work that I think is needed here. I will end with a consideration of global mnemonic ecologies to think much more broadly about the argument here. So the origins of the Greenbelt and the inter-German border go back to the end of World War II, when the Allies partitioned Germany and the Soviet Union laid claim to Germany's eastern section, which you see here on the right in orange at the top. And from the 1950s through the 1980s, the German Democratic Republic, East Germany, with Soviet support, created one of the most formidable militarized borders in the world. So to build the border, 160,000 people were forcibly relocated. About 300 towns and villages were destroyed on the East German side. The death count across 40 years of division, somewhere around 800 to 1,000. It's much debated, that number. But it was a landscape of violence, of grief and loss. The highways were cut, trade was cut, the border region became isolated and economic decline was rapid, and people in the east lost access to family members in the west. It got pretty quiet near the border. And a couple of photographs here to illustrate this. The top right picture and the bottom left are images from those displacement relocation operations that the East German government launched. The image on the bottom right is actually a very famous picture. It's actually from the Berlin Wall. After the East German border guards in Berlin had just shot somebody in the back, killed him. This is and carrying his lifeless body, somebody who tried to escape into West Germany. So as I mentioned, the border was a very sophisticated, militarized strip running through the middle of Germany. And just to illustrate, so in this image, on the right corner, right upper corner is East Germany, and the bottom left corner is West Germany. And so you can imagine somebody, this is obviously a summary diagram. Not every part of the border looked like this and had this much going on, but it's a summary of the kinds of technologies that were present. And so if you're imagining somebody in East Germany wanting to escape to the West, it helps you understand the kind of technologies and the kind of violence they would encounter to try and escape. One of the most iconic elements of the border is this border fence that runs diagonally across this diagram. That did not constitute the geographical border of East Germany. If somebody managed to climb this metal fence, there was still about half a kilometer that they had to run to get to the actual demarcation line into West Germany. So before the wall fell in 1989 in Germany, it had become clear to environmentalists on both sides that the border region, emptied as it was of people and economic activity, had become a refuge, strangely enough, for many of Germany's endangered plant and animal species that were being displaced by industrial agriculture and urban expansion elsewhere. And of particular interest was what is shown on the left side of this diagram, those spaces mostly left to their own devices while the border was in place. So when, again, in 1989, the border fell, the wall fell, both West and East German conservationists resolved to create a protected area from these borderlands, and they called it the Green Belt. So today, the Green Belt, we can actually think of that very literally, runs like a green band through what is in much of Germany a very domesticated or industrialized landscape. So we see here in this image the green belt showing up as a mosaic-like structure, ecologically more complex structure than the monoculture fields on each side, and giving animals some kind of habitat. It offers the ability for animals and plants to an extent to migrate and to move through a kind of a landscape that otherwise would harbor very little biodiversity. So the green belt can be very narrow in places. In some places it's actually disrupted, and so the work has been to connect and create a belt that runs undisrupted from the Baltic Sea through Germany all the way over to the Czech border. This is the flip side almost of the green belt. So this is the green belt running through forest, and I think here you can see some elements still of the former border infrastructure running, but here the effort is, where previously the effort was to create more trees, more structure. Here the effort is almost, the management is flipped, and you're trying to maintain an open space, because in this open space for 40 years while the border was in place, animals settled that are rare in Germany that love this open space. And so you're trying to maintain for the greatest amount of biodiversity. So it's an interesting kind of project that oddly enough, maintains the border, right? It's a green form of a border, but it maintains it in a different way. So the Greenbelt today is overseen by the German NGO Bund. It's, in English, it would be the Friends of the Earth. It's a non-governmental organization. And then Germany has a series of federal states who are also participating in the conservation of the Greenbelt lands. And it's overseen by the NGO and the federal states. There is some portion of land that is still in private hands, which means that it lacks official protection. It could mean that those are farmers who have repurchased their families' ancestral lands and are holding on to them and insisting that they want to control what happens on these lands, so they are not offering conservation, no protection. But the exciting thing about the Greenbelt is that because it runs kind of arbitrarily through Germany, it also runs through about 109, this has been cataloged, 109 different habitat types, and it connects about 150 already existing protected areas. So it often gets talked about using the sort of the imagery or the metaphor of a pearl necklace, right? It's the string that connects already the existing pearls, the already existing conservation spaces. So at the core of my argument is that when we conserve landscapes that are layered, so layered in terms of their histories of inhabitation, layered in terms of land use, in terms of militarization, trauma, and loss, then we have to attend to questions of memory as well. There are new paradigms in ecology that already encourage us to think about scale and shape differently, about change and flux rather than balance and stasis. And it's also becoming increasingly recognized that conservation isn't just about, quote unquote, implementing the science, right? It's about values and ethics and difficult decision making, right? Whose ecological vision counts and why? So that opens up, in turn, consideration of both human and more than human histories, right, of senses and traces of the past. Memory studies helps us think about the qualities of memory, whether the memory is individual, whether that memory is collective, maybe that memory is broader still, it's cultural, and what role trauma, emotions, and healing have for people and their relationships. So, to me, that urges a question, right? So what practices and obligations should flow from this consideration, and what are the implications for conservation work in layered landscapes, right? What is the potential for ecological as well as social healing through and with conservation, right? The book that I wrote is directed in part at a scholarly community, but more than anything, I am trying to speak to conservationists, right? Ecological people who are on the science end of ecological praxis. So the German experiment has been running for about 3.5 decades now, and it has had to confront significant resistance to the project, especially in its earlier phases, and that compelled or forced ecologists to take a harder look at their science-driven approach to acknowledge the landscape's troubled past and the lingering trauma of former East Germans. So the way I think about mnemonic ecologies is rather broad, and it occurs across a number of different dimensions. I think of mnemonic ecologies as the result of very explicit commemorative practices, right? So human beings may create sacred groves. Human beings may create certain kinds of cemeteries, certain kinds of places that are important to them, right? So nature forms part, right? Even a flower bouquet might be an expression, or a wreath of flowers that you place on somebody's grave is an expression of using ecological elements for a commemorative practice, right? But mnemonic ecologies are bigger than that, right? They're also the accidental effect of prior human lives. So it can happen that you might be walking in what you think is a national park, and all of a sudden you see an overgrown orchard. There are traces of apple trees here. This used to be farmland, or if you live in New England in the United States, you find low stone walls in the middle of a forest, and it used to be sheep pasture. That's now overgrown, so it could be something like that. Mnemonic ecologies also exist across the longue durée, right, long time. So they could be long-term legacies of past land use or disturbance made relevant today. We know that the ancient Romans logged and farmed in ways that even today in Europe influence what can be planted where. You can see those plant communities show up in strange places. Archaeology is always very interested in patterns of grass growth that show where there used to be human inhabitation, right? But I also think it's important to add, right, and I think I'm already beginning to emphasize that, mnemonic ecologies may be more than human, they can be other than human, right? We are realizing as humans, we tend to think human beings are the only ones capable of remembering or of memory or sentience, and that is being busted every single day. That paradigm is being broken down, right? We know that non-human animals also are capable of remembering. We're actually even realizing that plants can remember in a particular way. So can we imagine mnemonic ecologies being the result of non-human animals remembering, right? Decades later, deer in the Czech Republic refused to cross what was the border once. They remember that the fence does not exist anymore, and they still, the does, teach their little ones not to cross because there used to be minefields, and so there's a intergenerational memory among deer. Wow. And lastly, mnemonic ecologies are patterned by emotions, and I think this will become clearer as I go on, right? So mnemonic ecologies are patterned by and scaffolded by grief and trauma and loss, right? But they could easily, memory is also prismatic. It could be joy and love and hope that animates this kind of interaction. So I want to move on to talk a little bit about mnemonic ecologies and what this actually looks like on the ground, what we can find on the Greenbelt. And the first pit stop will be the village of Yazo. So the East German government, as I already mentioned, razed villages, destroyed villages when it put the border in, right? And some of those villages are gone and were gone and are gone entirely, and some even today remain in a ruined state. And so the medieval village of Yazo, which goes back in the documentation to 1375, was destroyed in the 1970s and is in the process of becoming something else, something new as ecological processes take over. And one can visit this largely uncurated site of the Greenbelt, and one can in fact walk amongst the ruins in intimate contact with lives, past lives and present ecologies. So here we see some remainders of the wall of an old farmhouse, an old building in the middle, right? And the trees have sprouted up around it. On the far right, you see that is that iconic metal border fence that is rotting, it is rusting, it also is becoming something else. So decay and emergence, they produce a kind of forgetting, but forgetting one version of the past opens up new possibilities for recollection, interpretation, and explanation. So here's another picture from Yazo. This tree was used during the days of the partition as a sniper hideout, right? So an East German border guard would climb up these steps into the tree and sit there waiting to see whether there was an East German trying to escape and try to shoot them, right? They had an order to shoot to kill. And it's interesting how the tree was used for this martial ballistic purpose, but today, that tree on the right, you see that tree is wrapping itself around the steel in a healing effort, right? It is scarred, but it is healing itself, right? It's not disappearing the violence of the steel, but it is turning it into something else, right? So the ruined form is merged with ecological materials as it scars over. So again, I want to emphasize that nature too is a mnemonic agent, right? It's participating in coping and reckoning with the past, right? And opening up new kinds of futures. So you do get a sense of loss through these ruins, and it might make it easier to understand why conservationists' attempts at shaping this land according to their wishes produces resistance among local people, right? So when conservationists come in and they basically now declare that this ruin of Yazo becomes a protected area for conservationist purposes, what about the descendants of the people who used to live there? What is their story, right? So under the East German government, privately owned land, right? Prior to 1945, 1949, right? The land that today constitutes the border was owned by families. It was mostly farmland, and it was taken away from them, right? So privately owned land on or near the border was expropriated, made East German for the state property. And so people in former East Germany are especially attached to land. And so here are some photographs from one of the most widely covered demonstrations. And on the left in German, you see 40 years of the border is enough, right? So a reference to, this is a protest against conservation in the Greenbelt. And so you see that there's an immediate reference to the partition and expropriation. And then the big sign on the right says, Greenbelt conservation ? Okay, but this hurts. And on the far right, expropriation in secret against our will. So I've done years of ethnographic work, especially interviews, and I summarize the resistance this way. So especially farmers are worried that conservation is imposed from above without local participation, that conservation is going to just justify a new form of expropriation, but now it's going to be green expropriation rather than red expropriation. That's sort of the language that is used. And I've heard from a range of other actors all along the Greenbelt at various levels that conservation focused solely on biodiversity and ecology, the way that it was rolled out the first decade or two, dehistoricizes the borderlands and the violence there. It just erases the victims of the GDR, and conservationists, for many locals who actually experience the border, the threat of it, the violence of it, the imposition on their lives, they're just tired of conservationists wanting to maintain a border that they want to disappear already. They want that border gone. So confronted with these needs and demands, German Greenbelt conservationists are working hard to weave memory, both human and ecological memory, into their work, and their work has shifted in response. So I want to talk a little bit about what that means before I move on to global mnemonic ecologies and then close out. So if we look at the farmer protest in the Eichsfeld, which is what I just showed you, the photographs, a couple of alternative approaches have emerged, right? One is participatory mapping. The other one is the importance, the centrality of one-on-one conversations. And so I want to talk about each of them. So discussions were held at the farms themselves. So this is conservationists trying to understand. They were really caught off guard by these protests. Like, we don't understand. Why are people so resistant? Isn't it wonderful that the Greenbelt, this flourishing, this life after death, isn't that a wonderful memorial to the past? Why are people just so intransigent? So discussions were held at the farms themselves, right? So the conservationists didn't ask people to come to their offices. They went out and talked to the farmers themselves. The meetings were open to the entire community. There were maps of the conservation management plan that were reprinted in big format. Usually these maps are tiny, tiny print, and they're very technical and very hard to read for anybody who's not a scientist. These maps were blown up to big format. The obscure numbering system was replaced with multicolored labels, very user-friendly, and the different colors indicated which ecological changes were being proposed on or near whose land. And then the participants could then indicate their response again, and they took colored stickers, right? So they put the stickers down, green for approval, yellow for, well, I'm undecided, I could be convinced, I'm not entirely sure, and then red for I really disagree. I don't want you to conserve this land in this way, right? I don't. And so that created conversation, that created discussion. Farmers felt like there was no imposition from above. They felt that they had some kind of voice. I spoke with some of those farmers who participated in this process, and they said it created trust, transparency, legibility, and it gave people a sense of collaboration and control. Again, keeping in mind, this is in the context, this is in a post-partition society, right? This is in a context of a post-socialist society where people did not have a sense of control for decades. And so the sense of the mistrust of authority, the mistrust of the state, which for many East Germans is represented by conservation, not necessarily justifiably, but that tends to get merged. This was a really, really important moment. So I spoke with some of the conservationists who were doing this work, and she said, all we did was get into the car. It's not complicated. I was trying to empathize. I was like, this work must be very hard. And she was like, well, it's not that hard. All we did was get into the car. We drove there. We talked to people. No big mediators or facilitators were needed. Just lots of one-on-one conversations. It was less threatening, more human. And here's the kicker, right? What really surprised us was how much need for conversation people had. It was almost like therapy. We really just listened to what people recounted about how things were back then. So in the context of reunification in Germany, that is a very troubled process. It is an ongoing process, and the way that reunification worked, and I'm happy to talk more on the Q&A about it, is that it's generally seen that West Germany imposed itself on the East. And so there was very little control East Germans had, and there was not a lot of listening, let's just put it that way. So in addition to participatory mapping and on top of these one-on-one conversations, let me show you just one more example, this time of a storyteller. So again, we're interested here in how do you weave memory into considerations of conservation. So another example of how Greenbelt conservation has become more aware of the need to attend to memory is this. So Mario Goldstein, himself a former East German, so that's really important, he is an East German, imprisoned by the GDR state police in the 1980s after an escape attempt. He's famous in Germany for his adventure travels, and he makes these nature documentary films. And so with sponsorship from the Greenbelt Conservationist NGO, he spent some time traveling to various locations along the former border. He wrote a book, which you see here, the cover and an excerpt from it. And he made a documentary TV series about it that was shown on German television and had very high ratings. So in the book, Goldstein's journal entries detail his personal healing and reconciliation with the past as he spends, and you can see this on the cover, his solitary days walking alongside the former border. So I apologize, I tell my students never put a slide on with a lot of text, but I figured it's probably easier for people to follow along if I have the text here. This is the most text-heavy slide you will get. But I think it's important, so his journal entries are talking about his individual memory initially, and then his collective, the realization that healing is collective. Being alone for hours, sometimes even days, puts me in an almost meditative state. I see the thoughts come and go, I give them space, and in the moments of reconciliation, I feel that all past pain simply takes time until it is finally overcome. After all, I haven't been at this border for over 28 years. That is repression in its purest form. Sometimes I feel like I've been racing against myself, but in the end, no one can escape from their own story. A recent conversation with another survivor of the border regime made me aware again that I share my pain with many other people, all of them linked to the Green Belt in their own way and who have their very own history with it. With every meter of this damned patrol road that I put behind me, my pain disappears. So from these sort of confessional moments, right, from this, the conservationists and Goldstein developed a live multimedia show that traveled all along the Greenbelt. So Goldstein would set up, and there would be an invitation for people to come, listen to a slideshow, listen to Mario Goldstein speak about this experience. People were already attuned. He's got a TV show. He's a famous man. And the great surprise was that what was to be a series of presentations, right, Mario Goldstein talking to the audience about his travels, essentially turned into, and this is not my word, this is the word of people I've spoken with, turned into group therapy and listening sessions all along the Greenbelt. So one of the NGO people I spoke with who organized these meetings said this multimedia workshop hosted by us was very, very gratefully accepted by local people. So for them to hear their stories and be shown the beauty of their own landscape, we had really good resonance. And this combination, she says, that you can basically get to the stories through nature and that you can get the generations to talk amongst each other. It also shows that people in such regions, they feel sort of left behind, and that we then get to talking and communicating and storytelling. That has something positive to it, that has potential. And I want to emphasize in this quotation, getting the generations to talk amongst each other was one of the core sort of realizations how important it is, right? We're now 35 years on from the reunification, and we have generations coming up who have no relationship to the experience. So being able to have this sort of intergenerational contact. So trauma is not just individual, but collective here, and healing trauma through remembrance is not simply an individual, but also a collective task. But landscapes of post-violence don't just exist in Germany, as you know, right, but are unfortunately scattered across the world. And so the need for mnemonic ecological approaches is urgent in many other places as well. So scholars have done this, when one maps areas of conflict with those of highest biodiversity, there is a staggering overlap. So while I address them primarily with a German context in mind, the nexus of ecology and memory, there's these points of connection, are a more universal concern. Let's not forget that some of the world's biodiversity hotspots have also been the settings of recent wars: Cambodia, Mozambique, Colombia, the Korean DMZ, the lands that form the United States as well. I speak about many different places in my book, but one particular quotation still stands out to me. Colombian communities displaced and traumatized by over 50 years of civil war have said of the peace process, and you may be aware, right, there's a peace agreement that was signed some years ago in Colombia, and so Colombia is trying to figure out how to come to restitution, reconciliation. But local communities have said of the peace process, and this is a direct quotation, "Without ecological restoration, there can be no social reparation." I want to repeat that because I think it's really important. Without ecological restoration, there can be no social reparation. There's been a recognition, and in some quarters it's come somewhat grudgingly, that among conservationists, I should say, especially among very science-based conservationists, right? There's been sort of an admission that local communities should be involved in the implementation of conservation measures and maybe even lead them. I take this as a basic premise in my book, but I'm speaking of something much deeper and broader. Conservation will require much more ambitious coalitions. To bring the painful past and traumatic memories into conservation, we must also look to historians, post-war documentation centers, mental health professionals, pastoral care workers, victims organizations, museums, artists, theater groups, storytellers, poets, and peacemakers. In other words, those who understand how to care for the living by honoring their dead. So within this framework, I return to the question, what practices and obligations should flow from this, and what are the implications for conservation work in layered landscapes? And is it possible to imagine a conservation praxis that heals not just ecologically, but also socially? So more narrow in terms of the application to Germany, things I realized, like I already said, conversation is absolutely crucial to conservation. Memory work is a core element and needs to be a core element of restoration and repair, right? Germans have words for this. They tend to be long words. Erinnerungsarbeit is memory work. Germans have been engaged in Erinnerungsarbeit, memory work, for decades, trying to reckon with the Nazi past, the Holocaust. More recently, they're starting to reckon with the outcome, the state socialism and the way in which reunification has been happening. Aufarbeitung is a very peculiarly German word. It means a critical interrogation of the past, often shame-inducing, reckoning with difficult things that happened. We need to attend to emotion yet again, right? Grief, anger, fear, but also joy and hope, right? So for instance, thinking about how do local people remember the good times, the nostalgia, right? Like maybe understanding what they loved about a place that they lost could give us the ingredients for a just future. We need plurivocal narratives. We've already heard of some examples here today, this morning, right? Plurivocal narratives to curate layered landscapes, not just a single story, right? And that ecologies themselves, as they scramble some conservationist plans, they have their own kind of agency that might point to other ways in which we might imagine mnemonic ecological connections. So in the book, I detail this at greater length, but I think that conservationists need to make a series of ethical and practical commitments to nature and the more than human in the way that I just spoke of, right? That nature, quote unquote, right, that's a dualistic assumption in the first place, but that it has agencies, right? It operates according to its own logic, and that logic is responsive to human presence, but there are ecological legacies in soil, in water, in bedrock, in atmosphere, in ecosystems, in plant and animal bodies that shape what will be possible for human beings, right? We've heard this morning of some toxic legacies that continue to matter and will continue to matter centuries, millennia into the future. We need to commit to people, right? Local people. Conservationists must recognize that people's present lives and their pasts matter. Their hurt and pain, their longings and yearnings, their hopes and dreams, their traditions, cultures, inventiveness and ideas, they matter materially, right? And especially so in places of past and present violence. We need to commit to, conservation needs to commit to local socio-ecologies. There needs to be some time to understand the ways in which landscapes are the result of both anthropogenic and non-anthropogenic effects, and ways in which human communities that live in a place often have very long histories of interacting with that place and shaping the ecological relationships there, and not always for the worse, sometimes for the better. We need to commit to dealing with emotions, right? Grief, loss, and anger are almost universal human experiences, but so are joy, gratitude, hope, and love, right? By attending to traumatic histories and place attachments, and thereby rooting individual and cultural memory and landscape, healing land and healing community become mutually reinforcing endeavors. So I see the Greenbelt's work increasingly moving into a more networked, multiplied labor of care, we might say. Care for land, certainly care for plants and animals, but also increasingly care for people and their haunted pasts. So this is, on the one hand, one could say, maybe more cynically, a pragmatic shift in response to the challenges of doing conservation and restoration work in a country that is as densely populated as Germany. But on the other hand, it is, and it ought to be, a moral and ethical move to create foundations of empathy, compassion, curiosity, and accountability, and it's tied to a critical awareness of how the past can be more expansively woven into the social fabric. So ultimately, mnemonic ecological work is about wounded places and their complicated recovery and transformation. It is about acts of violence and their ecological redemption, and about how memory is ecological and political at once. It's a meditation on trauma, loss, and return, and it is about how we heal the lands we love and thereby heal ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a resonating presentation. Now we have another 10 minutes for exchanging our thoughts.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I really love that you don't shy away from this personal dimension, also looking at the feelings of people. I think very often in heritage we miss this point totally, and we only talk about buildings and intrinsic values and things like that, so wonderful job. I was wondering that two things. So first of all, you touch upon a very critical point, because usually, especially in the World Heritage system, the communities are not involved in any case in the heritage making.
Yeah.
And only later, when it comes to heritage practice, a lot of pressure, and it's usually put to local government, is made that now you must involve the communities. But in the way that we make heritage, who says what is important,
That's right.
where are the limits of change, the communities are usually out. Yeah. So do you have any thoughts on that? First question. Second thought, I love also that you combine the trauma idea into it. I mean, in the GDR, there was a system that close to the border, only special institutions were usually allowed. So it was the home for the blind, the home for the children without any families anymore, and also the politically very strong related to the system people. I mean, they were only allowed to live close to the border, and the other people were excluded. So only that has caused trauma. But what is your concept of trauma that you are using? Because we have a lot of discussion in psychology and coaching about concept of trauma. It used to be this understanding that a single event can cause trauma, like war or accident, but now it seems to turn more into that it's also a constant things that can also lead to be trauma. It doesn't have to be a single event. So what is your concept that you're using?
Okay, so those are two really excellent questions. So let me see if I can keep this. So the first question about heritage, and so I'm coming out from outside of heritage studies. So heritage studies is not my field. I'm coming in from conservation studies and sort of the politics of conservation. There is a movement, so in conservation as well, but heritage, you have sort of the state-centered kinds of memorialization, and then you have vernacular forms of memorialization. So in the Balkans, for instance, which is still needing to reckon with the war and what happened there. But local people, there's a wonderful case study on how local people in one of the places where a massacre happened, hundreds of people in a village community were marched off and into a barn and basically summarily executed. And that village, every year, as a farming community, will plow a barren field. They won't plant anything, but that's become part of the community's ritual, to plow the field, to commemorate the season during which this happened, and to leave the field barren because the people who used to work it are gone. So there are these vernacular forms of commemoration, and I've read many, many studies, anthropological and in heritage studies, that point to the gaping chasm between the two. And you're absolutely, I would agree with you, that's my reading as well, that there's very little communication between the vernacular and the state-centered. And we see that happening in a number of post-conflict spaces, whether it's Cambodia or whether it's elsewhere, where there is very little conversation. I don't know, in different country contexts, the way in which that chasm can be bridged, that will need to be culturally and locally specific. In the United States, for instance, there has been increasingly a reckoning with it. Sort of the pulling down of Confederate statues may be the most recent example that perhaps many people have seen in the news. But there is there's a movement for public history. So trying to create, trying to harness and trying to listen to local people's needs and demands and wants, what needs to be commemorated here, and actually having what are called charrettes, community meetings, where people identify what might need to be commemorated here and begin to identify not necessarily a single narrative about what happened here, but actually have multiple narratives to make it clear to viewers that this may be contentious, right? So there is a movement for sort of a public history or a public memorialization in some places. In others, one of the examples I quote in the book, that I include in the book, is the Conservation Fund in the United States, which is an NGO that buys certain kinds of properties at market values and then actually resells it at a tiny fraction of the cost to local community organizations, passing that land on to community organizations for them to decide how to curate and commemorate the land. So one example would be to buy land near the Blackwater Refuge in the Chesapeake Bay, because local African American community organizations say this was land that was important to the Underground Railroad, and so there needs to be a curation that emphasizes and elevates that history. So I don't have a clear answer for you. I know that there are, in particular places, efforts afoot to try and close that, to try and emphasize local community experience, to emphasize the vernacular forms of memory. I should note, and maybe we can talk about it at the end of the day during the roundtable discussion, that there is a distinction to be made between memory, and I'm sure the heritage workers in the room will be much more familiar with this debate, but there's a distinction to be made between memory and history, right? And one is not the other, though they coexist. So that's a separate sort of thing. The notion of trauma, the second question you asked, I tend not to adhere to a closely clinical definition of trauma. I start there. But I think of trauma as something, it's a deep psychic wound. I think of it as trauma existing individually, but I actually, in this case, am thinking about collective or possibly even cultural trauma, so that there is a mnemonic community that holds onto a certain kind of deep psychic wound that might have happened recently or in the farther past, right? So it could be in the United States something like land theft, genocide, enslavement. It could be the Holocaust, talking about a mnemonic community. It could be all sorts of things. So I do tend to use a broader definition. It is troubling in some ways that trauma is, and so I've heard from a lot of people who are similarly troubled that the word trauma is being overused, and if you overuse it, it gets evacuated of meaning, right? That there is a distinction between being emotionally kind of uncomfortable and actually traumatized, and that there needs to be a distinction to be made. So I try not to do that. I don't think that when I speak of trauma that we're talking about people being upset about something, but that that's something deeper. But we can talk more about it,
Yeah, my question is perhaps a little bit weird. I mean, I think that nature does not conserve itself. It is humans who conserve nature, right? So when I just heard the mnemonic ecologies, I was thinking of Eva Domanska's and the Poznan School's approach to the Holocaust from the memory of the trees and the grasses. So their suggestion is just leave all the ruins. For example, in the extermination camp like Sobibor, they are against making certain monument. Okay, let just these trees and the grasses remember what happened here. So in a sense, it is not humans, but also these trees and greens who are actually a subject to an agency of remembrance. In this case of this, they call it environmental memory of the Holocaust.
Interesting.
And also in the case of Namibia, so Namibian people, this German genocide, Germans. I mean, in the remembrance of this native people in Namibia, they also have a certain tendency to leave the remembrance to the greens, trees and all these animals and So in a sense that still I'm not very much convinced about this, but very interesting approach to see that, okay, not only humans, but also this environment itself or ecology itself can be a subject of remembrance.
Yes.
Have you ever thought of this under the category of mnemonic ecology?
It's really interesting that you mention this. It's actually a pretty contentious debate in Germany, and I imagine it will be a contentious debate elsewhere, right? There's, I think historians, more probably we might call them positivist, who are saying the way to remember the German partition is archaeology. We need data. We need radar. We need to actually excavate. We need to preserve the material culture of the partition, and we need to fix the meaning, right? And I think this is in museum studies also something that's somewhat contentious, increasingly contentious. We need to fix the meaning of an artifact, and there's going to be a label on it, right? And it's going to be this animal is extinct and the facts, and right, there's not going to be a story about it, but the meaning is fixed. And if you leave it to like the ruins of Yazoo, there's a question here, right? Should this be curated? Should there be a fixed meaning attached to it? There currently is not. And then there's a question about whether there should be. Should there be an official story on this or not? Should there be a single story? Should there be multiple stories? Or should this just continue to grow over? And that's, I think, an important choice. At some point, somebody will need to make that choice, because right now it's identifiable as a set of ruins related to the partition, but give it another 50 or 100 or 150 years and it's not going to be clear. So I think one of the questions I have for the audience that I would love to get feedback on, because it's on my mind, is what are the intergenerational dimensions of this, right? Especially with slow violence, things that unfold over time. Do we fix meanings for future generations, right? Germans in 100 years, should they know what Yazoo was? Is it okay for nature to do that work for us? But nature will take it off into some place that will become unrecognizable at some point without some kind of narration or storytelling to it. So there's the unsteered nature of leaving it to the trees, or the, in a world that is being rapidly transformed by climate change. It's going to become potentially even more difficult to predict where things will go. But I think it's a really good, I think it's an open question, and I would love to hear what people would think about that. Like, to what extent do we leave that mnemonic work to non-human elements? To what extent do we want a story fixed for the future? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation. I'm really fascinated about how you talk about the intersection between landscape, conflict, post-conflict, and trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to ask a question about participatory approaches.
Yeah.
So especially, I really like the concept of landscape, because it's able to bring together the cultural and the natural component,
Mm-hmm.
as well as the people that contributed to shaping this landscape, and the dynamic component of it. And if we look, for example, at the European Landscape Convention, one part of it, it put a great emphasis about involving communities also in the definition of the landscape. What are the values that are associated with the landscapes?
Yeah.
And if we're looking at the dynamic component of it, how these values actually changes over time. I have a question about how to involve these people and communities.
Yeah.
And you quoted one of the interviewees saying, okay, this was not that difficult. We just, got into the car, went there and talked to people one-on-one. I was wondering, what do you think about it? Do you think it's that easy? And also, I am glad you mentioned the collective component as well as this value definition. And I think it's important to have this one-on-one conversation about how also do we deal with this more collective value associated to landscape, and how do we deal with the conflict across how different people perceive these values, and how do we need to take them into consideration in conservation, planning, and development processes.
So I could talk about this all day. I will not do that. I have 12 minutes and 20 seconds. So the person I spoke with whose quotation you read said, why do we have so many scientific staff? Why don't we have more people on the ground? So there is part of this work that is I will dare to say simply, a staffing issue, right? But it's not simple. An organization is structured in a way that reflects its philosophy and its way of doing things and its certain kind of paradigms, right? So in conservation, in global, international biodiversity conservation, most of the powerful conservation NGOs are staffed by scientists. And I've spoken with scientists who've just come out of graduate school who have had no training whatsoever in anthropology, in history, in sociology, in geography, whatsoever. It is strictly science. And so then we're surprised that organizations like that are incapable of imagining any kind of community involvement. So those are results of hiring decisions that reflect certain kinds of paradigmatic choices. So I think on some level it's about, and then one asks, if you think about it institutionally, what drives certain kinds of hiring decisions beyond ideology or an attachment to science is sort of severed from politics. But behind that are donors, right? Big foundations, governmental donors, the World Bank, the German government, who might provide money to hire certain types of people and not hire other types of people. So we can follow the money up and try and figure out what needs to change policy-wise to get more of these people I've mentioned, right? Mental health professionals into conservation. And why don't we? Why don't we have artists and storytellers in conservation organizations? We don't. They tend to be science-oriented. So I think there's work to be done on that level, on that institutional level. I think there's other work that's to be done in terms of, and then you ask a separate question about, especially in post-violent landscapes, you have often deep divisions between people who were on opposite sides of a conflict, and then you're trying to bring them together on a joint project. Again, why do conservation organizations not work with truth and reconciliation commissions and post-war documentation centers and historians and so on, and local organizations, right? Those exist already in Colombia, Mozambique, Cambodia. In many cases, those institutions exist, and conservation organizations are not doing the work of reaching out to them. So I think there's also, again, sort of a hesitation to do that. So I could talk more, but I think on some level these are institutional, like calcified institutional structures, and in terms of what's expected by the donors who want results, and the results need to be measurable and quantifiable. They want reports. This is part of sort of the neoliberalism of conservation, right? They want audits and reports and measurable outcomes. And healing is not an easily measurable outcome, right? You can, a measurable outcome is, what is the reproductive rate of the jaguar, or how many elephants do we have in Botswana today over, compared to the last 20 years ago? Those are quantitative measures. Trying to talk about pedagogy and healing and alleviating trauma and stress is hard. I wouldn't say it's impossible to measure, it's harder to measure. So, yeah, lots more to be said.
Okay, so we are reaching the time. So we still have the time for extended thought on the roundtable time. So okay, so this is the time for the lunch, and the sandwiches are already ready. So help yourself and also enjoy the neighbor.
Thank
and
you.
we will resume our presentation and 1:45 p.m. Thank you very much.
your lunch very well. It was a big portion, but yeah, I think you enjoyed it. And I'm the moderator and also timekeeper for the afternoon session. My name is Jie-Hyun from the Critical Global Studies Institute, Sogang University. It is very honored to moderate these fantastic sessions. We will now begin our afternoon session, and please take your seats and ensure that your mobile phones are switched to silent mode. And then I will introduce our first presenters for the afternoon session. Professor Rohan D'Souza. He is a professor at the Graduate School of Asian and African Area Studies at Kyoto University, and he is the author of Drowned and Damned, Colonial Capitalism and Flood Control in Eastern India. His area of research and teaching broadly deal with concerns in environmental history, environmental politics in the Anthropocene and technology studies. Please welcome.
Sorry, this one is next. Okay, sorry. You should have seen that. Okay, sorry. All right. Yeah, I'm generally very loud. Do I need the mic? Okay. Okay, all right, yeah, okay. I mean, this size room, I have a voice. All right, let me start by actually thanking the organizers for being so generous and kind and inviting me. I've never been to Seoul before, and when I got the invite, I, very quickly said yes so that you wouldn't change your mind. I am not from heritage studies, nor am I really conversant with museum studies either. I'm an environmental historian, kind of a brick and mortar environmental historian. And I must say that before I came here, I was in an intense conference where we were all debating whether environmental history is obsolete or redundant or has actually lost its relevance given the dramatic changes. I know the next speaker is Victoria, whose father is a celebrated environmental historian from Brazil, and he would have thrown a shoe at me for saying this. But let me make the case why some of us think that much of the concepts and categories that we were familiar with seemed to have very rapidly and radically changed, especially in the last few decades. But before that, very quickly, I don't know if anyone is familiar with the Bing creative image maker. This image is not a real image. It is an AI software where you type in what you think the image should be, and it produces that image. Yeah, so I typed in sponge which soaks up the rain in an Asian city, and this is what came. There were many others which are less useful, but it put a huge sponge on top of a truck in a city that could look like Hong Kong or Tokyo, I presume, or maybe even Shanghai, but definitely not Delhi. It's too clean for that. This is the best I got. You're allowed 15 shots, and if you don't make it, then I tried various combinations, and ultimately I settled on this. And now that you've raised the cheese issue, yes, it's obviously something that doesn't work. All right, okay, the next slide. Let me get to explaining why there is some sense of unease with doing environmental history. One is, many of us do feel that many environmental histories, narratives, really took on the 19th century challenge of saying that humans believed that nature was predictable, and because it was predictable, it could be controlled. that is an idea that no longer is something that anyone holds to. Yeah? And because of that, there is also concern that those notions about preservation, conservation, and even sustainability, if they are narrowly conceived in the old paradigms of predictability and control, they don't really make, they're not as persuasive and don't really make sense as they did before. So many of us think that one could be writing the history of environmental history, yeah, very soon. That is really what the sum total, I think, of the deliberations that were held to the conference I just attended. In any case, what is troubling us is this new notion called the Anthropocene, which is very important to distinguish from climate change. We often people kind of, put them in the same box. They're not. And partly because, let me read, I didn't move that, yeah. Partly because we have this notion of environment being replaced by something called the Earth system. We have always lived in the environment. Only very recently we have begun living in the altered Earth system of the Anthropocene. So increasingly, some of the argument is that the environment can be used, but really what we're looking at in terms of a crisis today is the Earth system. And of course, what is the Earth system? I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. The Earth system is, relatively speaking, a very new kind of science that looks at the world, as it were, from outer space. So it comes up in the 1980s with satellites being put into space, and 5 or 6 major domains, which is the cryosphere, the hydrosphere, the atmosphere, geosphere, and so on. So I mean, there are details of that, and they're all linked, and they want to capture all of that in a single snapshot. And the argument is that, and this is based lots on computing, modeling, lots of mathematics. The argument is that the Anthropocene announces a shift in the Earth system. Now, with familiar narratives of environmental degradation, pollution, et cetera, destruction, those many narratives could be written up, of local context especially. But a shift in the Earth system marks a new thinking altogether. It means that all the different spheres now do not link or work in the relative stability of the last 11 or 12,000 years. So the Holocene epoch, many would argue, is now over. And we are entering a new period of unpredictability and new period of instability and uncertainty. And we are seeing something in terms of emerging patterns, if at all one is to use that word patterns, that it is unlike the last 11 or 12,000 years in which human flourishing was made possible. Okay? So it's not environmental destruction or environmental damage or pollution only, not that those are not unimportant in any way, but the fact that there's a shift in the Earth system. So all the spheres are now in some sort of a churn. All right, so at the heart of this, again, is that we have to grapple with the fact that this is, the Anthropocene is a human-determined epoch. And just to give you some sense of what that means, for example, 8.3 billion tons of plastic coat land, water, and internal organs of the Earth, so to speak, including many of us as humans with plastic. There are about 193,000 human-made inorganic crystalline compounds that outnumber 5,000 natural minerals. Yeah? And annually, humans are moving, and this is the most stunning part for me, annually humans are moving 24 times more soil and sediment than wind and rain and rivers. So you have a very strong sense of human determining the fate of this planet. And so one of the big issues that I would say Frizzo and Bonnell really neatly put across, and I'm going to read this. They write, a few decades ago, the environment was still understood as that which surrounds us. The place where humans went to extract resources, deposit waste, or even that in certain places was to be left virgin. The concept of the Anthropocene challenges this separation. And in its place of the environment, there is now the Earth system. So it's Earth system thinking. Instead of master and possession of nature, we find ourselves each day a bit more entangled in the immense feedback loops of the Earth system. So you're increasingly seeing the language of Earth system science, or the Earth system, replacing that of the words like environment, ecology, and so on and so forth. Not that those are unimportant, but their significance now takes on a different meaning given the context of a shift in the Earth system. And at the heart of this, again, human agency is torn out of its usual frame. And I would, some of the earlier speakers had also mentioned, Dipesh Chakravarti has probably put a very strong finger on this transformation, that when we are talking about the Holocene epoch, we are talking about man as a biological agent. As a biological agent, deforestation, pollution, building dams, etc., etc. But in the Anthropocene, we are now a geological force, which roughly means that in the 4.5 billion years of this planet, there have been 5 mass extinctions caused by natural agents, so to speak, geological agents. So it could be volcanic eruptions, it could be tectonic movements, earthquakes, and it could be a meteorite strike. And all of this really endangered all life on the planet one go. And it is precisely this kind of power that the human capacity today possesses to end all life, the 6th mass extinction. So for Dipesh, humans are no longer biological, but they have the power now, a geological force, that they can end all life on this planet. Now, with this change, you can understand loss of predictability and the loss of control in human dealings with nature, and man the human as a geological force. This puts a big question mark on many of the terms and languages that we are familiar with. Yeah? And so one of those strategies to think through, and again, this is Latour, 2009, not something he's really developed. Like many of his arguments, there's a little slippery aspect to how he makes his claims. But in the book, Politics of Nature, towards the end, I have the page number in one of my articles, he writes that we have to seriously think about the art of governing without mastery. So the strategy that he is suggesting, and something that's been talked about considerably in recent years, is that now that we no longer have predictability, we no longer have control, how do we nonetheless govern without mastery? Yeah? That is the context in which, and this is the backdrop in which I'm going to be discussing 2 very charismatic architects, urbanists, and planners. One team, Anuradha, I don't know if you can see the name, I'm sorry, I should have put the name. Anuradha Mathur and Dilip Dakuna, and the other is Kongyan Yu. Incredible campaigners. They are very powerful voices in their field, and they are also public personas, especially Kongyan Yu, who has the support of the Communist Party of China as well. And what is interesting, and these are the 2 urbanists I'll be reviewing for your consideration today. What is very interesting is that not only do they take on the issue of rethinking urbanization in Asia, but they want to look at it as a challenge of rupture and not of continuity. It runs against the grain of today's seminars, okay? So they take on 3 major challenges. One is they want to underline that colonial capitalism had come on ships to Asia. So both China and India, or the dragon and the elephant, so to speak, they have the peculiar development of the port city, which ran against the grain of some of their previous histories. What is wrong with the port city? Well, in many of the writings on urbanization history in India, most do see the port city as marking a distinct break, not merely because of the commercial forces or not merely because of the modernization and speed and infrastructure, but because they also marked very radical ecological transformations. Of course, on your right-hand side, I have a book which is not recommended reading, fairly dense, but it offers a clear documentation of how previous regions that were swamps, marshes, estuarine ecologies were transformed into real estate cities for trade, commerce, and modern sites of consumption. The bottom line being, one could put it differently, how small fishing villages were turned into urban metropolises. Yeah? And that's not only true for India, but Hong Kong and Shanghai as well have this from fishing village to port city transformation. And the Mumbai skyline, some of you might be familiar with that city, is also a product of this draining, dredging, and reclamation. In fact, they were not necessarily connected, but they were connected over a series of years, decades, centuries, and became this firm, hard surface. I should flag the book of Debjani Bhattacharya, came out in 2018, where she discusses with immense care and attention and detail the transformation of floating watery soils into firm land. Yeah, it's a very, very incredible discussion in that book. Now, the second thing that's also happening is the problem of urbanization. This is something that Kongyan Yu and Anuradha Mathur and Dilip Dakuna are very seized of. In the last several decades, you're seeing a huge shift towards from rural populations moving into urban cities. So in 2021, 64% of China's population is now officially urban, and 37% of India's population now is living in urban cities. These numbers are huge, amounting to several hundred millions. But of course, I'm not going to get into what is a city, what is urban. There are many differences and discussions within China and India, but needless to say that there is a movement to the city. So the city and the urban is now becoming very important places in Asia. Yeah? And the third problem that that the architects have is what they call the Anthropocene flood. And there are many instances, but I just want to quickly define it. It talks about unprecedented precipitation events, often unseasonal and dominated by surprise, that there's no way of calculating these from happening. So you had in August, the most recent I can think of, and this year itself, 2024, I'm sure there will be many more, destructive flooding in Beijing and surrounding provinces in August 2023. 1.29 million city residents had been affected, 59,000, and so on and so forth. I could go on, but in the interest of time, I'll just skip that. Even Hebei province next to it affected 1 million people, and so on and so forth. In India, too, you've had similar instances. I'm taking the most extreme, Chennai in 2015, devastating losses financially and otherwise. Yeah? And so what do you do? How do you now rethink the city? So many of these cities were part of the old colonial encounter. Many of these cities are now absorbing this new migratory thrust from rural areas. And the third thing is you're getting these Anthropocene floods, unprecedented flooding. And so go back to the two urbanists, and what do they imagine? How do they think these should be sorted out? Yeah. So let me take you, Kongyan, first. I must say that he's, if you go to YouTube, he's got lots of lectures, possibly maybe amounting to 60 or 70. He's widely published, about 20 books and 300 articles, Wikipedia. You don't have to go anywhere else. Lots of lectures, keynote speeches, and he also has the ears of the Chinese government. His trajectory is something like this. He founded a design company in 1998 called Turnscape, and the Chinese government quickly gave him 200 projects in 200 different cities. And he's won several awards for them. The Tongang Dafosi Park 2019 in Chongqing City, the Hutan Park, which I've also had the good fortune to visit in 2009 in Shanghai. And let me just rehearse some of his views and his approaches. First of all, Yu believes there's been some deviation, I think that's the right word, from the original goals of the Communist Revolution. He thinks that the pursuit of Western-style, car-based development, human isolation, personal isolation, residential skyscrapers, and widespread environmental degradation of the cities is basically a Western import to China. And if anything else, it has only amplified a kind of a bourgeois Chinese tradition and mentality. His core argument is that it is fundamentally un-Chinese, mark you, identity, in terms of an identity, and certainly not communist to mindlessly ape Western development models and profit from these destructive approaches. And he dismissing both traditional Chinese gardens and ornamental urban horticulture as expressions of quote-unquote Littlefoot. The Littlefoot, I'm sure some of you will be familiar with. It's a feudal tradition in China where upper-class elite Chinese women were expected to deform their feet so that they could walk like birds, yeah? And usually the women who did that were not able to work at all either because, their feet were in a bad way and they could barely walk. So he wants that replaced. So the use of Littlefoot is a very aggressive, anti-elite, anti-feudal metaphor. And he wants to use that to advocate the virtues of Bigfoot aesthetics, rooted in the productive landscapes and cultural practices of ordinary people. Yu offers a vision of beauty rooted in notions of productivity, both agricultural and ecological, crop fields and rice paddies, wetlands and farm ponds, rivers and forests. These are landscapes that produce food, clean water, and habitats that can provide both cultural and ecological service. And the real kicker is here. Against the tidy and the ornamental, he celebrates the messy and the rustic. Vernacular, productive landscapes are crucial to his notions of cultural and ecological survival. In some senses, and I quote Anje Stockman, who writes about Yu, he says, for Yu, two ethical and symbolic concepts of nature and landscape are colliding. The central government's belief that cities must be saved from backward cultural values and made beautiful and modern, and on the other hand, the traditional ethic of trying to work with nature, maintain fragile ecosystems, and seek safety and comfort in unstable terrain and difficult climates. So, in other words, John Green also writes, by integrating productive landscapes into urban situations, Yu and his team remind city dwellers of China's agricultural roots and reveal how rice paddies, for instance, can coexist with housing universities and other urban uses. In other words, for Yu, he wants the peasant to come back to take charge of China's urban cities. He wants the urban cities to have farms, fields, marshes, ponds, forests, as it were, and he thinks that the peasant can turn the city into a far more resilient ecology. And so when you get big floods, they can be absorbed by all the wetlands and the tanks and so on and so forth. So Yu's solution is think like a peasant and get back the farmer to run China's cities. All right. Now, Anuradha Mathur and Dilip D'Cunha come from a very different perspective. Both of them are academics. Anuradha sadly has passed away, but Dilip, he is a landscape architect and also adjunct professor at Columbia or at Harvard. And in 2005, after the big Mumbai floods, they held an exhibition which then got this very interesting book produced called Soak. And their arguments are summarized very well by Arjun Appadurai in the foreword. I mean, they're so neatly put by Arjun, and Carol Breckenridge, I thought it's just as well use their language. They argue that Dilip and Anuradha are actually producing a wetter, softer science of the city. And that at the heart of what they're trying to do is not so much as provide policy or politics, but really give us a new visualization of what an alternative can look like and can be. Yeah? And the whole argument hinges on recognizing that Mumbai is not just an estuary, but an estuary in a monsoon. And I'll explain that shortly. So here's how it goes. They explain that for Anuradha and Dakuna, Mumbai is explained as basically this 3-century effort by the British to create clear and permanent lines in a terrain that is forever on the move. It's a marshy terrain, it's an estuary, and it should be something that the sea and the rivers should be constantly reshaping. But with the coming of the colonial project, the idea was to separate land and water and to create permanence by fixing the rivers and by fixing the land. So in the face of an aqueous terrain which constantly defeats their materiality, that was the mindset under which the British were working. So the advice for planners and engineers, give up the illusion of permanence. If Mumbai's aqueous terrain is a constantly changing site of negotiations between land and sea, monsoon rains and shifting drainage gradients, design and plan like urban life itself must conform to the logic of negotiation, uncertainty, and fluidity. Yeah? So design in an estuary, particularly an estuary in the monsoon, solves the problem of flood control measure by making a place that is absorbent and resilient. So Arjun Appadurai and Breckenridge feel that Mathur and Dakuna, they want to abandon this idea of permanence. They want settlement to be something that is constantly agile enough for constant negotiation and uncertainty. And if you were to read the two authors directly, both of them write really clearly, very fascinating sense of language. There's always contrast in what they write. So the British saw the monsoon as a foul weather season, an interference to trade and commerce, an impediment to the critical functions of governance such as surveying land and maintaining infrastructure, and a spoiler in general. The cultivation of an attitude to terrain grounded in the belief that water and land are separable. So for Anuradha, Mathur, and Dakuna, one of the problems that the British have is the idea that land and water actually should be maintained as separate domains, when in reality, in the estuary, in the marsh, in the floodplains, in the wetlands, that's not how land and water, they always constantly keep changing. The cultivation of a spirit predisposed to privileging land or water, firmly held property lines over open terrains, define land uses over fluid occupancies. The whole idea is fluid occupancies. That's the idea that they are keen on pushing. So, and this is the point that they really mark a big difference. They say, unlike deltas, where rivers reach into the sea, estuaries allow the sea in. The rise and fall of the sea is not restricted to a coastline, but is carried inland on a gradient that takes with sea permanence, where it should see fluidity. Yeah? And so there's a large section against map making itself. The second, he says that when you make maps, you fail to capture the complexity of the shifting landscape because you're always trying to hold something to a line. And the last he suggests is that the Mumbai estuary does not lend itself to master planning, which is a way of designing the future that takes the plan view of maps for granted. He actually wants different communities in the city to redefine different levels of negotiation of the gradient in which the estuary can again be welcomed into the city. Let me just quickly mark the difference between the two. So Mathur and Dakuna believe in producing new kinds of visualization, while you would get Kongya and Yu talking about policy. For Dakuna and Mathur, an imagination that thinks through the material substance and possibilities of nature, while for Kongyan it is rooted in the notion of the Chinese peasant. Mathur and Tukuna upend conventional ways of thinking about all kinds of concepts and categories, while Kongyan Yu is committed to public goods that take on the neoliberal city. Kongyan Yu is very inspired, by the way, by Olmsted, Edmund Olmsted. Yeah, Olmsted. Yeah, the guy who designed the big garden in New York, the big Frederick Olmsted. Yeah, Frederick Olmsted. Yeah. So he thinks that you need public places where people have open access. Yeah, and he's for green projects against grey infrastructure, and roughly a peasant's view of what the city must be, a productivist and sustainable landscape, while for Mathur and Tukuna, the hard separation of land and water is at the heart of the crisis of managing the port city, all right? So the bottom line is, I do think I can also put both these guys in this slow water movement. A great book would be Erika Guy's, who thinks that the main focus is on restoring the centrality of wetland ecologies, marshes, mires, estuaries, mudflats, mangroves into the city. And but the only difference between what she says and what those two charismatic schools of architecture argue is that Guy's wants to think about animals, which both Mathur and Tukuna and Kongyan Yu don't discuss. So if you're going to put wetlands and they need to function, then they need animal worlds, crocodiles, snakes, otters, insects, fish. I can imagine what that does to the urban way of thinking, yeah? And so they don't really, the Kongyan and Mathur and Tukuna don't really discuss the animal world, but that's another frontier. So let me, I'll just skip this because of time. I don't want to get into this, but just to throw back to the earlier presentations, which in my opinion are very sophisticated, and I'm not meeting you all halfway either, but memory must be located in this new context where humans are a geological force capable of bringing about the sixth mass extinction. And when you put that into the framework of memory, I think that should also make us think slightly differently than simply, not simply, but thinking of going back to some sort of ideas that we hold on to over periods of time. And so I should end by saying the environmental humanities involves a double movement of posing critiques while also urging us to a call for action. And I think that today to discuss environmental history or Anthropocene studies or environmental humanities is not enough to pose critiques, but to also have inbuilt into that some sort of call for action. And this is where I think I should conclude. Thank you for your patience. The lunch was great, and it's always difficult to keep people awake after lunch. And I do this every day with my students in Kyoto, and I always fail. They always go to sleep. So I consider it a plus if there's like three pairs of eyes open. Though I must say I know people who sleep with their eyes open, including me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the great and interesting talk. Now we will have a Q&A session. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Yeah. Here first. Oh,
sorry. Thank you, Rohan. Just I'm reserved about this one expression of geological force. Yeah. I mean, it's in a sense it gives an impression that it's like a natural disaster. Human beings in the Anthropocene era, actually their effect comes to the planet as a natural disaster. So, just an impression, but so I mean, in this sense, when we are using the geological force of human being, then it can mislead people that, oh, this is like a natural disaster, there's no way out. So I'm wondering if you can suggest any other alternative wording instead of geological force?
Okay, there's a quick solution to that. I didn't frame the word, yeah? One. But two, the argument is that the capacity to impact the entire planet is unprecedented, and we humans, for the first time, have that capacity. If we continue to pump carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, we can, theoretically speaking right now, but in all likelihood and all possibility, we could create the 6th mass extinction. So I think it refers not to agency per se only, but to the capacity to inflict. So as a biological in capacity, humans could devastate ecosystems, localities, certain forests, but not challenge all life as a whole. So today, to have conversations about the environment is to talk about planetary level sustainability, right? So the shift in the Earth system is really what the challenge is, which is not to say we should be smacking away forests or polluting. No, all that is important, it all adds up. But there must be some coherent way of trying to prevent ourselves from, imploding the planet, so to speak. I think that's what the term refers to. Yeah. So Dipesh says, it collapses nature and culture, and now we have become nature as a force.
Yeah, thank you, Rohan. So I was wondering if, the end conclusion is, that since humans are radically changing the planet, so we need to not just think of things in a nostalgic sense, is where you closed. Yeah. But I'm wondering about how you square that with Yu's vision of city, which is, I think, in your presentation of it at least, I haven't read his work, but it sounds very nostalgic about what peasants do and who peasants are. So how do those two things come together?
No, they don't actually, in a sense that what strikes me about Kongyan and Dilip and Anuradha Mathur is they have really delineated something called the urban in Asia. And they want to address it by invoking certain histories, but by also suggesting that there are different possibilities to reworking them into being more sustainable spaces. Now, if you read Mark Elwyn's book on the elephant, what was it called? I forget, I'm just getting very old, I'm so sorry. Very famous book on, so on China, and Mark Elwyn on the elephant, anyway, it involves an elephant. And in that, Mark Elwyn blames 3,000 years of unsustainability on the Chinese peasant. That they, systematically, basically deforested China to the point where you have the elephant only in Yunnan. Yeah? 250 of them to be more exact. Yeah? And so for Kongyan to take on the peasant runs against the grain of a lot of those kind of writings as well. But what is interesting is that he completely wants to, he thinks that the urban models of China are very Western inspired, and they're not even communist, and that they really feed a Chinese sensibility of bourgeois thinking. So that is his argument. Yeah. So his fall guy is the peasant. Yeah. So it doesn't square to be. Yeah.
Well, I really like two things about your presentation, so thank you so much. One thing is how you outlined how we change this. It's us, and on the other side is the environment. And now it's a system, and of course we are part of the system. Together with your idea, which I also use sometimes, about increased uncertainty. I mean, this uncertainty is often perceived on a very personal level. I mean, we perceive it through our eyes. It's not something that is happening objectively somewhere else. So isn't then the logical consequence that we must focus much more on the personal dimension, on people, on their feelings, on values, on skills and all these things? Would you agree?
You know, can I won't be able to meaningfully answer that very good question. So I'm going to take a little bit of a detour, but I have to be short. We're very interested as historians in change. And when that change feels like a rupture, that's then when we get really worked up. Yeah? So the Anthropocene idea announces itself like a rupture, right? It says that all those conditions that allowed human flourishing for 11 to 12,000 years, those conditions are changing. Not only changing, but they create a new frontier of uncertainty, lack of predictability, and therefore our relationships with ourselves and the natural world now are moving for a profound upturning. Okay? Now, when I put it that way, then as a historian, we want to say, all those neat ways of using certain categories like sustainability, preservation, conservation, they all suddenly come up for rethinking, including your individual sense of the natural world. Yeah, all right? So, so in that light, what I was trying to do here is basically focus on the ideas of two architects who want to save the world, more precisely China and India, and they want to get the cities drastically reshaped, yeah? But not by going back to the past entirely, right? But by actually saying that there was a rupture with the colonial project, and now we need to discover different strengths over periods of time. And as we do that, we create new possibilities, yeah? And you, Kongyan, by the way, Spawn City comes in for criticism every year because there's huge floods, everything gets smashed, and then say, where did he save us, yeah? But then they also say, hey, we can't manage every flood. Some of these floods are so incredible that no amount of wetlands can save you, yeah? So the bottom line is that, is this a good time for us to rethink all the conventional ideas about the environment and the human? That's really the effort. I don't think I do a good job, but at least sometimes you can have a good wrong idea. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this intriguing presentation. Yeah, I wanted to ask about more specifically Matur and Cunha's project and how a practical implementation of their ideas would happen, because on the one hand, it seems to me that, this is a necessary paradigm shift. There's nothing we can do about that. The climate change is here, the Anthropocene is here, this unpredictability is here, and we have to deal with that. On the other hand, I think, for example, from the point of view of local populations who may be facing a situation of financial vulnerability, who may be always fear that they may lose their belongings in a flood, who may not find insurances for their houses because of the risk. I don't know if that's the situation in Mumbai, but it would definitely be a huge concern in the United States. Yeah. So, the call for them to adopt a fluid form of occupancy may feel terrifying rather than like an affirmative stance. So how do we conciliate this paradigm shift with public opinion and collective feeling about that?
Yeah, no, that's a very good way of actually placing the context in which the Kuna and Mathur operate. I've spoken to them several times and so on and so forth, and I say, how do you respond to the charge that you're unrealistic? Because they're not campaigners on the ground. So the point they're saying is that our change is first at the level of visualization, a change at the level of language, of perception. For example, why should we accept as a given that land and water are separate domains, right? That you can only be permanent if you have private property in land, yeah? And so they are trying to actually attack at the level of visualization first, perception first. I don't think they're really trying to translate any of this into policy. right? And increasingly, like you look at Jakarta, you look at even parts of Chennai, some places now have become literally unlivable because of sea erosion, hard rains, and various other natural factors, so to speak. Yeah. So, what can academics do? They can basically operate at the level of imagination and challenge what is always a conventional acceptance. Yeah, right. So that's what they're trying to do. And I did write. I didn't. You know, I didn't have time. I didn't want. I did write a long letter to the Kuna once and about Kongyan Yu, and he gave me a very detailed reply. They're not in conversation, the two of them. I'm the one that's posing them as contrast. Yeah, they have never. But then he did write that he felt that Kongyan, one of Kongyan's problems was that he still believed in the idea of the city, while Mathur and the Kuna don't think that these cities as an idea, as imagined, would be able to survive the future challenges. Yeah, and many cities in India right now, they're running out of water. They are poorly. They have no recognition of drainage lines. They are not. They've ignored the environment. Yeah, it was build as you go. Yeah, with money. So these ideas are just, for me, it's fascinating that they pose different imaginations. That too for Asia. Yeah. And so in that sense, to answer your question very precisely, I don't think he's addressing policy. I don't even think he's addressing politics. I think he's basically addressing the questions of visualization and imagination. And in that sense, maybe okay.
Okay, thank you. I think we should stop here because of time constraint. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Okay, I will introduce our second speaker for the afternoon session, Professor Victoria Saramago. She is Associate Professor of Hispanic and Luso-Brazilian Studies at the University of Chicago. Her research interests include 20th and 21st century Latin American literatures and cultures with a focus on the environmental humanities, the energy humanities, the great acceleration, and the Anthropocene, fiction theory, mimesis, and interdisciplinary approaches to literature and environment. She will talk about conservation fictions, conservationist fictions, literary memory, and environmental policy in Latin America.
Thank you very much for being here. I want to thank the organizers of the event, Professor Sang-Hyun Kim, and also Ms. Soo-Yoon Kim for the logistical support, and the Sogang University's ICGS and UNESCO's WHIPIC. So today I'm going to be talking about portions of my book, Fictional Environments, Mimesis, Deforestation and Development in Latin America. And I want to start with the question of what is the relationship between fiction writing and the creation of protected areas in Latin America. What I want to explore in this talk is the cases of two novels that have played a role in shaping views of regions that would later host national parks. So I'm working with the national park as like the basic unit for this talk. I contend that in spite of their remoteness from their public reading public, these areas were perceived as precious, partially due to the symbolic importance that was attached to them as sites where the plots of celebrated novels unfold. As such, they are effective cases of fictional works that have helped inspire conservationist initiatives. And conversely, they make visible the ways through which the very conception of protected area relies on a set of fictionalizing operations. So I'm going to talk about two novels, Grande Sertão Veredas by João Guimarães Rosa, a novel that was translated as The Devil to Pay in the Backlands. It is a novel from 1956. And the second one is a novel by the Cuban author Alejo Carpentier that is set in Venezuela, actually, called Los Pasos Perdidos, The Lost Steps, that was published in 1953. So first I want to start with a few considerations on the nature and definition of natural parks, because national parks were created to preserve certain environments due to their beauty and or to the need to address degradation of vulnerable areas. They are par excellence spaces without human inhabitants. And we can think, for example, of the first World National Park, Yellowstone, that was created in 1872 in the United States, where there has been a constant tension between parks and wilderness areas that to be kept free of human presence and as institutions that serve the nation through science and tourism. So the absence of human inhabitants has been at the root of some contradictions noted in classic scholarship on national parks. We can think of Roderick Nash's The American Invention of National Parks, a classic essay from 1970, for example, in which he says that the United States democracy is named as a crucial impetus for the creation of national parks in their current form. But this democracy seems to include the middle-class tourists who visit the parks, while excluding local, often Native American populations who are expelled from them. This is my interpretation. Such displacements, not always conducted in a fair or smooth fashion, have had deep effects on this group's lives. Such a view of nature obscures what Marcus Colchester has called, the unhappy truth which conservationists have only recently come to admit, which is that the establishment of most national parks and protected areas has had negative effects on their prior inhabitants, end of quote. So in spite of the environmental impact of tourism, after all, national parks usually imply a concept of nature as pure as this romantic wilderness, right, that is out there, that is untamed by human hands, which does not fit well with the reality of people living and working in these places. National parks, thus, are meant to preserve or recreate this nature untouched by humans, at the same time as they are used for the enjoyment of humans, as tourism, right? So as Alison Beerley shows, this paradox is clear, since an area that receives visitors will necessarily no longer be devoid of humans. The Grande Sertão Veredas National Park, that is inspired by the novel, as the following section shows, fully embodies these contradictions. So this is the cover of one of the first editions of the novel. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but this is a very important Brazilian novel, one of the longest novels in the Brazilian canon. And it is a novel that unfolds without chapters, subdivisions of any type, just paragraphs in which we have like this big narrative block, in which we have a bandit, former bandit, and a farmer called Riobaldo, and he recounts his life history to an educated man from the city. So it's a narration in the second person, but we never really know who this man from the city is. And then there are the numerous veredas or pathways or oases of Riobaldo's life that detail his childhood, his whole life as a bandit and all that, possible pact with the devil, his conflicted love for his friend and co-conspirator Jie-Hyun in the context of absolute hostility to homoerotic desire. So echoing this profusion of events, there is also a narrative, a geographic profusion. Riobaldo travels constantly through the landscapes of an area in the northwestern portion of the state of Minas Gerais, that is kind of close to the central plateau of Brazil. I'm sorry, I ended up by not including maps here. But, well, you guys can Google it, maybe. And then, the whole group travels around many of different areas of the Brazil Central Plateau. And there is a blend of fictional toponyms with real ones in a geography that is a real maze. And just to give you an example of how the novel itself keeps bringing this labyrinthine quality. For example, this is a moment in which Riobaldo says, do you know what it is like to traverse the endless sertão? Sertão is like a backlands. Awaking each morning in a different place, there's nothing to which to accustom the eyes. All substance dissolves. and the translation in English does not include the second part of the passage. That's how it is. The sertão causes dizziness since dawn, its immensities, their soul. So you have this kind of blend of an existential take on the geographical area, right? That is all part of how the novel was received too. What I want to propose here is that this novel has been operating as an environmental agent in the region where it is set over the past decades. So this is a paradigmatic example of how fiction can set the standards for reality perceived as lost in an area of accelerating environmental change. This is really an area that has been covered by soy fields, orange, eucalyptus, and other forms of monoculture recently. So the novel agency, and that's important, is not separable from the prestige Guimarães Rosa has enjoyed. So what many of his critics have called the universality of his work, right? Like in the push to go against the regional constraints of regionalist fiction. They really wanted to say, no, here is a big classic, like an international classic. And what I want to say is that regardless of whether his work is universal or not, what matters to me is how this perception of universality played a role in creating the feeling that this area, the actual area where the novel is set, is a precious region that should be conserved somehow, right? So there are efforts to keep Guimarães Rosa's work alive, and they have led, I argue, to a reverse form of mimesis, in which particular interventions in current realities aim to imitate fictional worlds. So to talk about the sertão of Minas Gerais as a fictional environment means to consider the expectations about the backland, the sertão, based on the representation of the same landscape in the fictional work. And also the whole repertoire of cultural products and, the whole cultural market around the backlands in Brazil. So all these implications of the term backlands dovetail with sustainability and environmental management projects that use the works of Guimarães Rosa as a symbolic justification for addressing the effects of deforestation and urbanization. So Guimarães Rosa, he did not engage specifically with environmentalist advocacy in his prose in the way that it came to be understood in the 1970s and beyond. And the notion of environmental change in the modern sense is pretty much absent from his work. However, there is some sense of transformation, On the one hand, the backlands may seem like an isolated microcosm in his work, but he sometimes says, the narrator, Riobaldo, says that the present features of the sertão will be different in a not so long different, in not very distant future, sorry. And here you have a couple of quotes. The outlawing days had to come to an end. The city puts an end to sertão, doesn't it? Or they say that the government's clearing the way for a good truckway from Pirapora to Paracatu, thereabouts. So Riobaldo worries about the survival of the sertão that suggests a specific awareness of an irreversible process of urban growth that would presumably continue after the present of the narrative. So, in fact, culminating a few years after with the inauguration of Brazil's current capital, Brasília. Guimarães Rosa was aware of these changes and mentioned them in some of his notes, as Monica Meyer has demonstrated. A unique example of efforts to reverse this process is the national park that was named after the novel. So here you have the veredas that are this type of oasis that exists in this part, in which you have this type of palm tree, the buriti, right? And then you have many different types of birds and animals that live in these areas in a rather a more type of savanna biome. So the Grande Sertão Veredas National Park was created in 1989. It was a moment of a redemocratization of Brazil after 20 years of military rule. That had ended in 1985, and the new constitution, the current constitution of Brazil, has just had gone into effect, and many national parks had been created in this region of the Central Plateau in the beginning of the 1960s after the inauguration of Brasília, but the national and others were created when the current constitution went into effect, including this park, Grande Sertão Veredas National Park. So what is unique about this park is its mission to emulate the landscape of a fictional narrative, an objective that is expressed not only in the park's name, of course, the park's name is the name of the novel, but also in repeated documents, official documents and reports. So you can think, for example, of the management plan of the park, which is a type of document that every national park in Brazil has, and that documents, the types of, the characteristics of the area, and the types of policies and environmental engineering actions that are going to be adopted to manage a given park. And with the current management plan for this park was produced in 2003, and then it was revised in 2004. And this document is interesting because it is a technical document. It's not a literary document, right? Yet, it constantly goes back to the fictional work, and shows how the novel has played a role in the park's inception and development. So we can think, for example, of a section called Description of the Area of Influence, in which the report notes that this whole region is widely cited in the work of Guimarães Rosa, Grande Sertão Veredas. And then we have a later section saying Guimarães Rosa's settings that elaborates. The setting of the novel is north of Minas, and more specifically the cerrados of the right and left banks of the São Francisco River, whose typologies are found nearly completely preserved in the national park. End of quote. So it is not surprising that a description of the use of hydric resources in the area is reinforced with the phrase, as registered in the literature of Guimarães Rosa, or that the first item in a list of specific, specific objectives of the Grande Sertão Veredas National Park is, and I quote, to conserve the landscape of Gerais, setting of the work of Guimarães Rosa, especially the exuberant veredas. So we have this counterpoint, there's a counterpoint to this rich historical and cultural contextualization, is also the displacement of human dwellers from the park's area. Their removal is only the most recent episode in a series of restrictions in access to land that the local population, they're known as veredeiros, in a reference to the veredas, of course, has endured since the 1970s. Geraldo Inácio Martins identifies 4 moments in this process. So first 2 are tied to the agricultural and occupational changes mentioned above. So first we have the situation in which the novel is set, in which large tracts of unoccupied and ownerless land serve as pasture. And then we have a moment starting around the mid-1960s in which the state government established the Rural Minas Foundation, when these areas began to be privatized in generous programs for migrants and entrepreneurs that promoted expansion of monocultures, especially soy and sugarcane. Then we have a third moment, that is the creation of the Grande Sertão Veredas National Park in the late 1980s. That, in the beginning, nothing really happened. The park was created just in paper, but there was not much of a management in place. But then, so as late as in 1997, so 10 years later, there were still 390 people living in the park area. But then, when we see from the late 1990s to the early 2000s, there is a gradual process of removal of these populations. And they were given the choice of receiving a monetary indemnification or some land in a nearby municipality. Most opted for the second, and then they started being resettled in what Martins classifies as the 4th moment. And then we have the big expansion of the park's area in 2004. So this is a case of progressive expansion of the park and removal of local populations, ongoing construction of infrastructure for tourism, scientific research, and most notably, for the present discussion, an increasing use of Guimarães Rosa's work to mediate the visitor's experience of the area. So you can see here, the park, when the first trail was inaugurated for tourists in 2015, It was lined with signs about the flora and the fauna of the region that included passages of the Grande Sertão Veredas in which they are mentioned. This is one example. As you can see, this is like along the trail as you hike it. So the textual environment is literally inscribed onto the real one, as if to affirm the reversed form of mimesis in which the actual sertão represents the fictional one. As such, this park aims at recreating an original landscape that in fact involves two different, contrasting origins. One is the time before the area was shaped by human activity, that is the area on which the concept of national park relies, and the time of Guimarães Rosa's work, which would be set like in the first half of the 20th century. And caught in between these two ideas, the veredeiros, or the local population, and the relocation demonstrate how problematic it is to imitate a fictional landscape marked by human presence with the conceptual tool of a national park. It is not by chance that the management plans devote significant attention to talking, describing local cultures and all that, as it narrates the process of removing those families from the park's area. So the novel, on the one hand, provides a legitimized model of landscape that the park managers are to follow. And on the other hand, it undermines the very promise of a premise of an empty, untouched space on which the idea of national park depends. That the primary aim of creating Grande Sertão Veredas National Park was to promote environmental conservation in the Cerrado is undeniable. More specifically, there was like a meeting of two rivers that were suffering serious degradation because of monoculture, and the park was created to conserve those two rivers. However, the fact that the park keeps relying on the fictional work and keeps going back to it and inscribing it again in its landscape shows how the novel kind of provides the symbolic legitimization for the park to exist. So we have a two-way process at stake. Those who have read the author's work find reality faithful to his stories. They go there to see how the backlands of Guimarães Rosa would be. And those who have never read his books enter for the first time into his reality. So this is one example. The second one is the one on Alejo Carpentier and the Canaima National Park, which is a more famous park than the Grande Sertão Veredas for sure. So similarly to Guimarães Rosa, the writings of the Cuban author Alejo Carpentier on the Gran Sabana. So Gran Sabana is an area of the Venezuelan Amazon. So we're talking about like the eastern part of Venezuela. They shed light onto this relationship between fiction and conservation. So you have the Venezuelan Guiana, the Gran Sabana or Great Savannah. It is an area primarily protected by the Canaima National Park. It was created in 1962 and expanded in 1975, and it became a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1994. It's home to the world's highest waterfall, Angel Falls, which you may be familiar with. It's, for example, the waterfall that provided the inspiration for Up, that Pixar movie, you know, and very common in many cultural products. And the large remarkable table rocks known as tepuyes. So this is a type of table rock that was like very characteristic of the Tepuy Formation. And the region has been inspiring for many decades a relatively large number of cultural products, including novels, travel accounts, films, TV programs, and publicity pieces. It's also the site of Carpentier's novel, Los Pasos Perdidos. So Carpentier, he's a Cuban writer. He moved to Caracas in 1945, and then he started a series of trips to the Venezuelan Amazon throughout the late 1940s. And he was completely fascinated by it, wrote a series of articles that were lately compiled as the book of Vision of America, and other essays, talks, and journalistic contributions. Many of these pieces present the Venezuelan Guiana as an enclosed and self-sufficient environment, in opposition to the oil fuel modernity that was really the basis of Venezuelan economy throughout the 20th century and still today. Like this euphoria around oil stands in stark contrast with this idea of the enclosed forest So while Carpentier famously called the Orinoco River a materialization of time, the novel's compartmentalization of historical periods in the space of the jungle also dovetails with a certain environmental stasis that makes it relatively invulnerable to change from the outside. And that's this invulnerability, this kind of isolation is what I want to put together when talking about conservation. So the environmental changes wrought by extractivist activity and technology in the Orinoco River Basin, as Charlotte Rogers discusses, alarmed Carpentier and are visible in the novel through, for example, the presence of an airplane, as well as mentions to mining and oil drilling, like more to the north of the Gran Sabana. The contrast between such elements and Carpentier's frequent characterization of the jungle as an immutable reality, akin to the Genesis, dramatize the multifaceted and ambiguous set of assumptions and desires upon which the Gran Sabana is built. So, Carpentier's years in Venezuela, his writing on the Amazons, also coincide with early steps towards conservation initiatives that were initially led by the Swiss naturalist Henri Pittier and culminated with the creation of the country's first national park. Sorry, thank you. Oh, yeah. So this is the country's first national park. So Pittier moved to Venezuela in 1917, and he remained there until his death in 1950. As a result of his intensive conservationist movement that eventually received the support of the then President Eleazar López Contreras, the first national park was created in February of 1937. That was originally named Rancho Grande, and later was renamed Henri Pittier National Park. So you can see like how there is a whole history of the establishment, the emergence of the conservationist movement in Venezuela, in the push for the creation of national parks and other natural unit conservations that was kind of concomitant with Carpentier's years in Venezuela, and also that, you know, go together with the ways in which he saw the area. So, in this novel, Carpentier, as I said, presents the jungle as a compact, independent, forested world that, as a result of the area's unpredictable dynamics, cities and other human settlements might just be as easily disappear as they may grow or appear, talking about unpredictability and change due to the water movement and all that. So Carpentier tells the story of a Latin American man that lives in a northern hemisphere metropolis. And then he travels to the depths of the tropical jungle, and he really relies on all this stereotypes about the forest, supposedly to collect indigenous musical instruments for his former mentor's ethnographic collection. And then he tries to leave everything behind and live and compose in the forest. But then he's prevented from doing so by a number of circumstances. And throughout the narrative, Carpentier provides profoundly rich descriptions of the mysterious, mesmerizing world of the forest. So you can see here, for example, despite the vast area of the jungle, he explained to me, embracing mountains, abysses, treasures, nomad people, the remains of lost civilizations, it was nevertheless a world compact, complete, which fed its own fauna and its men, shaped its clouds, assembled its meteors, brought on its rains, a hidden nation, a map in code, a vast vegetable kingdom with few entrances. So the reference to this immense vegetable kingdom with its mountains all correspond, of course, to this romantic notion of wilderness that was very common in 19th century travel writing, on which Carpentier, he read the Schomburg brothers and Alexander von Humboldt and was clearly inspired by them. But this isolation does not preclude past and present human occupation. Even though the remains of lost civilizations, quote unquote, and wandering peoples who are presented in a stylized fashion clearly contrast with the reality of the Pemon and other indigenous groups that are actually living in this area and were there at the time and still today. So the same contrast can be identified in an analogical web in which parts of the jungle materialize particular periods of world history. So the farther he goes into the jungle, according to his narration, the farther he would go in time, right? In what Roberto González Echevarría has called the compendium of world history read backwards. So the slow progress, though, is quickly reversed on his way back to the country's capital after he boards the helicopter sent to the jungle to rescue him. So basically, for everybody outside, he had disappeared, and then he was rescued. And then when he travels at the end from like the depths of the forest where he was to the capital, he says, 180 minutes returning to the epoch, some identify with the present, as though this were not the present too, flying over cities that today, at this very time, belong to the Middle Ages, the Conquest, the Colony, or the Romantic era. So as a spatialization of time, the key word for understanding the forest's functioning and organization is conservation. But not exactly conservation in the sense that environmentalist movement later used the word, as Carpentier was also not advocating for an environmental agenda when he published this novel. Rather, the narrative conservation I refer to has two elements. The first one is the preservation of a collective environmental memory through descriptions of the forest. The second one is the representation of the forest as a self-sufficient microcosm that conserves spatialized layers of world history while allowing for a dynamic of change that most outsiders do not notice. While deforestation is hardly present in Carpentier's vocabulary, as either a novelist or a journalist, the narrative conservation of the jungle in Los Pasos Perdidos coincides with the establishment of conservationist policies in Venezuela. So this is not the same as the Grande Sertão Veredas National Park that was very clearly inspired by the novel. In fact, Canaima is also the name of another novel by Rómulo Gallegos that was more likely the more likely inspired novel. The creation of the park, but even though it's also a very indirect relationship that we can discuss a bit later. So official documents about the park do not mention the novel, or any novel for that matter, and its influence may be perceived only indirectly, especially in areas with notable landmarks not mentioned in the book, such as Angel Falls and Mount Roraima, that are like very iconic parts of the Gran Sabana that do not appear exactly in the novel. Yet, the numerous descriptions analyzed above of the forest, either within or outside of the Gran Sabana area, are marvelous and uncanny and may well work as carriers of a specific view of the region that the novel both participates in and propagates. So, taking all these factors into consideration, what I want to contend is that Carpentier's writing in the Venezuelan years, especially Los Pasos Perdidos, helped shape and were shaped by an environmental imaginary of the Gran Sabana. More specifically, there is a parallel between the history of environmental conservation in the Venezuelan Amazon and the way Los Pasos Perdidos, quote-unquote, conserves that forested area, both through its representation of the forest as a static, autonomous realm, and through its contact points with conservationist initiatives. If the Gran Sabana's transformation into a national park and later into a UNESCO World Heritage Site is also the result of its recognizable cultural status as a precious lost world, quote unquote, I propose that fiction plays a role in portraying certain areas as recognizable sites of memory that must be conserved in real life through the creation of national parks and other conservation units. Well, this is, I'm going to. So what we have here is a certain structure of feeling, to use Raymond Williams' work, terminology, underlying the forms of engagement with these areas through cultural products. Moreover, the very way these areas are managed may be, I argue, conditioned by certain fictionalizing operations implied in the concept of conserved areas itself, which these novels both support and critique. At the same time, Carpentier's proto-ecological thought, developed alongside his period's enthusiasm and ambivalence about discursive social and scientific progress prevalent in the period, from the central place of oil in an understanding of Venezuelan modernity to the atomic threat on the global level, these are all parts of the way in which you have to understand his reflections on environment and conservation in Venezuela. So I'm going to move to a next session on putting together some thoughts about fictionalization and conservation. So national parks, as I said, they try to recreate these environments before, as they would have looked before deforestation and before human activity. This is a case even in parks such as Canaima. Canaima still has like a population, like a Pemon villages that still live inside the park's boundaries, allowing, according to a 2000 estimate, and I quote, the approximate presence of 95 indigenous communities and possibly more 8,000 inhabitants inside the park's boundaries. So we're talking about a very, like a different notion of like a human presence in the park here. At the same time, most parks also allow non-indigenous people to enter for scientific research and tourism. Therefore, national parks aim to recreate the appearance of an untouched nature, and doing so to recover an environmental memory of a certain area before the arrival of non-indigenous humans. Even when there are indigenous groups in the area, they are often seen through an idealized gaze that, as Luis Angosto Fernandez shows, insists on ignoring their gradual inclusion in capitalist economies and instead relegates them to an ancient temporality, in what Jørgensen Fabian has called the denial of coevalness. So this reconstruction, of course, would not be possible without the careful work of environmental engineering that manages and maintains the supposedly untainted nature. An example can be found in Canaima's 2007 final plan, where the difficulty of accessing certain areas is presented as a problem that the park's maintenance department needs to address. If the park were really, if the plan were really to keep it as a lost world, wouldn't this difficulty of access, in fact, qualify it as an untainted area? So national parks, in this sense, constitute an effort to civilize nature, as proposed by Bernal Gissel, Sabine Holler, and Patrick Kupler. And I quote here, "The established notion of civilization as human progress through growth-oriented development at the cost of nature was countered by a conservationist view of civilization as an idealist endeavor that respected the aesthetic, ecological, and social value of wild nature. Protecting and valuing nature in its raw and transformed state became a property of being civilized." So I argue that this maintenance of an untransformed appearance entails a fictionalization of the protected area, through which a certain environmental imaginary is applied to it and becomes its aim. And we can think of a work like Fictional Worlds by Thomas Pavel, in which he proposes to understand fiction as a secondary universe that works with like a reality as a dual structure. So we have the base, which is the primary universe, and then we have like secondary universes working in a modal logic as alternative state of affairs of things that could have been otherwise, that maintain a certain relationship with other possible worlds, including the real one. Religion, for example, is an example of how this dual structure exists and show that such possible worlds are not necessarily fictions. Fictional texts also work, although differently, as salient worlds that may include components that do not exist in the real world or that shed light on some aspect of it that is not usually perceived. The question to ask in this case, in the case of a national park in a remote area like Canaima, and that was even more inaccessible to outside populations when the park was created, is the degree to which the secondary fictional universe might shape the very notion of the primary universe. So to which extent the area of the boundaries of the park is said to be seen as raw nature precisely because of these continuous portrayals, in literature, in mass media, in culture, of them as raw nature. In the absence of access to a primary existent world, because of the remoteness of these areas in relation to those who perceive them as precious and aim to establish these conservationist initiatives, fictional worlds can take precedence in determining how the primary universe looks and should look like. So, if the idea of establishing a protected area already implies a certain view of nature to which referential reality has to conform, the process becomes even more dependent on external perspectives, in the case of an area both hard to access, but that is also frequently portrayed, such as the Gran Sabana or the backlands of Brazil. So we have this antithetical combination of cultural attention and difficulty of access that puts these fictional worlds in a privileged position to intervene in the expected state of affairs in the real world. So coming to some conclusions, this analysis of these two novels and two national parks show how narrative conservation and conservationist narratives complement each other. Narrative conservation encompasses the representation of environments in fictional works. Narratives such as Los Passos Perdidos and Grande Sertão Veredas becomes carriers of environmental memories that remain active through generations and may reverberate in other cultural objects and projects. All the cultural objects about a certain environment compose this set of lived experiences and advocates for keeping it as it is or recreating it as it once was. In their turn, conservationist narratives are the fictionalizing operations by which national parks come to be seen as raw, untransformed nature, even when this pristine state is only achieved through comprehensive interference in the area, whether through the removal of local populations and destruction of settlements, fire management, animal and plant control, or trail and road construction. So these two modalities of interpenetration between conservation and fictionality mutually benefit each other. Fictional narratives may raise environmental awareness and promote conservationist initiatives, while national parks and other conservation units fuel the environmental imaginaries of these areas. At the same time, these two novels, as well as many others, may introduce critical parameters that allow readers to perceive the longer history of human and non-human interaction, rather than assuming that these environments are simply quote-unquote untouched. So by making this argument, I of course am not saying that the national parks are fictions or that they lack any type of legitimacy. To be sure, cultural objects do not have the same kinds of effects as does the actual maintenance of the park. That's obvious, which is a fundamental form of 20th and 21st century environmental policy. Fictional works do not have the power to establish and alter policies and management practices, nor do they intervene directly in the referential reality of the park. Yet, fictional works may help developing a set of fictionalizing operations that justify the objectives of park, legitimize their existence, and make them more visible. This is especially true in a park of literary inspiration, such as Grande Sertão Veredas, but a similar conservationist mentality, not seldom based on fictionalized images of pristine environments, is at work in virtually any park. In fact, even parks that do not have cultural objects specifically attached to them, that are not portrayed in books, films, or TV series, and that may even be known only to a small portion of local populations, also benefit from this broader environmental imaginary that fuels the longing for an untouched nature to exist. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the insightful presentation. I really want to read the fictions you introduced today. Okay, any questions and comments? Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you, Victoria. I was wondering how it's kind of related here, but thinking about national parks, how might we conceptualize those as cultural heritage spaces? Because just them being set up as national parks is in fact part of our cultural heritage, right? So this division that we often have that we think, okay, well, the national parks, they're about nature. So I'm not even thinking about the fact that people live there, but the whole process of setting them up as a set-aside thing is part of our heritage. Mm-hmm. So I was wondering your thoughts on that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I come from literary studies, so not from heritage studies. No. But yeah, national parks, they do, their creation is completely conditioned by their cultural perception, which can also be an environmental perception, as important places that should be somehow preserved, right? And in this sense, there are many I mean, there is a much broader cultural ecology here, right, going on that determines the creation of national parks, while some of them may also be created due to more like technical environmental pressures, you know, many other, such as partially the Grande Sertão Veredas National Park, but, you know, this is just one part of the narrative. Now, what I ask is like, to which extent do other cultural objects interfere in the very perception of what heritage is and what should constitute heritage, right? Because if you look at the forested areas of South America in the 1940s, in the 1950s, many forested areas. So how is this process of determining that some of them are somehow deserving of being part of a national park or another conservationist unit, right? And my argument is precisely that you have this whole process of imagining them that oftentimes is mediated by cultural objects such as novels. And I'm also, of course, thinking about the prestige that novel writing enjoyed back then in the 1940s, in the 1950s. If we're talking about the 2020s, the story would be different for sure. You know, but how these novels and a whole set of cultural products create the collective perception that a certain place belongs should belong to the category of heritage.
Thank you. Any other? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And also to respond to your questions, I think there is a certain divisions between culture and nature in terms of the Western concept. That's one thing that probably we need to argue a little bit more. And when the Korea use the terminology of the cultural property, there is a natural site under the cultural property. That means natural site is also part of the cultural remains. So that is one point that I would like to address. Thank you.
Victor, you want to add any? No?
No, I can go to, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm working with a very Western idea, right, of the national parks, mostly through like what was their late 19th century United States conception, right? That was the dominant conception in the creation of national parks in mid-20th century in Latin America. And that do work very specifically with the separation between nature as this kind of pristine, untouched nature and the presence of local populations, and that's why this becomes so problematic in the creation of these parks, right? And when you have novels that reminds us of who those humans are and what they were doing there, then the friction, the crucial paradox that underlies the very conceptual tool of the national park becomes apparent.
Okay. To Professor Sang-hyun. Mic is coming.
Right, thank you for your very interesting presentation. Now, there can be different types of conservationism, right? We can think of a very technocratic type of conservationism that is primarily interested in the rational management of ecosystem. But you can also think of more liberal, individualistic conservationism, or sort of deep ecology type of conservationism and so forth. So I'm curious, I mean, you know, the author you talk about, Alejo, I mean, whatever visions of conservationism you take, I mean, that might be related to particular social political ideologies. So I'm curious, I mean, you know, what the roots of conservationism in his case. And I'm just wondering whether there's a debates or tensions about what, you know, what is the true conservationism, etc., at the time when you know, Noble came out and so forth.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there are many factors to be taken into consideration, right? So when you talk about the 1940s and 50s, you're talking about the beginning of the developmentalist states, with the government of Getúlio Vargas, and in Brazil, and Rómulo Betancourt in Venezuela. And I'm also covering until the early 21st century, right? Especially in the case of the Grande Sertão Veredas National Park. So a moment after you have the emergence of deep ecology as a paradigm, and the creation, for example, of national parks in the Chilean Patagonia by, I forgot his name, the founder of Patagonia, right? Or you have the creation of very innovative units, such as Brazil's extractive reserves, that would be for local populations of robo-chappers, that was proposed in the early 1980s. So when we talk from this arc from the 1940s to the early 2000s, there is a huge expansion in the notions of what conservation may mean, right? But when we see the official documents of when these parks were created, there was this idea of the pristine nature, and that was also a natural and a national monument, right? So this idea of how it is part of the progress of the nature to have certain areas, but it's very interesting to see the tension that exists between if you see travel accounts from the period, or didactic material, how there is on the one hand an eye on the extractive potentialities of these areas, imagine how much gold, how many metals you can find here, and at the same time this more romantically inspired appraisal of natural beauty, and the two of them are pretty much incompatible, right? And it was through many different factors, including the publication of certain novels, that some areas were determined to be precious enough to be conserved. But in a moment in which, this is right before the boom of deforestation, in the Cerrado, in the Brazil Central Plateau, in the 1970s, you start having these projects of resettlements of migrants from the south of the country that would eventually generate the boom of monoculture that we see today, especially of soy and eucalyptus, So, but the conservation notion that you see in the official documents by the country's presidents and all that, it is pretty straightforward of this untouched nature.
Sorry, Professor. Yeah, this is, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for a fascinating presentation, Victoria. Though I missed a bit in the middle, some of your presentation escaped me. But I'm just wondering, are you making a strong distinction between preservation and conservation? So preservation is non-intervention, no interventions. But conservation has interventions, could be scientific, it could be state-led, or even certain communities might be able to make claims on forest resources. So I didn't quite get that distinction in your presentation. Yeah. And lastly, I just want to say that in India we have had tremendous debates by arguing that this preservationist discourse is unacceptable in a very crowded subcontinent, and that people have to be seen to be part of the natural world, and that there are livelihoods and there are cosmological worlds that are rather harmonious or enable the flourishing of certain kinds of species and forests. So that's a huge debate in India. We're not entirely innocent of this, but I'm just wondering if you can make the distinction, and if you're aware of what.
Sure, I'm talking about the cultural reality of preservation with the a material reality of conservation, right? So we're talking about how, in the cultural arena, there is this desire for the presentation of these areas as untouched, but the reality demands a work of environmental engineering that was never denied nor rejected by the governments that were installing these conservation units. Yeah, so I don't delve into this distinction very much in my book, but yeah, it's kind of implied in the way in which I talk about these two levels. Yeah. Yeah, and I completely agree with you. These are notions of the creation of conservationist units that, you know, are by many means, many accounts outdated. At the same time, we have to consider that they keep influencing the way many people, I would say most people in the general audience, think about national parks, and also think about national parks that coincide with the environmental imaginations of literature and film, right? So I think this kind of convergence needs to be taken into consideration.
Sorry, is it okay to share your comments during the roundtable? Okay. Thank you, Victoria. We will have a short break now. And yeah, thank you. There is a coffee and snacks outside. And please come back by 3:40 p.m. Okay. Thank you. Okay, now we have one presentation and roundtable left. And today's last presenter is Sang-hyun Kim. He is Associate Professor at the Critical Global Studies Institute, Sogang University, drawing on the intersections between STS, the history of development and environmental history. His research focuses on the examination of developmentalism, growthism, and their discontents in East Asia. And today he is going to talk about politics of industrial past in East Asia, unraveling entangled histories of the environment and development. Welcome.
Thank you for the introduction, Professor Bae, and I also thank the previous speakers for their very interesting and insightful presentations. I've enjoyed and learned a lot. I thank you. Although my presentation is rather incomplete, I hope it can also provide some useful points for discussion regarding the politics of industrial past. As Professor Bae has just mentioned, I'm a historian and sociologist of science by training with a keen interest in environmental history and environmental sociology. More lately, though, my research interests have shifted to the intersection between the intellectual and cultural history of development and environmental history. So I'm also quite new to the issues of industrial past or heritage, so please forgive me if my presentation is a bit crude. Anyway, so my presentation today aims to explore why and how in the construction and representation of industrial pasts in Japan and Korea, the socio-ecological aspects of industrialization have frequently been neglected and left unquestioned. Recently, in addition to existing research in heritage studies and industrial archaeology, numerous new studies on industrial past have emerged. Interesting studies are appearing in various fields such as deindustrialization studies, labor history, human geography, and others. The monographs shown here are examples of that new trend. These studies have examined how the histories of the experiences of industrialization are differently interpreted and remembered by diverse groups. And they have argued that the process of such memorialization are closely intertwined with the construction of collective identities, whether they be regional, national, class, or gender, the reshaping of local political economic contexts, and the changing power dynamics. They provide a useful antidote to the sort of tendency to view the legacy of industrialization as static and monolithic, the view that is often shown in the official discourse of industrial heritage. On the other hand, with a few exceptions, Professor Kryder-Reid's work on toxic heritage comes to my mind. And apart from such exceptions, these studies have not really problematized industrialization itself. It's not easy to define industrialization clearly, but as shown here, it can be understood as the process of transforming a socioeconomic structure from one based on agriculture and small-scale craft production to one centered around mechanized manufacturing, as well as the factory-based organization and division of labor, with particular emphasis on increasing productivity, efficiency, and capital accumulation. And like many previous studies on industrial past, the studies I've just mentioned tend to take this process largely for granted. However, the history of development, environmental history, critical development studies, and political ecology have convincingly shown that development and modernization, which have also been treated as a sort of given categories in many works in the humanities and social sciences, can be disentangled. They argue that development and modernization should be viewed as historically and socially constructed assemblages of discourse, knowledge, and practices. And by extension, industrialization, which is typically considered a central pillar of development or modernization, needs to be critically dissected too. In other words, we should think of multiple forms of industrialization, each with different logics, contents, rather than simply assuming that it is singular and universal. I'm a bit hesitant to use the notion of palimpsest memory here, because while the discourse and practices of industrialization are constructed and malleable, their historicity tends to resist flexible interpretation. I'm not saying that flexible interpretation is not possible, but sometimes it's not that easy. Another insight these studies provide is that industrialization is a socio-ecological transformation. The studies I just mentioned, critical development studies and so forth, criticize the conventional view that industrialization first occurs and then impacts the environment as a kind of post hoc byproduct. Instead, they highlight that particular forms of industrialization materially and symbolically reconstitute and transform socio-ecological relations, as well as the social organization of labor mediating those relations in distinct ways. Now, this diagram is taken from a paper by urban political ecologists. I'm just showing you this simply because it seems to well summarize, illustrate the socio-ecological dimensions of industrialization. So I believe the idea of industrialization as a socio-ecological process has significant implications. Unfortunately, the discussion on industrial past so far, as far as I know, have not paid much attention to it. Now, a case in point is the controversy over the sites of Japan's Meiji Industrial Revolution, which has been, as you all know, one of the most contentious issues surrounding industrial past in recent years. Now, the unfolding of this controversy has been well documented, so there's no need to repeat them today. I will only briefly talk about it. And as you may know, in 2015, the Japanese government succeeded in inscribing 23 historical sites on the UNESCO World Heritage List. Those were sites where iron and steel industries, the shipbuilding industry, and coal mining developed and expanded from the 1850s to around 1910. The Japanese government emphasized that these sites are a testament to the first successful transfer of Western industrialization to a non-Western nation. In response, the South Korean and Chinese governments, as well as some NGOs from South Korea and Japan, immediately refuted the initiative, asserting that it neglects the negative histories of Japan's industrialization, especially the use of forced labor during the colonial expansion and wartime. This map, taken from a leaflet jointly produced by South Korean and Japanese NGOs, shows the locations and facilities of the Meiji industrial heritage. These photos show some of these sites. The photo of the first furnace at the Imperial Steelworks, Yahata or Yawata Steelworks, is from around 1910. And the photo of the Miike coal mine is estimated to be from the 1920s to 30s. Now, here, the photo of the Mitsubishi shipyard in Nagasaki, taken in around 1913, and that of the Hashima coal mine on the so-called Battleship Island, taken in the 1930s. As you know well, this site has been the hottest issue of the controversy. Now, as the controversy continued, a joint UNESCO ICOMOS mission was formed, and after reviewing the matter, they issued recommendations in 2021. Basically, they recommended that the Japanese government adopt an interpretative strategy that recognizes the full history of each site, acknowledge the forced labor of Koreans and Chinese at key sites such as Hashima Coal Mine, Nagasaki Shipyard, and Yahata Steelworks, and also take measures to commemorate the victims. This controversy has prompted further reflections on other negative sides, aspects of Japan's industrialization. For instance, the forced labor of Japanese prisoners in the early period, or to a lesser extent, labor exploitation more generally during the wartime and beyond. However, it has not led to the critical interrogation of the Meiji industrialization itself. South Korean and Chinese governments have exclusively focused on the issue of forced labor, rightly so, in fact, the South Korean government has agreed to endorse the inscription of these sites on the UNESCO World Heritage List if Japan acknowledges the use of forced labor. South Korean and Japanese NGOs have gone further in questioning the narrative provided by Japan and argued that it narrowly focuses on the technological innovation and capital accumulation. They have also suggested that Japan's industrialization was closely tied to its colonialism and war. However, they did this only sketchily. And in the end, these NGOs too focused primarily on the issue of forced labor. My argument is that we need to go beyond that. The Meiji Restoration was Japan's response to the Age of Empire. In the face of Western powers, Japan adopted a strongly instrumentalist vision of modernization. That is, modernization was taken as a means to achieve, it's one of the major slogans, Fukoku Kyohei, meaning rich nation, strong army, through Shokusan Kyoko, meaning increased production, promote industry. And this vision was underpinned a socio-technical imaginary of developmental nationalism, a type of nationalism that defined advanced developed versus backward underdeveloped, primarily in terms of capitalist, technocratic industrialization, and that viewed the pursuit of such development as a nation's foremost purpose and obligation over other consideration. The consolidation of this vision of rich nation, strong army through increased production and promote industry led to what Japanese environmental historian Konrad Totman called imperial industrialism, which restructured socio-ecological relations to become more exploitative and extractive of human lives, labor, and the environment simultaneously. Now, this table shows some of the major pollution incidents that occurred during the Meiji period and immediately after. The most prominent one was the Ashio copper mine pollution incident. Extensive mining operation there dispersed copper sulfate along with other heavy metals like arsenic and lead, giving rise to severe pollution of the Watarase River. And this incident resulted in widespread health problems and agricultural damage, and eventually prompted Japan's first anti-pollution protest movement. These pictures show the Ashio copper mine and Kusaka mine, respectively. The Kusaka mine was also a copper mine, though it extracted gold, silver, and other minerals as well. And it too, the Kusaka mine too, resulted in very serious pollution problems. But there were other serious pollution problems that were not widely reported. So, the pollution problems were already very, very serious issues, social and political issues during the Meiji era. And the sites of Japan's Meiji Industrial Revolution were no exception. Yahata Imperial Steel Works, as well as Miike coal mine shown in these pictures, caused severe health problems and workplace hazards for those worked there, but also air pollution and other adverse environmental impacts in the surrounding areas. And in the light of current climate crisis, one might add that many of the sites inscribed on the World Heritage List were linked to either fossil fuel extraction industries or fossil fuel-based energy-intensive industries that contributed to the rise of fossil capitalism in East Asia. However, even though some of these pollution incidents resulted in very serious consequences for workers, farmers, and their families and the community, even more so than forced labor in some cases, I'm not trying to exaggerate the consequences, but sometimes very serious, and yet they have rarely been addressed in the discussions on the industrial past. It's noteworthy that the Japanese anti-pollution activists of the 1960s and 70s, when they criticized the pollution crisis at the time, traced the roots of environmental crisis of that era, symbolized by, as you all know, Minamata disease, Itai disease, Yokkaichi asthma, and Nikita Minamata disease. And the roots of these crises back to the developmental nationalist ideology of technocratic capitalist industrialization during the Meiji era. They specifically talk about Asia copper mine incidents and the rich nation and strong army ideology during the Meiji era. And through Shigeto Uijun and other anti-pollution activists in Japan, saw post-war Japan's relentless pursuit of high-speed growth as a sort of logical extension of Meiji's imperial industrialism. And they also sought to enrich the legacy of peasant protest against pollution during the Meiji period by organizing grassroots and community-based environmental activism in their own times. Still, neither joined UNESCO ICOMOS mission, South Korean or Chinese governments, nor NGOs in Korea or Japan have paid attention to such connection. I mean, they sometimes talk about industrial accidents in Miike coal mine, etc. But they haven't really addressed, the environmental cost of a particular type of industrialization. And in fact, in official and popular narratives of South Korea's industrial history, you can see a very similar developmental nationalist logic of technocratic capitalist industrialization. And that logic and its socio-ecological implications are repeatedly silenced and left unquestioned. So in order to examine this, why this developmental nationalist logic and its socio-ecological implications are sort of silenced and unquestioned in South Korea's representation of its own industrial history, I have looked into how the history of South Korea's industrialization is represented in some of the industrial museums. I mean, industrial museums are very new to South Korea. We have a couple which is very new. The first one I have examined is a Global Knowledge Exchange and Development Center established in 2018, which operates under the umbrella of the Korea Development Institute, KDI, and is funded by the Ministry of Economy and Finance. And as some of you may know, the KDI, a government-affiliated policy think tank, has played a critical role in South Korea's economic development since the 1970s. And this center is actually located in the old buildings of KDI, which tells a lot about the nature of this organization. And the center hosts 4 permanent exhibition halls, and the 2 main topics are the histories of South Korea's economic development and industrial development. And this shows an exhibition program of the Economic Development Hall. You can guess from these subtitles that the exhibition really presents the official narrative of South Korea's successful industrialization since the 1960s, the miracle on the Han River, so to speak. And this shows an exhibition program of the Industrial Development Hall. The phrase, once a follower, now a leader, sort of well summarizes the underlying logic of developmental nationalism combined with the imperative of technocratic industrialization. And these pictures show an exhibition at the Economic Development Hall, which is organized into 4 periods, sowing the seeds of hope in the field of ruin, overcoming poverty and building the foundation for rapid growth, sustaining economic growth by correcting imbalance, and averting sovereign default and leaping forward. And the exhibition consistently highlights how, despite immense challenges, South Korea successfully achieved rapid industrialization and economic growth. This commentary is displayed in the beginning of the exhibition at the Industrial Development Hall. I'm not sure whether you can actually see it, but it claims that against all odds, such as Japanese colonial rule, through rapid catching up and pioneering innovation, Korea accomplished in just 50 years what Western societies achieved in 200 years. So you can observe a very similar developmental nationalist logic of technocratic industrialization as seen in the Japanese narrative of Meiji industrial heritage. These are the pictures of an exhibition at the Industrial Development Hall, illustrating how South Korea successfully caught up with advanced industrial nations in light industries, heavy and chemical industries, as well as electronic industries. One characteristic of these exhibitions is their exclusive focus on technology, capital, industry, with a relative neglect of people and their lives. Workers do appear occasionally. For instance, there's a section titled Rapid Growth Driven by Workers. But they are portrayed only as a part of the mega sort of industrializing machine. And in this section, as you can see, 8 episodes featuring workers are presented. All except one describe how workers contributed to rapid industrialization. The exception is the slogan, workers are not machines. This appears to paraphrase one of the last words of Chun Tae-il, who set himself on fire in protest of labor exploitation in 1970 and left a deep imprint on South Korea's labor movement. But it was surrounded by very different content, and I find it almost surreal that this slogan was displayed in the section titled Rapid Growth Driven by Workers. So to summarize, the exhibitions at the Global Knowledge Exchange and Development Center sort of reproduces the official narrative of South Korea's supposedly successful history of economic development from an underdeveloped aid recipient country to an advanced donor nation. The question of successful for whom, by what criteria, is not addressed. They take for granted and naturalize, I'm repeating the same expression, naturalize a developmental nationalist logic of technocratic capitalist industrialization, which is, again, quite similar to that of Japan. I should add that they reinforce the discourse of industrialization and democratization as twin pillars of South Korea's road to modernization, which is very popular here. I mean, that discourse embraced across the political spectrum. But that discourse artificially separates the two, and the consequence is to depoliticize the former, so to depoliticize industrialization. Industrialization is a technical stuff. Democratization is a political one, which is not very problematic, and yet this is very popular. And the exhibitions, as I've just mentioned, do recognize the importance of labor, but only for its contribution to the nation's rapid industrialization. And there's no mention of environmental issues whatsoever. One of the section titles is Sustaining Economic Growth by Correcting the Imbalance. And the imbalance here does not include the devastating environmental degradation during, including damage to workers' health that South Korea's industrialization has caused. Now, one might think that environmental issues are neglected because they were not very serious. That is certainly not the case. These are some of the newspaper clips reporting severe pollution issues, air pollution, water pollution, waste, and other problems during the 1960s and 70s. So pollution issues are very serious problems. And as these newspaper clips showed, things did not improve much in the 1980s and 1990s either. And this problem of silencing and unquestioning the exploitative and extractive socio-ecological aspects of industrialization is repeated again in another industrial museum, G Valley Industrial Museum. The Jie-Valley Industrial Museum was founded in 2021, which is a very new one, and is operated by the Seoul Metropolitan Government. It organizes permanent and special exhibitions about the history of the Kuro Industrial Complex, South Korea's first export industrial district, established in 1965. The complex was restructured into this whole digital industrial complex in the 2000s and is now called Jie-Valley. So it's a completely different type of industrial complex now. Now, picture on the left shows the Kuro Industrial Complex in the mid-70s. It housed various labor-intensive industries, including textile manufacturing. A picture in the middle shows a WHIPIC factory in 1972, at that complex. And Jie-Valley is now based on IT industries, as you can imagine from its official title, the Seoul Digital Industrial Complex. And picture on the right shows G-Tower, a fancy building owned by Netmobile, one of South Korea's leading mobile game companies. And in fact, Jie-Valley Industrial Museum is located on the first floor of that building. Now the table here shows an exhibition program there. Zone 3 is the main exhibition hall and is divided into 4 periods. Before the establishment of the Kuro Industrial Complex, it's first phase from 1965 to 1980, the period from 1981 to 1990, and the decline of the complex, and then its restructuring in the 1990s to the present. Interestingly, it has a separate section titled 200,000 Workers at Kuro Area. Though not large, it is devoted to the lives and struggles of workers. The context was that in the course of establishing this museum, various civic groups in the local community were involved. Some of whom were former labor activists or had connections with labor movement. Moreover, the municipal offices of Kumcheon-gu and Kuro-gu, which cover the areas of the Kuro Industrial Complex, have traditionally been controlled by the Democratic Party, and some members of the party also had connection with the labor movement during the period of military dictatorship. I wouldn't go far as to say that they are really progressive, but at least they had some connections. And partly due to these factors, while the museum focuses on the role of the Kuro Industrial Complex in South Korea's industrialization, it also devotes some of its energy and space to the stories of the people who participated in the process. Now, the scale of Jie-Valley Industrial Museum is smaller, but much of Zone 3's exhibition is similar to those of the Global Knowledge Exchange and Development Center I talk about, in that it focused on technology, capital, productivity, GMP, industrial policies, export volume, and the performance of industries in the complex. So, in a sense, its narrative is embedded within the framework of South Korea's project of developmental nationalism, aiming to make itself a strong, advanced industrial nation. The picture here shows the first and second sections of Zone 3. The same can be said to the third and fifth sections of Zone 3, shown in these pictures. What is interesting is a small section that deals with the lives, hardships, and struggles of workers. The section briefly showcases the activities of labor unions and even the Kuro Solidarity Strike in the late 1980s. That strike was considered one of the first major political strikes in South Korea since 1945. It not only demanded better working conditions, high wages, more rights for workers, but also challenged the authoritarian military dictatorship at the time. There are also video screenings about the poor working conditions and living environments of young female workers from the 1970s to 1990s. So quite a difference. However, these elements, at least to me, do not really blend well with the overall narrative of the museum and are rather awkwardly positioned within the exhibit. This is an excerpt from the book published on the 50th anniversary of the Kuro Industrial Complex. Its author, Jie-Hyun, is a former reporter who has been involved in the Memorial Committee for the History of the Kuro Industrial Complex. And he says, regardless of each Korea's personal experience, the Kuro Industrial Complex forms a part of Korean identity with its roles in Korea's industrialization, democratization, and collective memories and rights of labor. In other words, the Kuro Industrial Complex embodies the lights and shadows of Korea's industrialization, democratization, and labor. So it's perhaps unusual to find this type of remark in South Korea's industrial museums. My critique, though, is that the display of exhibition does not seem to reflect such an understanding. Furthermore, I would argue that even An Chi-young's approach rather uncritically separates industrialization from democratization and light from shadows. So while certainly more sensitive to the lives, hardship, and struggles of workers compared to, say, those of the Global Knowledge Exchange and Development Center, overall, the G Valley Industrial Museum exhibition still adheres to a developmental nationalist logic of technocratic capitalist industrialization. It emphasizes workers' contributions to rapid industrialization and rightfully present their resistance to inhumane working conditions as legitimate, as yet the way in which these elements are juxtaposed makes it difficult to remember that that resistance was actually also a social and political challenge to the prevailing form of industrialization, and that, as such, it cannot be reduced to the sacrifices needed for the achievement of South Korea's path to becoming an advanced industrial nation. Moreover, once again, there's no mention of environmental issues in the museum exhibits. This is doubly problematic. The Kuro Industrial Complex had been one of the major sources of pollution in this whole area. Also, the dire working condition, health risks, and workplace hazards that workers had to endure there were products of the very same form of industrialization that culminated in exploitative and extractive socio-ecological relations, causing pollution and environmental degradation. These are some of the newspaper clippings from the 1970s and 80s, reporting and warning that serious pollution problems are occurring, partly due to the effluents from the Kuro Industrial Complex. Those who suffered most from these pollutions were, of course, fellow workers, farmers, and their families who had benefited the least from South Korea's aggressive push for technocratic capitalist industrialization. Right, so originally I planned to discuss another example of South Korea's Industrial Museum, the Ansan Industrial History Museum. This is the newest one, established in 2022. Unfortunately, I have not been able to examine this case enough, so although I mentioned it in my extended abstract, I'll skip it from today's representation. Just a quick note, though, what makes this case interesting is that Ansan is one of South Korea's first planned cities, and its purpose was, its official purpose was to disperse pollution industries and population from the metropolitan area, especially from pollution industry from the Kuro Industrial Complex, through the establishment of the Panwal Industrial Complex in Ansan. So the pollution from the Kuro Industrial Complex, as just mentioned, was one of the main reasons for the creation of the city of Ansan and its Panwal Industrial Complex. Nevertheless, I visited there, and the museum also fails to mention anything about the environmental cost of industrialization, not even the lives of workers. In any case, I'll leave this topic for another opportunity and conclude my remarks here today. So let me get back to the controversy of the sites of Japan's Meiji Industrial Revolution and compare the limitations and problems in that debate with those of South Korea's discourse and representation of its industrial history. How does South Korea's remembrance of its history of industrialization differ from Japan's? The periods of industrialization concerns are, of course, different, right? So one may argue that perhaps it'd be more appropriate to compare the South Korean cases talk about with the historical representation of rapid industrialization in post-war Japan, which would be interesting line of inquiry, and I'd be happy to pursue in the future. Also, the context of the Meiji Restoration and South Korea's project of nation building and modernization since 1950s, 60s were quite different as well. And Korea had been a colony of the Japanese Empire and did not commit colonial atrocities like the use of forced labor. However, the imperative Koreans keenly felt to secure the nation's survival against powerful others and to catch up with them in the global hierarchy was equally strong as in Meiji Japan, or even stronger. And this led to as I repeatedly mentioned, a quite similar developmental nationalist logic of technocratic capitalist industrialization. And I would argue that it has consolidated South Korea's own form of socio-ecological relations that are quite exploitative and extractive of human lives, labor, and environment. I'm sorry, I missed it. Without questioning such dynamics, even when the pains, suffering, and struggles of workers, farmers, and their communities during industrialization are remembered, the remembrance is likely to be quite limited. More often than not, they are memorialized or commemorated in a way that highlights their contributions to the very process that actually caused those hardships. For instance, the experiences of workers are often deemed important in Korea to remember because of their heroic roles as industrial warriors in achieving South Korea's rapid industrialization and economic growth. The same applies to the silence surrounding the environmental costs of industrialization. Now, environmental problems may be acknowledged. In fact, almost everyone is talking about sustainability, green transition, and so on in Korea now. But they are typically viewed as unfortunate, yet unavoidable consequences of otherwise desirable industrialization. Something that South Koreans had to go through, and once the nation reached an advanced stage of industrialization, they could then resolve through technological fixes. The implications of this sort of approach to understand the industrial past extend beyond historical discussions and can shape current debates and policies related to industrialization and its consequences. So it's almost time, so I'll just skip the current, South Korea being a climate villain, exporting a lot of coal power plants and financing coal power plants in developing countries, but I'll just skip this part and go to the final page. So considering all these, and by way of concluding this presentation, I'd like to raise a different question. As I've already mentioned, a joint UNESCO ICOMOS mission recommended that Japan adopt an interpretative strategy that recognizes the full history of each site. But can the full history of industrialization be achieved by simply adding dark memories of industrial past to the conventional historical narrative of industrial achievements? Although the notion of universality does not have as much weight as before, too often it is generally assumed that there is a universal and putatively positive pathway of industrialization. As long as we can avoid the excessive distortion of that path, it is assumed we'd be safe to embrace industrialization. I would argue that we need to go beyond that. Instead, we need to scrutinize what type of industrialization we are encountering and critically interrogate its logics, contents, and trajectories, as well as the implications they entail. We should seek alternative ways of remembering and relating to industrial past. I'm sure there are plural ways, but we need those recognizing the exploitative and extractive socio-ecological configuration may well be integral to the very fabric of industrialization itself. So adding dark sides to the positive side is not the way, I would argue. And this will, of course, require an in-depth analysis of, for instance, how South Korea's technocratic capitalist industrialization specifically restructured socio-ecological relations and what ruptures in material metabolism it caused and what mechanisms of subsumption of labor and nature it resulted in and so on. But that's for future work and beyond the purview of today's presentation. I just want to emphasize once more that critical importance of adopting a more critical approach to understanding and engaging with our industrial past. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insight talk, and I learned a lot. We have about 10 minutes to discuss Jang-Hyun's presentation, so please raise your hand if you have any questions or comments. Okay.
Thank you very much. Super interesting. So my question is about the place of North Korea in this equation, right? Because when the two Koreas were separated, North Koreans' industry was promptly nationalized, right? And correct me if I am wrong, but my understanding is that in the mid-20th century, in the early years of the separation, North Korea had a higher industrialization rate than the South, right? So how can we understand the prevalence of this discourse of industrialization in South Korea under the light of the geopolitical dimension of Cold War competition, you know, and that to a certain extent has ramifications that extend to the present day?
I'm not an expert on North Korea, but I think it's up to late 1970s. North Korean economy, industrialization were doing better than South Korea. And it was a lot of pressure on the military regime in the South that, you know. But North Korea also had a slightly different versions of this developmental nationalism, very strongly nationalistic country, and very development-oriented. Although it's not a capitalist country, so the way they mobilize resources and organize industrialization are quite different. And I'm not, I'm not an expert in that. But you may find very similar logic operating there as well when it comes to, catching up with, Western powers or powerful countries and industrialize and develop and so forth. But I'm not sure whether I'm answering your question, but so you.
Yeah, no, I was curious about what was the role of geopolitical competition in the example you were analyzing, in South Korea's focus on industrialization and a narrative of industrialization. To which extent was South Korea trying to win the competition, against the North?
Yeah, I mean, it was extremely important factor up to the late 1970s and even early to mid 80s. But after the 1990s, I don't think it's the major factor. But okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. I've spent a fair amount of time looking at industrial museums in the UK, and I was struck by the profound absence of people, which you comment on, the part on labor, and it's kind of sits in an uneasy way. And I was wondering, with the kind of lens of narrative, of the storytelling, if the worker isn't who's driving the story, the way it is in most UK museums, who do you see as the protagonist in these industrial museums that you looked at? Who are the actors? Who's carrying the kind of agency outside of that one little section on the workers?
in the case of Global Knowledge Exchange and Development Center, it's really the Ministry of Economy and Finance and KDI. And the museum is not only for the public, but it's part of the South Korea's ODA projects. So when people from developing countries, politicians and government officials come here, then they invite them to that museum, showing that South Korea has done greatly and you can learn from us, etc. The other tools are more local, and I think Ansan Industrial Historical Museum is an interesting case, although I haven't had a chance to talk about it, because it's really local initiative. It's also very much focused on technological artifacts and cars and TVs and all that. But these two museums have been used for school kids as well, so it's more complicated. But I think local governments have played a very important role.
Okay, there, Younghee.
Thank you for your lecture. I really like the part how you put, how you pointed out the eclectic celebration, maybe we could say eclectic celebration of general public's labor participation. And I was thinking whether this selective demonstration of general public's labor is also demonstrated in other countries' museum, for example, Japan, or in other countries' narratives, because this is kind of related to the second question just mentioned, but I was thinking, so the way you mentioned two pillars, industrialization and democracy, is a very important, these two are very important parts in Koreans' interpretation of modernization, right? And I agree that they are separate, their politics are separately interpreted in our understanding of modernization, but also when they demonstrate ordinary public's participation in labor, it seems like these two pillars are also conflated together. So in that case, can we say that are there some Korean desire to promote national identity when it is very awkward to bring labor in this narrative, when they constantly bring up how general labor force supported this whole industrialization? Or is this a quite common tactic also seen in other East Asian countries or North Korea or anywhere else?
I haven't looked at industrial museums in other countries, not even in Japan, so I'm afraid I can't answer that. But regarding this discourse separating industrialization from democratization, I mean, the Kuro Solidarity strike is a good example, because the workers participated in that strike thought that reforming the path of industrialization was democratization. For them, struggle for democracy and industrial action cannot be separated from each other. But now it's like somehow in the prevailing discourse in South Korea, we are separating these two, and as if they have been different things all along, which is not quite the case. I'm not sure whether I answered your question properly, but yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to compare with other industrial museums in other countries, as Professor Kryder-Reid also mentioned. And sorry that my answer is not.
Okay, sorry, time's up. So please deliver your questions to the round table. And we are moving to the round table without break, so stay sit. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can start again. Thank you for being almost perfectly on time, which is really impressive. And I'd like to thank you for staying with us until the final session of the day, which is a roundtable discussion. My name is Jie-Hyun Jang, a research associate professor at CGSI. We have just had the privilege of listening to 6 incredibly insightful presentations, and we just invited the 6 speakers to the stage again, so please join me in welcoming them once again. Thank you. So before we start, I just wanted to briefly mention that, as you might know, and also Chang-nam knows very well, that our institute, CGSI, has pursued diverse research projects on history, memory, and heritage, and through which we have aimed to foster global networks of memory that could ultimately lead to mnemonic solidarity within and beyond East Asia. And I think your presentations have collectively underscored such crucial interplay between history, memory, and of course, amnesia and heritage, and demonstrated how environmental humanities perspectives can deepen our understanding of this complex tapestry of memory. So with that in mind, I think I would like to open the floor to our speakers for questions and comments and further insights that you might wish to share with each other, because I'm pretty sure that you have many things to say, but you didn't have enough time, right? So yes, the floor is yours. Who want to go? Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was thinking about how so many of these contributions really are asking, can we think of cultural heritage, and then specifically World Heritage sites and designations, as having to be positive sites, or are negative things allowed too? And I'm thinking particularly with Song-Hyun Kim's talk now, which argued, I think, that these Meiji sites should not be World Heritage because of their negative character, and that it's not, the negative aspects, and it's not enough just to add those shadow sides to this light story that would be told. And while I can agree with that sentiment, if we in fact take that as our proposition, then there should be no mining sites at all on any cultural heritage. So Belgium's Wallonia mining site shouldn't be there. There should be no industrial sites like Germany's Valkling ironworks or Norway's Røros mining town, because all of them are extractive in their proposition, extractive of people, of health, of environment. Now, so perhaps they shouldn't be. I guess that's my question. Perhaps we should just take them all off. Or do we need to instead think, well, what is it in our interpretation of those sites that might be added to in order to really expose them? And I mean, there's even other things like the Colombia landscapes of Colombia, the coffee landscapes of Colombia are listed on the World Heritage Site. Well, the Anthropocene, one of the main problems we have is plantations, the plantation economy, right? So much so that environmental humanities scholars, there is a whole group who label it as the Plantationocene, right? So the fact that we have those landscapes listed is actually, unless we're specifically bringing up the negatives, we're crossing off most of the history and most of the effect of those landscapes. So, and there are certainly negative sites that are already on the World Heritage List, right? Sites from the Holocaust, like Auschwitz, on the Heritage List. Convict sites in Australia, the detention center in Argentina. So sites of violence and of negative histories. So I'm just wondering, how do we think of those negative histories and integrate them into the way that we talk about our cultural heritage? That things are not just going to be negative or positive, but that in fact all things are complicated. And to me, that's what the Anthropocene gets at, is that all things are complicated.
Yeah, please feel free to, engage. Or
before you, can I just, because I mean, I think Dolly misunderstood my argument, because my point is not that Japan's Meiji industrial heritage should not be inscribed on the World Heritage List. I mean, I'm critical of, the way in which Japanese government deals with the issue of the forced labor and so forth. But my point was that by focusing on certain negative sides of the industrialization, the discussion avoid addressing more deeper and structural problems, like, because all sides in the controversy do not really question whether there are problems of Meiji industrialization or not. But if you think of the climate crisis now, right? I mean, people are talking about, fossil capitalism and extractive industries and all that, and so I'm not saying that any particular site should be inscribed or not. I mean that's an issue needs to be further discussed. But my main point is that even those who are very critical of Japanese initiative, for instance, South Korean government and some NGOs, they do not question the very problematic logic of nationalistic industrialization in Japan as well as in Korea. So I'm just simply saying that we need to discuss that. Anyway, so I'll just stop there.
And I would just say that I'm, I guess, pointing out that probably this is an issue with all of these sides, right? So all of those things that are currently on the list, I mean, I have not been to all of them, but my guess is they also don't deal with those negatives as well of their sites. And that so that means that we need to do some, or the cultural heritage sector needs to do some rethinking about the ways in which they put this forward. Because of course I agree with you about the way that the progress narrative gets told, right? And becomes the baseline for why this is heritage, right? So, yeah, so I think it's just that I'm saying that it's a bigger systematic problem than just even the two cases that you looked at.
thank you. Professor D'Souza, yeah.
Very briefly, I think since you've raised it, I'm not suggesting that you clarified in the second round. this positive and negative might be not entirely a helpful framing. My worry about heritage and memory is whether you have an official version or not. This is the, I think, a greater and more troubling level of a problem, which is to say that, who takes charge of a official view? Governments might insist that this is the official understanding. Now, there's another way of arguing that, heritage sites and memory, memorials, they could be subject to, say, an academic control or review or, made dynamic. But, all of us are in universities. You know that no debates are meant to end debates. They are meant to start new debates, right? So you'd have to have something that's open to a dynamic reading. You have to have something that's open to accommodating different perspectives. That said, there is great danger for someone to say, we have the right wing, it's happening in India today, yeah? We have the loony view of Indian history, we have the right wing view of Indian history, all jostling and saying these are just different versions. It's up to you to, like there's this saying now, decide what your facts are and then find the TV channel that supports it, yeah? Yeah. So I think we might be uncomfortable with an official view, which is a fixed view, which is something that does not change across time and space. But then to open it up to plural thinking, different perspectives, that too has to have some sort of protocols. Don't you think so? Yeah. So I see, one could easily conclude, I'm sorry, I'm just going to, quickly. One could easily conclude that, we have to have different versions and different perspectives. Like, for example, on industrialization, where is the discussion on women labor, which was not in the factory? Yeah, all right. Right? So I just want to say that, if you want the real challenge is to have a non-official view. And how do we go about thinking this through in a helpful and creative and, I think, acceptable way, given the context of hard populism, hard nationalism, majoritarianism, and the social media generated alternative facts. Yeah. So that's my very brief but long answer. Intervention. Sorry.
Can I go ahead? Yeah. I agree, and I also would add that we should take into consideration the many different contexts in which discourses are created and propagated and reformulated, right? Because when you think about academia, it's our role to question, it's our role to find the blind spots and to push them and to create complexity, right? When you go to the general public, creation of complexity is not always the best path. It can create a lot more confusion and ultimately manufactured facts, right? If the complexity is manipulated in not in a good way. So I think we have to have different discursive strategies, and when it comes to museums and types of mediation that involve a much broader public. Many people, they think of industrialization and environmentalism in different boxes, right? And if they go to see an exhibition about the ecological crisis, they want to see one thing. If they want to see a developmentalist discourse of industrial technocratic triumph, it's another thing, right? So I think it's like a matter of thinking about how to bring these realms together, but which is a much more challenging task when they are already so crystallized in our cultural practices, in the way in which exhibits are organized, right? Then it may be for us here that are used to putting them together, to like finding connections that may not seem apparent in a first moment, right? So I think that the way in which we deal with complexity ourselves in academia and the way through which we make them available to a much broader public in a way that is productive, right, rather than confusing, is a major challenge. To go back to how we can deal with positive and negative and ultimately very complex aspects of heritage sites.
I just want to add, I think implicit in some of the contributions so far is also who is the audience, right? So when we speak of heritage, what are we talking about? Is it about how do societies make meaning, or how do societies make sense of themselves? But that introduces a question of scale, right? How do nations make sense of themselves, for instance? How do generations make sense of themselves? How do regions or localities make sense of themselves, which introduces then the vernacular forms of commemoration? To whom does heritage speak, or to whom should heritage speak, I think is a question, right? And so I appreciate the sort of, sense of care or attention to the complexity or not, or the question about like speaking to broader publics. And I think thinking that through, what you were suggesting, right? Who is the public? To whom are we speaking? Whom does heritage serve? Whom do these discourses serve? Whom should they serve? I think are questions that are still sort of out in the room that that the papers today really are thinking about.
If, as a sort of tag on to all of this, I think this question of what is heritage, and does it need to be consensual or official? Does heritage need to make you feel good to be called heritage? Versus, does heritage exist for the public good? And that may mean uncomfortable feelings and dealing with difficult topics. And one of the things that I think gives me hope in all of this is that kind of in my wanderings, where I've seen some of the most interesting and frankly courageous grappling with these connections between, especially between industrialism and environmental damage, was actually in children's museums. If any of you know Iron Bridge, kind of the mothership of industrial heritage, there's a little children's museum that absolutely names, this is the site of the beginning of, coke processing and coal burning, and it created increases in CO2 that's endangering the planet, and what are you going to do about it? Like, it just says it. So I think maybe some of this is also not getting too caught up in the sort of authorized heritage discourse, but actually going out and looking where is heritage actually happening in productive ways, and is that on YouTube channels and, people who, as I use the phrase, crowd curating, but I think that's an incredibly powerful form of democratized knowledge, especially in the ways that it enacts like intermittent streams. It comes above ground when it's safe and it goes below ground, maybe when there's climates, political situations that's not safe, but they don't dry up, they don't disappear.
Thank you. Well, in relation to the issues around the Children's Museum, I think Professor Peek mentioned about the intergenerational implications, and I think we can discuss about this a little bit more if you wanted to. You want to say a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think in my case, when I've looked at extinction, it's necessarily an intergenerational issue, in that often the extinction happened before any of us were alive, none of us in this room, and yet there's this communal memory, there's an implication of modern society, of the thing that we live in and continue to be part of, and that the things that have gone extinct are just representatives, right, of the things that are going extinct and that will go extinct, and some of which we don't even know about, which is also about this, thinking about the things you don't know, right? So it's necessarily intergenerational in that sense, in my case.
A number of the topics, I think, raise this question of scale and of this moment. I don't know if anybody used the term great acceleration. I think it was maybe in the abstract somewhere. But I think that's what's challenging. And my reading into this idea of environmental amnesia, in some ways, that's just one aspect of the normalization of this moment that's so hard to break. Yes, these things happened before we were born, but putting it in the time depth of the 11,000-year Holocene, or even within the scale of industrialization, the incredible increase in the rates of this change, I think, is just incredibly hard to fathom. And I know one of the things that we've talked about in our efforts to engage kind of public scholarship is how to visualize, and not just visualize data and those, trends and graphs, but also how to visualize the impact of harm and the invisibility of this harm in ways that people can both understand and then also not overwhelm and shut down. How to have that, as Bridget McKenzie has called it, the positopia, what is possible within the space we're working in.
I think there's a question too about the narratives that we in the present generation are crafting. To what extent do we want those narratives to speak or do justice to presently alive societies, human beings, and to what extent should those narratives allow for openness for those to come? And should we be thinking about those narratives making any meaning or making any sense or offering guidelines or something for future generations? Heritage certainly is concerned with the past and trying to narrate or make meaning of past generations and past material remains and so on. But to what extent is the future necessarily part of the considerations that need to be had? And I think that's a problematic, even as I say it, a problematic proposition. How should we know? But I think it's worth sort of considering putting out there to what extent is that the task of heritage workers today to leave open understanding for future generations.
I wanted to go back to Liz's point about the great acceleration, which I do think is kind of underlying all of the presentations today, and that works side by side with the Anthropocene, right? Well, now I don't know, like as the post-1945 Anthropocene as proposed by the Anthropocene Working Group, this proposal has not been approved, so the discussion about the beginning of the Anthropocene, if there is one, is still open. But regardless, there is a strong convergence between the ways in which we think about the Anthropocene and the ways we think about the Great Acceleration. And bringing the topic of visuality or visualization, it's remarkable how the graphs of the exponential curves, right? Like the power that they have and how ubiquitous they have become in exhibits, narratives, academic work on the ecological crisis, right? And yeah, even quoting the shock of the Anthropocene that works a lot with those graphs, right? And sometimes you have a grid of many different graphs, like indicating the exponential curve of CO2 emissions, of deforestation, of industrialization, of this and that. And I think it's interesting to understand also the very forms of visualization of a crisis that is ubiquitous and to a certain extent, that we take as a baseline, as we were talking about, right? So how can we think about like not deep time, but a time that escapes perhaps the scope of one generation, and that is so easily, so immediately available to us through these graphs of the exponential curves.
Yeah, I just wanted to come to Sonia's point about, the future and what we think about the past for the present, or is it also the past or our present for the future? And what you save with heritage, right? So how conservation works, or what you don't, what you let go. And I'm thinking here of Caitlin De Silva's work on curated decay, right? So letting things not be, and how that works, in particular because of the environmental changes that are happening, and that not everything is conservable. And I think there's also an interesting relationship then, if we think in terms of time, with conservation and conservation, right? So the heritage conservation and nature conservation, and that those have things to say to each other too, when we're thinking about past, presents, and futures.
Yeah, if I can just build on that idea of, again, this connection with heritage, and what is the work that heritage can do in this space. And I think this idea of sort of toxic objects, or objects that can help be purveyors of this story of heritage. And again, in my work, I sort of had this lens, like what's that evocative object that can tell this story? And I think of something like Fatberg. Is anyone aware? I don't know if you know, in the history of London sewers, which, like Indianapolis, have been spewing the overflow of raw sewage into the waterways. And there was, as the part of the big dig to clear it out, a massive solidified object of fat that had been collecting over the hundreds of years in London sewers. And this was collected and put on display in the city museum and got named Fatberg. And it had its own Twitter following, I believe. I mean, sort of gross, sort of, that kind of, the mixed appeal of something like that. But it became an incredibly powerful story to talk about water quality and the future of water and the health of cities and the history and infrastructure and all of that. So I think, paying attention to what might toxic objects look like, and how can you kind of help them be these compelling storytellers to grab people's attention when maybe a graph doesn't do it.
Yeah.
On a slightly different tangent, we have universities, we have institutes, we have specialized centers of learning and teaching. Heritage sites and memorials generally are for the general public, right? And the understanding is that you create and curate content that can help them reflect and to basically develop a more capable understanding of the realities around them, right? And so keeping that in mind, one, of course, is not trying to suggest that there is no place for heritage and there's no place for memorials. But one is simply saying is that trying to get ideas across to make a kind of a general understanding better, yeah? That needs a different set of interventions, in the sense that we need to figure out ways to enable people to think, right? Because there is that common sense is not enough, which is really, if you were to discuss, for example, climate change, sadly, the common sense view is, I need my car, I need my electricity, I need my worldview, but, it should not be happening. So what I'm trying to get at is that there is a heritage and memorials must be able to challenge common sense understandings, yeah, without necessarily raising it to the academic level. I don't know if I got that across, yeah, and that is the tricky part, yeah, because I can understand in my classroom or in your, you can fail, you can reason, you can argue, you can expect a certain kind of way of thinking, but here common sense is precisely what you're challenging through heritage and through memorials, yeah? And so how to tackle that is also a big question, yeah, in how you frame it. Because I do understand, climate change is urgent to all of us and is a source of immense alarm. But there are a large number of people who don't see it in the commonness of daily living, yeah, other than hot weather or, I remember once, just a CNN interview of a Wall Street banker who said, climate change is just deciding whether we have, what price we have to buy a beachfront property in Greenland, yeah? So, that part I think is what I was hoping to be discussed.
Maybe I can open the floor to the audiences and if they can engage and continue our discussions, right? So if you have more questions that you couldn't raise, please. Can we have a microphone, please?
Thank you very much. But while I was listening to your discussions, very important points have been raised. But in a sense, I feel like we may go back to the start line. I mean that why World Heritage is important for us, why certain museums, why certain monuments are important for us, because it contributes to making sort of cultural memories in terms of Janasma, right? So I mean that whether this sort of a heritage can be World Heritage, it's not the important question. For me, the important question is that what kind of a cultural memory a World Heritage or National Heritage or local heritage actually carries, right? And this cultural memory actually regulates and frames and influences personal memories or vernacular memories or societal memories through which people begin to remember the past, right? In that sense, I think that the World Heritage or industrial heritage, something like that, all these things are very, very important. So I mean, whether this can be or not is not the crucial, really crucial question is what kind of a memory culture these museums, these heritage or these monuments can contribute. In this sense, I think that from the viewpoint of Anthropocene, right? This Sang-hyun's analysis of Korean or Japanese, these industrial heritage museums are really awful because it doesn't carry any cultural memory through which we can really critically remember the past of industrialization. It's a very good thing and it's a part of national achievement and national pride. So in this sense, we need to really, how can I say, reconfigure, right? The messages or the cultural memories, these specific or particular cultural sites or heritage sites actually bring to us. In that sense, for me, recently I visited several also museums heritage. What is most impressive one was Kofen Jene in Erfurt. Kofen Jene is a company which makes a boiler company, but actually this Kofen Jene company provides these Nazis with crematorium in the concentration camp. But I wanted to import that exhibition to Korean Institute of Science and Technology. Because if you visit this Kofen Jene small museum, it's not a big one. It was once this crematorium factory, they built it. And also, Alfred Ritke and German Alltagsgeschichte historians are very deeply involved in the making narratives of this Kopf-Gene. It's really, really awful proposals made by great German engineers to the SS. If you accept my proposal, we can burn the causes with a very low price, and even we can make use of heat from burning the causes. So it was the most effective crematorium to burn in a very short time, in a very effective way, something like that. Means that this national pride that Korean or Japanese, well, the industrial heritage, exhibition actually talking about can be also sort of, really stigma to the modernity, and also, so at this Kopf-Gene, actually, this small museum gave me a lot of inspiration. So it's not a world heritage at all, national heritage at all, local heritage at all, but through which we can really see how the technology or modernization can contribute to killing people, right? Massacring people or committing genocide. So this sort of, certain critical approach to the cultural memories that all the World Heritage Centers or museums or different monuments actually carries to us might be one of the very important our discussion point in today or tomorrow. That's just such a remark.
I mean, I would completely agree with you. So, I mean, I think that all of those industrial type of sites that I listed absolutely should be heritage sites. I think that these industrial museums absolutely should exist. And so I guess I would reject the proposition that you can't have both the positive, that it's not enough to just have a negative story too, because I believe that's in fact what they are. They have had lasting effects in changing societies, and some of those effects have been positive for some individuals, and some of those effects have been negative for some individuals, and the same at the societal level, and the same at the global level. And that what we should be doing is to take those sites and ensure that the heritage stories that we're telling engage properly with exactly what you're saying, and that's the task. So I guess what I would propose is that you get behind, for example, these Meiji industrial sites and say, absolutely make them World Heritage as long as you ensure that it's not just the forced labor, but it's all the other issues that come, like environmental issues, for example. But at the same time, why not say, oh, all of you industrial sites out there who are currently on the list, guess what? New rule. Let's bring up all, your negative things too, right? So this would be one approach, also as an industry. If you think of cultural heritage as an industry of its own with practitioners, is to say, this is an important task that you have, especially given the ecological crisis, is to bring that into your stories, regardless of who you are.
And I would also add to that on top of the challenge of adding these stories, I think it's also making visible the nexus between the two of them, right? And to bring an example, Chicago's Museum of Science and Industry, which is a century-old institution based on the Deutsches Museum of Munich, inspired by the Deutsches Museum. So it is a classic museum of appraisal of technology and industry and science and all that, but it's also a museum that has been trying to bring exhibitions and films about environmental issues. But it happens in a very strange fashion. Yeah, exactly, separated fashion. So for example, there is currently one exhibition that is the Blue Paradox, that is about plastic in the ocean. And it is like an extremely depressing exhibition, that really shows how pretty much the world and us and everything is full of microplastics, and there's nothing we can do about that. And yet, you know, in order to get to this exhibition, you have to go through, like, to walk through a big hall full of trains and, you know, airplanes, and, you know, this whole industrialist, triumphal, like a mindset that, and then you go to a little door and then you enter the blue paradox. So, and there is no self-reflection.
This nexus thing is very, very important. And also juxtaposition. I mean, when we are talking about different museums or heritages, we are very often talk about comparisons. But I think that juxtaposition or radical juxtaposition can be more effective way of, you know, the showing the what kind of cultural memory message these guys have. On the different a radical juxtaposition I could find in the detention center in Buenos Aires. That was very intriguing, though, although there were small just remarks. And all those Argentinian guys, they learned how to torture people, not from CIA, but from French guys. French guys who were experienced in killing and torturing people in Vietnam and Algeria. So 1950s, these Argentinian, these torturers and the military officers, they learned how to torture people from French colonial, you know, these special French foreign, what's the name? 에트랑제, 뭐, sort of army, 외인 부대 뭐라 그러지? Army, 에트랑제 army, something like that, very strange colonial thing. But also on the other hand, all these directors in detention center, after having finished their term, they used to go to the military attaché to a Argentinian embassy in South Africa under the apartheid. So we can see through this sort of radical juxtaposition, we can see the really global nexus of perpetrators. And I think that can be World Heritage. Also, we can learn from the World Heritage how these perpetrators have such a global nexus and how it actually violated the people's, you know, rights in different parts of the world. So, I mean, this sort of approach, I think, also can be included in the World Heritage, right? As forced labor, yes, of course, in the same context.
So I'm listening to some of these comments, and I'm wondering to what extent the task of heritage work in the age of ecological crisis is really about rupture. I'm hearing that through a number of presentations. You, Rohan, you were talking about the Anthropocene is really about, like, you know, we've had continuity, really we're talking now about rupture. I'm hearing it in other places as well. And I'm just putting it out there and wondering what the reactions to that is, but it seems like some of the, you know, say some of the monuments that are being in the United States that are currently debated are ones that seem to point to a certain kind of continuity of a national narrative that today's generation is saying, we're done with it. We need new narratives. We need something else. The statues are being pulled down. Something else needs to go into their place that's still undefined. But I wonder to what extent, you know, those kinds of what you were talking about, some of those, to use successful examples of heritage work, or the Fatberg that you were talking about, you know, that it's really about rupturing the continuities. It's, you know, we have sort of traditions of cultural memory, but to what extent is the heritage work in an age of ecological crisis about ending some of them, causing rupture, causing new narratives, causing discomfort, coming up with something new?
I'd like to try to speak to that and find myself oddly in a sort of working within the institution consensual kind of way, which is not usually where I come from. But I was also thinking about your comment about the power of heritage in terms of, I think you even said regulating memory, which I also sort of instinctively resist. And yet, I know one of the great powers, at least speaking in the US, is that museums are one of the most trusted places in a time of division and polarization and distrust of so many
expertise and authorities, museums are still places people want to go to voluntarily on their leisure time as a social engagement for some kind of valuable, pro-social experience. And so I think part of the power of heritage in this moment that we're all wrestling with is actually not UNESCO saying all you heritage sites will do this. It's actually meeting people where they are in these spaces. And one of the examples that comes to mind is actually not exactly environmental, but as you may know, in the US we have an incredible incarceration crisis, extraordinary rates of incarceration. And the Eastern State Penitentiary Museum in Philadelphia, which if any of you have been there, its big thing was it was, a Foucault panopticon design. And, for people who wanted that, and they do the spooky Halloween tours, that was kind of its big draw. And about 10 years ago, they put in a kind of sort of massive installation in the exercise courtyard that was on the rates of US incarceration related to other countries in the world. And it's a 3D, bright red physical object that represents this massive tower that is US rates, and then on down with the rest of the world. And what I think was so powerful about that was, one, people were really interested, it was relevant, they really gravitated to it, and it was such an important intervention or rupture maybe in traditional prison presentation that other prison museums across the US started to do similar kinds of things. Not because anybody told them to or any top down, it was like the public was interested, there's a lot of other, cultural movements, so it became part of creating public memory, but in that kind of activist sense.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much, everyone. And I wanted to actually return to Sonja's question about who is the public. And that the public that we're talking about has an implicit class and often racial aspect. So these sites, a lot of them are going to require travel, multi-day travel, hotels, airplanes. You're going to need disposable income. When we say going to a museum during our leisure time, right, also implies that we have that. And many museums are not open when working class folks are available. Our hospitality workers largely cannot go to museums when they're open. And so that complicates how do we get the public to come to us. And so then kind of maybe the obvious knee-jerk reaction is to say, well, how do we bring heritage to them, right? But that is often fraught because you often have a largely white, middle, upper, professional, or academic class kind of going out again to a working class community, a marginalized community, perhaps asking for memories and ideas. And often these promises are made, right? That we will come to you and we will kind of create a new installation or revise this story. And often sometimes because of institutional bureaucratic reasons, we can't make that happen. And I've heard quite a bit from some of the kind of heritage listening tour type things. People say researchers and professionals come in and they leave a wake of broken promises. So I kind of think that heritage and heritage sites and museums, they can't be everything to everyone. So I think what I would pose is, what are virtues, limitations, effectiveness, and needs for us to be way more specific about the boundaries of our audiences and audience engagement with these particular forms that we're talking about. That was like.
Can I just add on to, extending what you've just mentioned? I think we've been talking about the Anthropocene quite a bit, but as you all are very well aware, we really need critical reflections on the notion of Anthropocene because, there are different versions, different discourses of the Anthropocene, but it really quite often presupposes and reinforces a dualistic framing of humanity versus nature. But what is humanity, right? As the critics of the concept of Anthropocene have pointed out, humanity is useful as a kind of vision for future, but it's a very bad descriptive category to think about the reality, right? I mean, as you mentioned, I mean, there's no such a thing as a humanity. It's a vision. I mean, the human societies have been divided for a very, very long time, class division, racial, etc. So, you know, I mean, there are some people who have contributed more to the ecological and other social crises and who benefited more from it and who suffered more from it. I mean, it's complicated, right? So, you know, the alternative conception of capital sin is also quite problematic, and you know, I wouldn't, you know, we need more discussion about it. But so I'm not saying we need to reject the notion of Anthropocene, but we need to be more critically engaged with it. Otherwise, it's like, you know, the nationalism, right? I talk of developmental nationalism, and the powerful political effects of it is that, you know, you are the member of Korean nation, that's it. And you contribute rapid industrialization, then you will be recognized and remembered. But otherwise, you know, I mean, so the idea of Anthropocene has this potential limitation, I think. I mean, we can discuss more about it, but anyway, so I'm sorry that I think it's connected, so. Yeah, so going back to the public issue?
Yes,
please
going
respond.
back to the public issue, who the public is. I believe that the public, actually, for many of our heritage sites, both cultural and natural heritage of all kinds, our museums, they are kids. That's who actually comes. I think that we as scholars, if I look at the museum scholarly community, very few people study children in museums. So there are some, but very few of them do. Very few of them write about how children experience museums. And yet, if you talk to people, you will see that often it was when they were kids that they went to particular museums, like an industrial heritage site. So the Norwegian Petroleum Museum that I mentioned in Stavanger, it's school kids who visit all day long, and the cruise ship tourists who are not Norwegian. Those are the two groups of people that they have primarily. I mean, there are some people who come who are locals, but that's their biggest groups. So one can say, okay, so for the cruise ship tourists who are coming as foreign people who want to understand Norway and Norway's history with oil, and they've seen Lykkeland, right? So the television program, and I don't remember what it is in the English name, but you would know it on Netflix. So they, you know, they're coming for one thing about what Norway is, but it's the school kids that are the people who are going to probably keep living there forever, and it's going to determine how they think of what Norway is. So what messages you tell them in that museum matter. So the local museum, the Stavanger Museum, that's kind of the local history museum, the Maritime Museum, the art gallery, they're all visited by school kids every single day. And I think it's the same thing if you walk out here and you look at your heritage sites, and you actually, if you take out the tourists who are not from here, it's going to be a big chunk of those people. So that's who I think the audience is, and I think that we as scholars don't look at them very often. And why is that? That's because we're adults. So we tend to see the exhibitions, we tend to look for things that interest us now, and not what would have interested us when we were 8.
Yes, you want to respond to?
I just wanted to say, and I hope I'm not being polemical here, but I wonder to which extent heritage sites and museums need to be visited in order to be meaningful. Because I think that many times, you know, they have their role, they have their cultural role, and even those who don't go to these museums, they still have a sense of belonging attached to these museums, right? And if somebody from like out of town comes and visits, like, oh, you have to go and visit this museum, right? But this also is kind of reclaiming a sense of like a shared identity, right? That is activated, right? Even if they don't regularly go themselves to this museum. Now, this presents a number of challenges because, of course, how do we introduce new narratives? How do we change the narrative if people only have like a very fixed sense of what a museum is and entails and can produce in terms of meaning, right? This becomes a very major challenge. However, I think that the mere existence of these sites as sites that produce meaning and belonging should be acknowledged beyond the specific experience that its visitors have when they go there.
Well, and I'll just bring up a specific example of this that I worked on. So beavers had become extinct in most of Scandinavia, and there was one small group left in Norway, and a group of people in Sweden decided to reintroduce these beavers. And so all the beavers that were taken and reintroduced in Sweden and elsewhere in Norway all came from one little town in Norway because it was the only place that had beavers left. So this is really a cultural heritage of this place. And so we decided, I really wanted, because I'd been working on that history, to have an exhibit for the 100-year anniversary of the first beavers that were taken from this place and taken to Sweden, because it was coming up, the centenary. And as that, you know, was in the planning stages, it was, the curator really said, but it's the kids, right? It's the kids who, the old people, if you will, in town, in this case, they know the story of the beavers because they're old, and when they were young, beavers were still being caught here. But it's the kids don't know this story. So it becomes this about, you know, so all the adults, they know this museum exists, but they don't go to the museum. It's only the kids that actually go. And then we made this exhibit specifically aimed at them with some, you know, there's adult context, but it was the kids that were the aim, and then the adults just kind of come with. And it was specifically to change kind of how you thought about what was cultural heritage, that this was a cultural heritage moment, that this little town had made a difference environmentally, huge difference. All beavers in all of Scandinavia are from their little town, if you will. And now there's hundreds of thousands of beavers. So it's a great, you know, ecological restoration project. But I think that you're exactly right, that the institutions exist in and of themselves, and people know the institution exists, whether or not they go. And then you have to think about, well, who is it who does go through your door? And that you can have those kind of messages. And it's so that now all the kids will know that this is, you know, their story, as well as a big global story, actually, of environmental conservation in this case.
Yes, please.
You know, I just want to raise a few red flags here. One is, for example, you know, these statues that were taken down in the US and UK, ostensibly, I mean, because it's they spoke for the colonial past. Yeah, I wonder what would be. I mean, I've been asked this question, and I must say I'm not very clear as to how to respond. Yeah, at one level, that is also a legacy. That is also a history. Whether people see it positively or negatively, but you know, we can take down statues and make certain kinds of histories also disappear, which might not be something some of us would consider. So I'd really like to know your opinions on that one. Two, recently when I was in Ohio, on the way to Kentucky, I can't remember, but I was just looking it up. There was this Noah's Ark. Yeah? Okay? This huge whatever ark that's been created and projected as it really happened, apparently. Yeah. And there are lots of kids who go there, and lots of, you know, religious community, you know, as a way of showing that the Bible's not just a story, that it really happened, and this is what it was, you know. And there are lots of complications that we need not go. So, you know, while we of course discuss heritage and memorials as, you know, from our perspective, what should be there, and, you know, how it should create a sense of awareness and cultural depth and so on. But what about other kinds of ideologies, incorporating that into practice? And how does one say, you know, this is heritage and my legacy, or so on and so forth? So, I mean, I'd love to hear thoughts on that, because then that is also about getting the states to take sides and, you know, invoking claims about rationality and about other kinds of ideological standings. Yeah. So, just your opinions.
As probably the nearest neighbor to the Creation Museum, as it's called. Yeah, I actually use that when I teach museum studies, and I pair it with writings from indigenous tribal museums in the US. And a lot of our students come to our program because I have a colleague who's worked her whole career with indigenous communities in repatriation, and it's really an ethical and moral calling, and people who are drawn to that. So it's a really interesting pairing, because they are completely on board that tribal communities have the full right to tell their story however they understand it, and many of those stories are, we have always been here. And if you know the archaeology of the US, there's an understanding of when the peopling of the US happened and retreating of glaciers and all of that. And that's often not consistent with the understanding of tribal communities' origins. And so then we pair that with the Creation Museum, and they have to get all kinds of uncomfortable. So for me, the part of the takeaway from that is that, you know, we talk about heritage as if it's this intrinsic thing, and of course it's not. It's highly subjective. And in the end, the things that we see, the museum experience or the collection or the site, is, for me, it is the tool, it is the vehicle for the meaning making. And so to a certain extent, I think we cede that authority. We talk about democratizing knowledge. If the Creation Museum, you know, founders want to invest the money in it and charge money. It's expensive too. It's like $35 to go. I really want to go, but I don't want to give them my money, so I drive by, and I may get there someday, but not yet. But anyway, you know, that's part of what we're talking about here. We're facilitating, we're curating, but ultimately it's an engagement between the material and the audience and the people who are funding, creating, and there's a lot of free will in there. So I'll just leave that there.
Does anybody want to respond to the question on public, or, yeah?
I could say a couple of words about your first point about the statues. I'm not an expert on the issue, but just thinking together, I would say that about the Confederate statues, right? So it seems to me that this, like the public space, the problem of keeping them in the public space is that there is no context, you know, like you have the names of the generals and all that, and they tell you nothing. You don't know what they stand for. I mean, you may know that they're Confederate, but even that doesn't tell you much, right? So all you know that is that they are in the shared space of the public square, and the public square is a place where, you know, we have a shared sense of belonging. So I think that's extremely problematic, of course, but if they could be moved to museums where they could be critically contextualized, you know, I think that would be a completely different story.
Right. Let me collect another question. If we have more questions from the audience, please. Or any other general comments that you wanted to make? Well, we still have some time left, but as we had a long day, and actually we have another full day of, you know, intellectual discussions. So I think this is a good way to, you know, I think it's a good way to think about very important questions about before we delve into tomorrow's sessions as well. So thank you very much, everyone. I think we can conclude here. So yeah, please join me in thanking them once again.